Boom. I jolted awake amid the violent shaking. I opened my eyes. My rental apartment was gone. Before me stood a crude wooden hut, utterly bare except for a single wooden plank bed. What the hell? Did I just die at my keyboard? I pinched myself hard. Ow, that really hurt. Not a dream. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice exploded in everyone's mind at once. Global announcement. Welcome to Morningstar Continent. Countless races, gods and demons coexist. From this moment on, each of you is a lord. You will receive a territory, a wooden hut, and one chance to awaken a talent. The rookie protection period lasts 7 days. After 7 days, darkness falls, and the monsters come. To survive, awaken your lord talent as soon as possible. Everyone had been transported. A war for dominance among lords. I rubbed my temples and quickly accepted reality. Hell for the weak, heaven for the strong. Talent was the starting line of this game. Prompt: begin talent awakening now. Awaken. I didn't hesitate. BZZZT. A beam of white light descended from above, engulfing me. A virtual panel materialized before my eyes. Lord Lu Qingzhou. Talent awakening. I stared at the panel, my heart pounding. Dragon or worm, it all came down to this. The light flickered, and tiny characters streamed past like a waterfall. Detecting soul strength. Locking talent. The light faded, and the talent locked in. Talent: farmer. Grade: F, lowest rank. Effect: when planting, an extremely small chance to increase yield by 1%. I froze. Farmer? F grade. An extremely small chance for a 1% boost? This counted as a talent? I thought I had bad luck, but I never imagined I'd hit rock bottom. Meanwhile, the Rookie Village chat channel had completely blown up. Current survivors, 10,000. I awakened C-grade strength, 3 times a normal person's power. D-grade flame affinity. I can conjure fireballs. I'm a mage now. I'm only E-grade lumberjack. So jealous. I got F-grade miner. I want to cry. Some rejoiced, others despaired. The ones with combat talents were instantly treated like stars. Just then, a pillar of golden light shot up from the center of the village, its brilliance eclipsing the sun. Regional announcement. Congratulations to Lord Xiao Tian for awakening the S-grade talent, Alchemist. The entire Rookie Village, all 10,000 people, fell silent in an instant. Holy crap, our region got an S-grade. S-grade right out the gate? How's anyone supposed to compete? Big bro Xiao Tian, I'm following you from now on. A man named Wang Hao. The Lord immediately launched into shameless flattery. Brother Xiao Tian, you're insane. With you around, our village 10086 is destined to become the strongest starter village. I stared at that beam of golden light piercing through the heavens, my expression complicated. Sometimes the gap between people is wider than the gap between a person and a dog. So what if I'm an F-rank farmer? At least I've got a little log cabin to call home. I gave a wry smile. A good mindset. That's the whole reason I've always lived so carefree. But just as I was about to close the panel, something shifted. Ding. Host detected to possess the primordial origin soul. Soul compatibility max. Talent is mutating. My eyes snapped wide open. The panel flickered violently. That utterly unremarkable F seemed to be torn apart by some invisible force. FEDCBA. The icon shot up like a rocket. S, SS, SSS, Legendary, Mythical, Genesis, Law, Eternal. The 7-colored radiance nearly blinded me. Finally, the light drew inward, and a talent radiating supreme, divine, might locked into place on the panel. Talent: Primordial Spirit Field, Unique, Hidden. Rank: Eternal. Effect 1. Primordial Creation. The core land of the territory transforms into a primordial spirit field. Any plant seed placed within undergoes a 100% beneficial mutation. Effect 2. Time Flow. Time within the field flows differently from the outside world, drastically shortening growth cycles. Effect 3. Territory level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Effect 4. Territory level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Eternal Rank. A unique talent. In that instant, my breathing came to a complete halt. A 100% beneficial mutation and drastically shortened growth cycles. Each effect seems ordinary on its own, but combined, they're absolutely broken. No matter how trashy the seed, once it passes through my hands, it becomes a divine treasure, and I harvest it instantly. This isn't farming. This is straight up cheating. I open my attribute panel. Lord Lu Qingzhou. Talent: Eternal Primordial Spirit Field, Unique. Territory level 1. Building level 1 log cabin. Subjects 0. Resources: wood X10, stone X10, iron ore X10. In one corner of the panel, a faintly glowing gift package icon flickered. Starter pack. I opened it. Ding. Obtained. Common wheat seeds X10, black bread X2. 2 dry, hard chunks of black bread, and a small pouch of seeds. Crude as it was, it took care of my most pressing need. I didn't rush to bite into the bread. Instead, I looked out at the roughly 10 square meter plot of land outside the cabin. With the talent activated, the soil had already turned a deep, dark gold, as if brimming with boundless life. Let's give it a shot. I took out an ordinary wheat seed and planted it in the spirit field. The seed sank into the soil and dissolved into a flash of green light. An instant later, a tender sprout burst from the ground, formed grain heads, and ripened. The whole thing took less than 10 seconds. A cluster of golden, heavy wheat heads appeared before my eyes, its tips wreathed in a warm, sun-like glow. Ding! Divine mutation successful. Obtained special crop, warm sun wheat X10. I reached out and carefully harvested the wheat. Information surfaced. Item: warm sun wheat. Grade: mutated crop. Effect 1. After consumption, grants the satiated and warm sun status for 10 hours. Immunity to cold and continuous stamina recovery. Effect 2. Long-term consumption slightly and permanently boosts physique. Assessment: the first wheat to bathe in Hongming's spiritual energy and sunlight, brimming with the power of warmth. Immunity to cold, stamina recovery, physique enhancement. This was practically a divine artifact made for survival. I was in a great mood. For every lord who descended on this land, what mattered most? Not weapons, not resources, it was staying alive. Only the living had the right to talk about development. And this warm sun wheat was my biggest trump card right now. The system said darkness would fall in 7 days. But who's to say these 7 days would be perfectly safe? Something told me it wasn't going to be that simple. I calmed myself and opened the chat channel. At that moment, channel 10086 was already boiling over. After Xiaotian, this village of 10,000 people had produced a second S rank, and she was an ice-cold beauty, no less. Another S rank. Frost Archer Suing. Our region is about to take off. Suing. That name just screams gorgeous. Any pics? Goddess Ying, I love you. Countless male lords instantly transformed into simps. This was a world where strength was everything, and an S-rank beauty was destined to be chased by the masses. Xiaotian, who just finished basking in his own praise, popped up as well. Xiaotian at Suing. Hello, I'm Xiaotian. We're both S-rank, and we'll shoulder the responsibility of leading everyone in the future. How about we add each other as friends? His words carried an unquestionable air of superiority, as if declaring his position as leader. Wang Hao immediately egged it on at Xiaotian at Suing, a perfect match. Any kid they have is bound to be born SSS rank talent, right? I approve of this marriage. But after a full minute of waiting, Suing gave no response whatsoever. Xiaotian couldn't keep the look off his face. Xiaotian. Heh, looks like Miss Suing prefers her peace and quiet. That's fine. True powerhouses are always lonely. Having forced himself out, he said nothing more. Watching this little farce, an amused smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. Standing at the top from the very start, naturally he'd want to consolidate power, establishing dominance, positioning himself as a leader. Too bad he ran into Suing, someone even colder and prouder than him. He put himself out there, only to get shot down cold. But none of this had anything to do with me. S-rank alchemist, S-rank marksman, whatever. In my eyes, none of it came close to my primordial spirit field. Their talents strengthened a single point. My talent created an entire plane, a future with infinite possibilities. Instead of wasting time watching people argue, I'd be better off studying my spirit field. I shook my head and closed the channel. But the quiet didn't last long. That vast, heaven-sent voice once again echoed through the mind of every lord. The epic main quest has begun. This voice was filled with sacred solemnity, completely different from before, sending a violent jolt through everyone's heart. I lifted my head, eyes narrowing slightly. Less than an hour in, and the main storyline was already starting? Quest name: Save the Morningstar Queen. Background: while repelling the Abyss invasion, the Queen of the Morningstar Empire was afflicted with a vicious curse by the Abyss Lord, Abyssal Withering. Objective: find a way to purify or ease the curse before the Queen's life withers away. Time limit: 32 days. Rewards: those who provide useful leads will receive the title of Viscount and abundant resources. Those who provide a method to ease the curse will receive the title of Marquis and an epic grade item. Those who completely purify the curse will receive the Queen's highest friendship, the title of Prince, 3 legendary grade building blueprints, massive resources, and supreme glory. Failure penalty: the Queen falls, the Empire collapses, and the Morningstar continent descends into eternal darkness. Boom. The instant the rewards were announced, it was as if a nuclear bomb had detonated in the minds of tens of billions of lords across the globe. A noble title, a legendary grade item, building blueprints, and the Queen's highest friendship. Any single one of these was enough to catapult an ordinary lord straight to the top, let alone all of them stacked together. Before anyone could recover, an even more stunning scene unfolded. Above the sky, a golden curtain of light slowly unfurled, like a divine miracle descending. Within the light, a breathtakingly beautiful figure gradually emerged. It was a woman so gorgeous she took your breath away. She sat upright on a platinum throne, wearing a silver gown embroidered with golden thread, noble and holy. Her silver hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall of moonlight. Her features were exquisite, as if crafted by the gods themselves. Her skin was whiter than snow. Those amethyst-like eyes, which should have gazed down upon all living beings, were now clouded with a heartbreaking frailty. Her brow was slightly furrowed, her snow-white neck tilted gently upward, her red lips pale. The ultimate majesty and the ultimate fragility intertwined, creating a deadly allure. To the right of the image, a blood-red countdown flickered, stabbing at the eyes. 31 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes. Below it, a black progress bar represented the curse corrosion level, which had already climbed to 5%. The chat channel went dead silent for a second, then completely exploded. Oh my God, is this Her Majesty the Queen? No, she's an angel. So beautiful. From this day on, Queen Morningstar is my one and only faith. Baby, who did this to you? I'm gonna wipe out that Abyss Lord. Guys, I think I'm in love. In the blink of an eye, the topic shifted entirely to those 2 S-rank big shots. Xiao Tian. The Queen's safety concerns the entire continent. As an S-rank alchemy master, I have a duty to act. Rest assured, everyone, I will brew the antidote as quickly as possible. His impassioned speech instantly sent his reputation soaring. Xiao Tian is a legend, the hope of humanity. The light screen slowly faded, but the Queen's heartbroken, fragile image was seared into the minds of billions across the globe. The whole world was going crazy over her, countless people screaming to raise the Abyss to the ground. I just smiled faintly. Save the Queen? Of course I wanted to. That reward was mouth-watering. And the Queen herself, even more so. But you eat one bite at a time. Right now, the most important thing was to build myself up first. I rubbed my chin. Just then, the cold, vast voice of the heavenly Tao once again echoed across the sky. Regional warning. Affected by the abyssal withering curse, the first wave of climate disaster, winter's curse, will descend in 3 hours. After sunset, the temperature will plunge to -30 degrees. All lords are advised to find a heat source to stay warm as soon as possible. Prolonged exposure to the cold will result in continuous HP loss. This warning was like a bucket of ice water, jolting awake everyone still lost in their Save the Queen fantasy. Holy crap, -30. You trying to kill us? I'm in a t-shirt, and my busted wooden shack has drafts on all 4 sides. I'm gonna turn into an ice sculpture. Help. Who's got wood? I'll trade food for it. The chat channel was instantly drowned in panic. The very people who'd been bawling and complaining about awakening lumberjack and miner talents were suddenly hot commodities. Haha, I'm an E-rank lumberjack. DM me if you need lumber. Prices are negotiable. But the ones who still drew the most attention were those two big shots. Xiao Tian. Everyone, don't panic. It's just a bit of frost. I've already started researching an alchemy furnace. Once I have enough materials, I'll have everyone warm by tonight. Xiao Tian is amazing. An S rank for a reason. Just name whatever materials you need. We'll pool them together. I curled my lip. Anyone can make big promises. An alchemy furnace sure sounds fancy, so the materials had to be rare. By the time he gathered everything and built it, people would already be frozen stiff. -30 degrees, huh? I glanced at my pack. The 9 wheat seeds left in my pack. Then I looked at the warm sun wheat ear, radiating heat in my hand. A brilliant money-making plan clicked into place instantly. Without hesitation, I planted all 9 seeds into the primordial spirit field. A burst of golden light. Roots sprouted, seedlings emerged, growth exploded. A dozen seconds later, 9 clusters of golden wheat ears hung heavy before my eyes. 10 stalks per cluster. Divine mutation successful. You've obtained warm sun wheat, ear times 90. Adding the earlier cluster, I now had a solid 100 stalks. I broke off a single grain and popped it into my mouth. A warm current rose from my stomach and instantly flowed through my entire body, like soaking in a hot spring. All my fatigue vanished in an instant. Now that's the good stuff. My eyes lit up. This was practically a tailor-made lifesaver for the extreme cold that was coming. Less than 2 hours left until 8 p.m. I wasn't worried. I lay back on my wooden plank bed, casually scrolling through the chat channel, watching that crowd struggle under the threat of death. Time ticked by, second by second. Night arrived right on schedule. Whoosh! Without any warning, a bone-chilling wind swept across the land, carrying ice crystals with it. The entire world felt like it had been dragged into a massive freezer. The temperature plummeted. Chat channel, newbie village number 10086. So cold. My HP is dropping. I can't feel my legs. System says I've entered a freezing status. I'm actually losing HP. Anyone got wood? I'll trade black bread. At that very moment, a transaction quietly appeared in the trading market. Seller, Li Ming flint ×1 demand. Iron or ×3 first come, first served. Holy crap. Flint. You can start a fire with that. 3 iron or for 1. Kinda pricey. Pricey my ass. We're about to die and you're worried about resources? I'll take it. A second later, the transaction status changed to completed. The lord who scored it immediately started bragging in the channel. Haha. Lit up a bonfire. So much warmer now. Too bad I don't have enough wood to keep it going. Anyone want to trade wood? 1 stone for 1 log. Once one person started, everyone else immediately caught on. Zhang Wei. Flint, iron or ×4. Hurry if you want it. Wang Ergu. Flint, iron or ×5. It's a lifesaver. Don't complain about the price. Each one greedier than the last. Pure price gouging. But even so, business was booming. Still, too many mouths and too little to go around. In a newbie village of 10,000 people, only a tiny handful had managed to get flint. Most were still shivering in the freezing wind, watching helplessly as their HP bars ticked down bit by bit. I don't want to die, damn it. Where's the big boss, Xiao Tian? Where's Suing? Somebody save us. Inside my wooden cabin, I lay there comfortably, feeling the warmth of the sunlit wheat radiating through me. The bitter cold outside, 30 below zero, might as well not exist as far as I was concerned. It's about time. I watched the wailing flood the channel, the corners of my mouth curling up. This was exactly the reaction I wanted. Only by pushing these people to the edge could I squeeze the maximum value out of this batch of wheat. Let's list 10 to start. Test the waters. Unhurried, I began drafting the listing. Seller, Lu Qingzhou's sunlit wheat ×1 requires. Wood ×10, stone ×10, iron or ×10 stock. 10 exclusive supply. Freeze to death, no refunds to. Not a bit more, not a bit less. Just enough to wipe out everything a rookie lord owned, aside from their starter pack. The instant the listing went live, the channel fell into an eerie silence for 3 whole seconds. Then came the fury, bursting like a flash flood. Am I reading this right? 10 of each? What kind of psycho sets a price like this? This Lu Qingzhou's gone money crazy. It's just food, man. And he's actually got the nerve to charge that. Someone, furious, clicked my profile to see just who the hell I thought I was. One look, and they froze, then broke into hysterical laughter. Ha ha. Boys, guess what his talent is? He's a farmer. An F-rank farmer. The most worthless talent there is. The whole channel completely lost it. Wheat grown by an F-rank farmer, and he's charging this. Is he insane, or are we? The lowest of the low trash, and he thinks he can lord it over us? Wang Hao, the same bootlicker who'd been shamelessly hyping up Xiao Tian earlier, was jumping around the loudest, like he'd caught me red-handed. Wang Hao, at Lu Qingzhou, have you got no shame? A farmer profiteering off a national disaster, jacking up prices. Selfish, bottom-feeding trash like you should be stripped of your humanity. Well said. I'd rather freeze to death than buy anything from a greedy farmer. Just as everyone was tearing me apart, a small, hesitant voice piped up. Has anyone actually clicked on the wheat and read its stats? The crowd paused. Right. They'd been too busy cursing. Several people, sneering, opened up the details. The next second, the entire channel went dead silent again. Every single one of them stared, eyes wide. Holy SHD. Immunity to all cold damage, plus continuous HP regen for 10 straight hours. A permanent boost to constitution. An F-rank farmer grew this. This wasn't food, it was a life-saving miracle. Next to it, a flint striker was nothing but a joke. Once the shock wore off, Wang Hao's eyes turned bloodshot. He wanted it more than anything, but one glance at that price made his chest ache so badly he could hardly breathe. Why should something this miraculous be grown by an F-rank farmer? A lowly, scheming profiteer didn't deserve to have it at all. Legendary items belong in the hands of heroes. Wang Hao's mind raced as he hit me again. Wang Hao, at Lu Qingzhou, I order you to change the price to 1 unit of wood, right now. A strategic resource like this needs to be in the hands of the strongest player in our village, Brother Xiao Tian. Otherwise, get ready to be despised by the whole village. Shameless words, yet they somehow drew a wave of agreement. Well said. People like him deserve to be despised. Good stuff should obviously go to Brother Xiao Tian first. At Lu Qingzhou, hurry up and apologize, then offer the wheat stock to Brother Xiao Tian. If Big Brother's happy, maybe he'll even toss you a scrap to eat. The crowd was in an uproar. Countless people at me, demanding I crawl out and beg for forgiveness. And me? I couldn't even be bothered to glance at it. A pack of idiots freezing half out of their minds. Wasting words on them would be a waste of my time. I lay comfortably in my warm bed, savoring the heat spreading through my body, quietly waiting for the first smart one to take the bait. There's always someone who can see true value. Just as the channel reached its loudest frenzy, on the other side of the newbie village, inside an equally shabby wooden hut, a girl dressed in plain white clothes, yet impossibly beautiful with an aloof, icy air, was quietly studying the trade listing. Not a single ripple stirred in her eyes. S-rank frost archer, Su Ying. She could sense the power of this curse better than anyone, because she herself was ice-attributed. The cold didn't scare her, but she could see it clearly. The ice elements in the air were savagely eroding everyone's life force. A flint was nothing more than drinking poison to quench thirst. Only that warm sun wheat stalk was the true way out. Was the price steep? To her, not at all. Trade a pile of dead junk for 10 hours of absolute safety, precious time to grow, plus a permanent stat boost. This deal was a steal. As for those idiots screaming in the channel, she couldn't be bothered to read even a single punctuation mark. A mob with no sense of even basic value judgment. They were destined not to survive 7 days. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Ying tapped Purchase. Transaction successful. The next second, everyone in the middle of their furious cursing saw the marketplace interface refresh with a new notification. Seller Lu Qingzhou, S item, warm sun wheat stock, stock -1. Current stock, 9. The entire channel fell silent in an instant. Wang Hao snarling, contorted face froze solid. It had sold? Someone actually traded everything they owned for that wheat stock? Who? The chat channel erupted with laughter. There are still geniuses like this these days, going bankrupt just to buy a piece of wheat. I'll bet 50 cents it was some poor sucker who slipped and clicked the wrong thing. Ha ha ha. Wang Hao was laughing so hard he nearly cried. Wang Hao. At Lu Qingzhou, not bad. You actually scammed some poor sucker. How about you cut me in on the take? I stared at the screen, saying nothing. The next second, a name popped up, and all the laughter died instantly. Su Ying. This item is worth every penny. 6 words. No explanation. Yet it carried more weight than 1,000. An S-rank talent holder, personally stepping in to vouch. Am I seeing things? The one and only goddess Su. Wait, so that last purchase was made by the goddess? That wheat is actually the real deal. Oh no, did I just laugh way too loud earlier? The crowd froze. They'd mock any ordinary person without a second thought, but they'd never dare question the judgment of an S-rank heavyweight. Ding, ding, ding. A rapid string of sale notifications. The remaining 9 warm sun wheat on the market were swept clean in under 2 seconds. Those still hesitating, watching, and mocking, by the time they snapped out of it, it was already too late. Arg. So close. Why did I hesitate? Which son of a bitch snatched mine? At Lu Qingzhou, my lord. I was just running my mouth. Please, list more, I'll kowtow to you. The tide turned a full 180 degrees. The righteous champions of justice from moments ago had instantly become tail-wagging lapdogs begging for scraps. I looked at the newly added lumber, stone, and iron ore in my resource panel and smirked. A smart and beautiful woman. I glanced at Su Ying's ID. Then, I leisurely listed 10 more. Not a single change to the price. 10 lumber, 10 stone, 10 iron. He listed more. This time they're mine. Just as everyone was gearing up, eyes bloodshot, to grab them, that clown Wang Hao jumped out again. Nobody buy. Anyone who buys is a moron. He was so furious his words were practically trembling. Can't you see he's jacking up the price? If we band together and boycott, if nobody buys, he'll have to lower it. The moment he said this, quite a few people actually wavered. After all, this price would drain every last bit of their savings. At that exact moment, another dazzling golden ID lit up. Xiao Tian, S-rank talent, alchemist. Xiao Tian. Young man, I'd advise you to play nice. Bring the price back to a reasonable range, and I'll pretend none of this happened. Don't back yourself into a corner. A condescending word of advice, as if he were bestowing upon me the grace of redemption and a chance to defect to his side. The bootlickers instantly climaxed. Wang Hao. Brother Xiao Tian is a legend. This is what an S-rank heavyweight looks like. A heart for the whole world. At Lu Qingzhou, you hear that? Don't be too proud to know what's good for you. Exactly. Drop the price now, or once we survive tonight, I'll be the first one to come stomp your dog kennel flat. I didn't reply with a single word. Seller Lu Qingzhou S item, warm sun wheat. Inventory -1. Inventory. User -1. Stock -1. 10 sale notifications flooded the channel almost simultaneously. The 10 I'd just listed, gone again. Silence. A deafening silence, like invisible slaps landing hard across Xiao Tian and Wang Hao's faces. Then the buyers started chiming in. Holy crap, this wheat is insane. I was so cold I was seeing stars, and one bite warmed me right up. Not just warm, my stamina and HP are slowly recovering too. Totally worth the resources. At Lu Qingzhou, you're the only real one. At Wang Hao, at Xiao Tian, dumbass. Wang Hao froze. His lips were purple, his teeth chattering, his fingers trembling as he typed. Wang Hao, you bunch of traitors. We agreed to boycott together. Nobody paid him any attention. Everyone who missed out was refreshing like crazy, begging for a restock. Boss, please list some more. Please, I don't want to die young. I'm still a virgin. A flash of light, and another 10 wheat stalks went up. In under a second, sold out. Wang Hao was shaking all over, whether from cold or rage no one could tell, and with his frozen fingers he kept pleading. Everyone, don't fall for it. He's exploiting our fear. Before he could finish, someone who'd just scored a stock fired back. At Wang Hao, are you sick in the head? If you want to freeze to death, don't drag us down with you. I'm toasty warm right now and feeling amazing. Wang Hao nearly coughed up blood. I closed the channel and picked up a bowl of hot soup. Fear was never the most expensive commodity. Greed and dread in the human heart were. Whoever saw through that held the lifeline of this apocalypse. Xiao Tian and Wang Hao's names still hung all alone at the top of the channel. Their warnings and boycott, measured against that string of sale notifications, had become two complete jokes. Everyone understood that S-rank alchemist had bitten off more than he could chew this time. No, I hadn't said a single word to him from start to finish. Being ignored is the highest form of humiliation. The ones who missed out on the wheat couldn't be bothered mocking Wang Hao anymore. They flooded my mentions, launching a fresh round of begging and wailing. God, Lu, sell one more. Just one. I've got all my resources ready. Please list more. Please, I can't feel my toes. If I don't get some warmth soon, I'm gonna lose a foot. I didn't budge. Like a merchant without a shred of emotion, I listed 10 stocks on the dot every minute. Each batch vanished within 3 seconds. 9 times total. After the 9th batch sold out, no matter how much the channel howled and wailed, I never listed a 10th. Scarcity breeds value. Hold something back, and you hold on to their craving. Inside my territory, I stretched contentedly. 90 stocks sold, 10 kept back. The resource panel. Earth-shattering change. Lord Lu Qingzhou. Territory resources. Wood X910, stone X910, iron or X910. Over 900 units of basic resources. You have to understand, an average lord starts out with a grand total of 30 units to their name. With this haul, I'd become the richest guy in the entire newbie village 10086. Hell, probably the richest across every newbie village on the whole continent. My warehouse is about to burst. I fretted happily. Time to upgrade the territory. With a single thought, I pulled up the territory construction panel. Spend wood X200, stone X100 to upgrade LV.1 small cabin to LV.2 sturdy cabin? Yes. A soft white light instantly enveloped that drafty thatched hut. A few seconds later, the light faded. The rundown shack was gone. In its place stood a brand new cabin built from thick logs and solid stone, double the size, windows boarded up tight, radiating a real sense of security. Ding. LV.1 small cabin upgraded to LV.2 sturdy cabin. Durability plus 200, defense plus 10. New traits acquired, windproof, insulated. Just as I was checking the stats, a golden announcement flashed across the top of the channel. Newbie Village 10086 announcement. Congratulations to Lord Lu Qingzhou for being the first to upgrade a building to LV.2, becoming the village's first lord to upgrade a structure. Rewards. Random Resource Chest X1, Copper Coins X200, Morningstar Empire Reputation plus 100. The channel instantly exploded. Upgrading buildings? It's only day one. Who the hell is Lu Qingzhou? Where'd he get all those resources? You guys just wake up freezing? He bought up all our wheat and cleaned out every last resource we had. Damn it. We're still shivering out here in the cold, and this dude's already living in a LV.2 mansion. An F-rank farmer outbuilding 2 S-rank big shots? This world's gone insane. Shock, envy, and something bitter that no one could quite name. On the other side of the village, Xiao Tian sat in his drafty LV.1 small cabin, face dark as a storm. The cold wind poured in through the gaps, leaving him shivering uncontrollably. Even an S-rank constitution couldn't hold up against the relentless assault of this winter curse. Then he heard that announcement. Lu Qingzhou. His eyes went bloodshot as he slammed a fist into the wooden wall. Crack. The flimsy board shattered, opening an even bigger hole that let in an even fiercer gust of wind. Ahak. Humiliation. Utter, crushing humiliation. He was a dignified S-rank alchemist, one of the chosen, the future ruler of the world. Yet here he was, cowering in a broken-down shack like a stray dog, freezing his ass off. And that guy he had. A farmer he saw as nothing more than an ant, first hoarding all the food, ignoring his warnings, and now the first to upgrade his cabin. He, Xiao Tian, had become the laughingstock of the entire newbie village. I ignored all the noise from the outside world. Right now, I was lying comfortably inside my level 2 wooden cabin, enjoying a moment of peace and warmth all to myself in the middle of the apocalypse. Damn, it felt good. Let's check the rewards first. Copper Coins X200. Random Resource Chest X1. Copper Coins, probably the universal currency in this world. I rubbed my chin. Useless in the newbie village for now, But the moment I stepped into the wider world, they'd be absolutely essential, whether trading with NPCs or recruiting soldiers. I'll hang on to these. My eyes shifted to the random resource chest. Here's hoping I get something useful. I rubbed my hands together and opened it. The chest dissolved into white light, and 2 items dropped into my backpack. Obtained, common little pumpkin seeds, X10. Obtained, copper coins, X100. More seeds. I froze for a second, then broke into a grin. For me, any kind of seed was 10,000 times better than getting resources directly. Because once they went through the cultivation of my Hongming spirit field, even the most ordinary seed could turn from rot to riches. Not bad luck at all. I put away the copper coins, 300 total now. Then I pinched a single little pumpkin seed and stepped out of the warm cabin. The wind outside was bitter cold, but I couldn't have cared less. I walked straight toward that patch of earth glowing with a dark golden sheen, the Hongming spirit field. Come on, let's see what kind of surprise a tiny pumpkin can bring me. Boom. The instant the pumpkin seed hit the soil, golden light shot into the sky, even more dazzling than when I'd planted the wheat. The entire spirit field seemed to boil, endless Hongming spiritual energy pouring wildly into that tiny seed. A thick vine burst from the ground, coiling savagely and shooting upward at incredible speed. A dozen seconds later, a basketball-sized pumpkin formed at the top of the vine. Except its appearance was a little terrifying. Dark red all over, its surface covered in lava-like cracks that flickered light and dark like a beating heart. A scorching heat radiated off it. Ding! Divine mutation successful. Obtained special crop. Explosive pumpkin X1. I reached out and touched it. Scalding hot. I immediately checked its stats. Explosive pumpkin. Rank. Mutated crop. Effect. One-time throwable. Explodes violently after being thrown, dealing 100 fire damage to all enemies within a 5-meter radius. Note. A fruit that explodes. After throwing it, you'd better run fast. Holy crap. I couldn't help but curse out loud. This wasn't a pumpkin at all. This was a high-explosive grenade. When the monsters attack in 7 days, they'll be nothing but cannon fodder. I forced down my excitement and planted another seed. Would every pumpkin turn into a bomb? The same golden light. The same explosive growth. But this time, the fruit that emerged was completely different. Crystal clear from top to bottom, as if carved from the purest crystal, giving off a soft yet resilient blue glow. It looked like a work of art. Obtained special crop. Crystal pumpkin X1. Cold to the touch, hard as iron. Crystal pumpkin. Effect, single use. Instantly forms a crystal barrier upon activation, blocking all ranged attacks for 10 seconds. Durability scales with mental strength. Rating, it gives you more of a sense of security than the sturdiest shield. 1 for offense, 1 for defense. I looked into my pack, 1 fiery red, 1 icy blue, and could no longer hold back the grin spreading across my face. The explosive pumpkin was my spear. The crystal pumpkin was my shield. Both offense and defense covered. My sense of security was maxed out. Tomorrow, I can finally go check out the world beyond. Hiding in my territory was safe, but I'd never grow that way. Only by taking the initiative, striking out, and seizing resources could I snowball into something truly powerful. The remaining 8 seeds, did they hold more surprises? Like an old farmer, I planted them one by one. Golden light flashed again and again, vines shooting up wildly. Soon, 7 pumpkins had formed. Obtained explosive pumpkin X4. Obtained crystal pumpkin X3. Same as before, still just these 2 types. The mutations were fixed, but I wasn't disappointed. Being able to mass-produce items this overpowered was already broken beyond belief. Now I had 5 explosive pumpkins and 4 crystal pumpkins. Offense and defense, no worries there. But when I planted the very last seed, the mutation struck again. Boom! A pillar of dark golden light, more dazzling than all the previous mutations combined, erupted violently into the sky. The entire spirit field shook violently, as if some terrifying being was about to be born. My pupils contracted as I locked my eyes on that patch of earth. A pitch-black vine, its surface burning with dark red flames, burst out like a tentacle reaching up from hell. Its growth rate was more than 10 times faster than before. In the blink of an eye, it coiled into a writhing mass. At the tip of the vine, a fist-sized pumpkin, black as ink, slowly took shape. It gave off no heat. Instead, it radiated a heart-stopping aura of destruction. Ding! 1 in 10,000 probability triggered. Secondary divine mutation occurred. Obtained rare mutant crop. Hellfire explosive pumpkin X1. A secondary mutation? My breath caught as I pulled up its stats. Hellfire explosive pumpkin. Grade: rare mutant crop. Effect: single-use throwable. Explodes on impact, dealing 250 fire damage to all enemies within a 10-meter radius. Applies Hellfire Burn, 10 damage per second for 5 seconds. Rating: a gift straight from hell. Explosions are an art form. HSSSS. I sucked in a sharp breath. A 10-meter radius. 250 area damage. Plus 50 burn damage. 300 total. Toss 1 into a pack of monsters. And you want to know what security feels like? This is what security feels like. With a trump card like this, I could walk out of the newbie village like I own the place. Sweet. Over in the chat channel, the buzz about me had hit a whole new level. Who the hell is Lu Qingzhou anyway? An F-rank farmer, and he upgrades a building on day 1. You think maybe he's not actually F-rank? Like the system glitched? Totally possible. There's no other way to explain it. Those wheat stalks are insane. Plus, he's the first to upgrade a building. If that's F-rank, then my C-rank talent's a total joke. Xiao Tian, the S-rank alchemist, had a face dark enough to drip water. He glared at those 3 characters, Lu Qingzhou, eyes burning with fury and resentment. Why was some farmer stealing all the spotlight? I'm the one with S-rank talent. I'm the rightful king of this newbie village. He just made a few resources off some gimmicky food. That's all, he told himself, forcing calm. Once the newbie protection period ends, a farmer with 0 combat power is nothing but a lamb waiting for slaughter. And I'm the true god who rules over everything. He drew a deep breath and spoke up again, trying to salvage his rapidly crumbling image as leader. Xiao Tian, at everyone, don't let a little short-term gain blind you. When it comes to developing your territory, what matters in the end is raw strength. I've already got a preliminary grasp of alchemy. Soon I'll be able to build powerful alchemical golems, lead you all on monster hunts, and conquer this entire continent. Wang Hao. Well said, Xiao Tian. Now that's thinking long-term. Some shady little merchant is nothing but a flash in the pan. But this time, far fewer people chimed in. Most chose silence. No matter how big the pie you paint, it's worthless if you can't actually eat it. And Lu Qingzhou's wheat? That could genuinely get them through the winter. Which one was more reliable? The answer was obvious. The night passed without incident. The next day, morning light streamed through the windows of my wooden cabin. I opened my eyes and stretched, feeling refreshed and clear-headed. The warmth of my level 2 sturdy cabin had given me an incredibly good night's sleep. Time to head out and take a look around. I ate a single warm sun wheat stalk, felt the heat spread through my whole body, and pushed open the cabin door. The cold outside was as biting as ever, but it had no effect on me anymore. I gazed out at the vast, mysterious primeval forest beyond my territory. Oh, ball. The text cuts off here. During the protection period, lords are forbidden from attacking each other, but there's no restriction on venturing outside. If I wanted to develop quickly, relying on spirit field output alone wouldn't cut it. I had to take the initiative. Before yesterday, I might have played it cautious. But now, my backpack was packed with 5 grenades, for shields, and 1 small nuke. Talk about a confidence boost. Without hesitation, I strode into the murky forest. Towering trees blotted out the sky. The only sounds around me were my footsteps and the wind. A few hundred meters in, I stopped short. In the bushes ahead, 3 pairs of blood-red eyes were locked onto me. Grillel, 3 massive black wolves, each a size bigger than the wolves back on Earth, burst out. Their fur was pitch black, their drool reeked, and their eyes were savage and hungry. Demonic wolf. Level 1. HP, 80. Attack, 15. Description, a beast corrupted by abyssal energy. More vicious and faster than an ordinary wolf. Oh, a welcome gift right off the bat. Instead of fear, I felt excitement. I'd been looking for somewhere to test my new toys. Leisurely, I pulled out a dark red exploding pumpkin and weighed it in my hand. Go get him. With a flick of my arm, I hurled it right into the middle of the three wolves. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, Xiao Tian stood before his level 1 log cabin, gazing proudly at the 2-meter-tall humanoid construct forged from bronze and steel. Alchemical Golem. Level 1. HP, 200. Attack, 20. Defense, 15. With this thing, I'm the only man in the whole village with a combat unit. This was his masterpiece, the product of an entire night's work and every last resource he had. His confidence and arrogance came surging back. Lu Qingzhou, you think a little cleverness is enough to put you above me? How naive. In this world, combat power is everything. Today, I'm going to show everyone who the true ruler of this newbie village really is. He was determined to be the first man in the village to level up and to reclaim the spotlight he'd lost yesterday, twice over. Fueled by burning ambition, he directed the golem into the forest. Luck was on his side. He soon ran into 2 wolves out foraging. Here they come. His eyes lit up. He carefully ducked behind a large tree and gave the order. Attack. Tear them apart. Clank. 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 The alchemical golem lumbered forward with heavy steps, charging at the wolves like a walking tank. The golem's stats completely outclassed them, but the wolves were nimble. They circled the clunky construct, harassing it, their claws striking sparks off its bronze body. -3. -4. The damage was low, but Xiao Tian's heart clenched anyway. This was the treasure he'd sunk a fortune into. Damn it. Hit them. Finally, the golem saw its opening and, with a single punch, a wild wolf went down. -20. Xiao Tian let out a breath and flashed a triumphant grin. Huh, you see that? This is what an S-rank alchemist can do. In just a few more minutes, I'll score the first kill and be the first to hit level 2. He could already picture the whole village losing their minds when that announcement thundered across the sky. That farmer, Lu Qingzhou, what a joke. But just as the puppet was about to make contact with the wolf, a blindingly brilliant golden announcement suddenly exploded across the top of the channel. Novice Village number 10086 announcement. Congratulations to Lord Lu Qingzhou for slaying a monster and advancing to level 2. He is the first lord in this village to level up. Rewards: Random Weapon Chest X1, Copper Coins X500, Morningstar Empire Reputation plus 100. Boom. The announcement hit Xiao Tian like a stinging slap across the face. The smug smile froze on his lips. He stood there like he'd been struck by lightning. Lu Qingzhou again. He was the first to upgrade a building. And now he was the first to reach level 2, too. How? Wasn't he just an F-rank farmer? Why was he always one step ahead of me? No, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Xiao Tian's eyes went bloodshot. The crushing blow shattered his composure. He even forgot the danger he was in. Crack. Oh, whoa. 2 wolves pounced, their claws and fangs tearing through the puppet's iron plating like it was nothing. In mere seconds, the puppet he'd spent a fortune building was ripped into a pile of scrap. With the tin can dealt with, the 2 wolves fixed their blood-red stares on the trembling figure hiding behind the tree. Don't come any closer. One glare from those savage eyes and Xiao Tian was scared out of his wits, his legs buckling beneath him. Gone was any trace of the S-rank big shot. He scrambled and crawled his way back to the little wooden cabin without so much as a glance behind him. The chat channel completely blew up. Holy crap, Lu Qingzhou hit level 2. First level 2 in the whole village. It's him again. Insane. Isn't he a farmer? How's a farmer killing monsters with a hoe? F-rank farmer? Yeah, right. If that's F-rank, I'll livestream myself eating crap upside down. Lu is God. Forever the GOAT. Amid the frenzy of praise, one discordant voice piped up. Hold on, didn't the great Xiao Tian say he was going hunting to be the first to level up? Where's he at? Yeah, at Xiao Tian. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian, having fled back to his cabin in disgrace, slammed a fist into the wall, his face twisted with humiliation and resentment. Just then, a private message window popped up. It was his number 1 sycophant, Wang Hao. Wang Hao. Xiao Tian, boss, are you? You okay? Xiao Tian, still shaken, read the message and started trembling with rage. Okay, I'm completely losing it here. My puppet's destroyed. And you're asking if I'm okay. Way to rub salt in the wound. But an S-rank badass couldn't afford to lose face. He took a deep breath and replied in the most casual, breezy tone he could manage. Heh, what's the rush? Let the bullet fly a little longer. I'm building up to something big. The forest was a total mess. 3 massive corrupted wolves lay sprawled across the ground, their bodies still twitching. I walked over, my face completely calm, like I'd just casually squished 3 little chicks. I didn't even bother looking at the corpses. I just pulled up my stats panel. Lord Lu Qingzhou. Level 2, 0 200ths. HP 120/120 MP 130/130. Strength 12 agility, 11 constitution, 12 spirit, 13 charisma, 18 special stat, affects your relationships with other creatures. Hitting level 2 bumped all 4 main stats up by 1. Not a lot, but the improvement was real. I could feel my body getting lighter, my strength growing. That 18 charisma especially gave me a certain something, hard to put into words. If I used to be just kind of cute, now I had that subtle magnetism that made the opposite sex do a double take. My eyes landed on the reward, random weapon chest. A weapon? The corner of my mouth curled up. Last time I opened a resource chest, 1 pumpkin seed had been a total game changer. What kind of surprise would this one hold? Right now, what I needed most was a solid weapon. The explosive pumpkin packed a punch, but it was consumable, way too wasteful to use on a single enemy. Open. Boom. The chest dissolved into white light. A pitch-black dagger hovered in midair, its blade curved at an eerie angle, blood-red veins snaking across the surface, giving off a faint, sinister aura. I reached out and gripped it. A cold sensation shot into my palm. Crimson Fong, rare. Attack, plus 25 agility, plus 2. Effect, each strike has a 10% chance to inflict bleed, dealing minus 3 HP per second for 5 seconds. Description, a vicious blade that thirsts for blood. Beloved by assassins and rangers. Not bad. I nodded, satisfied. It couldn't compare to the ridiculous mutant pumpkin, but for the early game, this was top tier. The moment I equipped it, my movements felt even lighter. Looting the corpses got me nothing special. 3 wolf pelts, 6 chunks of wolf meat, 3 copper coins. I stashed the spoils and kept heading deeper into the forest. Leveling up wasn't the only thing on my agenda today. I want to gather resources during the newbie protection period to prepare for the monster invasion 7 days from now. The deeper I went, the darker it got, and the more the air reeked of danger. I rounded a thicket. Aru! A savage roar tore through the forest, and a gust of foul, rotten wind slammed into my face. I jerked to a stop. Out of the darkness, a wolf 3 times the size of a normal one stepped forward. Its grayish-white fur bristled with an eerie menace, and its blood-red eyes gleamed with both intelligence and brutality. Giant corrupted alpha wolf, elite. Level 2 HP, 300/300 ATK, 25. Skills, ferocious pounce, alpha's roar. An elite mob? My hand instinctively drifted to the hellfire, blast pumpkin in my pack. One throw would definitely one-shot this beast, but that was my strongest trump card. Wasting it on a newbie village elite would be a total ripoff. Nah, let's try the standard gear. Perfect chance to see just how much punch my regular pumpkins pack. Grah! The giant wolf didn't give me time to think. Its legs coiled and exploded, and like a gray mountain, it barreled straight at me. Bring it on. Instead of retreating, I lunged forward. With a flick of my wrist, a crystal-carved pumpkin appeared in my palm. Rise! I slammed the crystal pumpkin into the ground. A translucent blue crystal wall shot up from the earth, planting itself right between me and the wolf. Bam! The wolf's pounce crashed dead-on into the barrier. Cracks spider-webbed across it, but it held. The beast, on the other hand, staggered back, seeing stars from the rebound. Now's my chance. I whipped my arm around, and 3 blast pumpkins nailed it square in the forehead. Boom, 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 boom. 3 thunderous blasts detonated almost simultaneously, sending flames shooting skyward. Minus 100, minus 100, minus 100. 3 blazing red damage numbers popped up in unison. Aru! The wolf let out an anguished shriek as its massive body was blown backward, silver fur scorched black. Its 300-point health bar dropped to 0 in an instant. One shot. A full-fledged level 2 elite, and it hadn't even touched the hem of my shirt before 3 pumpkins sent it to meet its maker. Guess it wasn't that tough after all. I rubbed my nose. The moment the corpse hit the ground, a golden announcement rang out across the entire village. Announcement: congratulations to Lord Liu Changzhou for scoring the first kill on the Level 2 Elite Giant Corrupted Alpha Wolf. Rewards: Random Resource Chest, Superior, X1, Copper Coins X800, Morningstar Empire Reputation plus 100. The chat channel went dead silent. Whether shivering in the icy wind or cautiously probing the edges of the forest, every lord just stared, dumbstruck. Looking up, I stared at that glaring announcement. Holy shit. First elite kill? I'm speechless. Is this guy even human? We're too scared to touch the small mobs, and he's already slaying elites. From this day forward, Liu Qingzhou is my daddy. At Xiaotian, where's the big shot Xiaotian? Why so quiet all of a sudden? LOL, probably scared stiff. Yesterday, he was all high and mighty, lecturing Lord Liu. Today his face got slapped so hard it's swollen. I heard his alchemy puppet got torn apart by 2 little wild wolves. Not sure if it's true though. This is what an S-rank big shot amounts to. On the other end of the beginner village, inside a damp, gloomy level 1 log cabin, Xiao Tian glared at the screen full of taunts, his whole body trembling, his face flushed a deep liver purple. Just moments ago, he'd been fantasizing about being the first to level up, about winning back all the face he'd lost yesterday. Reality had smacked him with another resounding slap across the face. Liu Qingzhou again. That F-rank peasant he'd treated like an ant. First to upgrade a building, first to hit level 2, and now he'd claimed the first elite kill that no one else even dared to dream of. Meanwhile he, a dignified S-rank alchemist, a chosen one, was running around like a stray dog, resources nearly depleted, his only puppet torn apart by 2 measly wolves. Why? How was this fair? Ding dong. A private chat window popped up. Same ID as before, Wang Hao, brother Xiaotian. Liu Qingzhou, he made the announcements again. That big move you've been holding in, still not ready yet. Back in the forest, smoke still curled up from the giant wolf's corpse, the acrid smell of charred meat hanging in the air. 3 pumpkins to one-shot a level 2 elite. That efficiency is just unbeatable. I stepped forward to loot the body. Obtained, Elite Wolf Fong X2. Obtained, Tough White Wolf Hide X1. Obtained, Skill Fragment X1. Obtained, Copper Coins X10. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, it drops skills too. Skill Fragment. Collect 3 of the same type to synthesize 1 complete Lord skill. A skill the Lord himself could learn. Now that was a rare find. I swept all the loot into my inventory, my gaze landing on that random resource chest. Fine quality. Wonder what I'll get out of it. I rubbed my hands together and opened it. A soft green light flashed, and an exquisite cloth pouch, embroidered with golden thread leaves, dropped into my inventory. Obtained, Fine Quality Elf Seeds X20. Holy shit, 20 of them, and fine quality at that. You have to understand, ordinary wheat and pumpkin seeds had already become absolutely broken after mutating in the primordial spirit field. So what kind of terrifying things would the fine quality ones produce? I didn't even dare to imagine it. All I wanted was to rush back right now and get these 20 little treasures. All planted. Come home. Standing before the dark golden primordial spirit field, I take a deep breath and pull out the first emerald seed. It gives off a faint aura of life. Come on, show me what you've got. Plant it. Boom. A beam of green life energy shoots skyward. A tiny sapling breaks through the soil and rapidly sprouts branches and fruit. In just a dozen seconds, a fist-sized emerald fruit dangles down, its sweet fragrance impossible to resist. Divine mutation successful. Obtained, Windwalker Fruit X1. Effect, permanently +2 agility when consumed. Permanent boost. An absolute game changer this early on. I swallow it in one bite, and a cool current flows through every inch of my body, leaving me feeling noticeably lighter. With such a great start, my excitement soars, and I keep planting. Second seed, Minor Health Potion X1, restores 100 HP over 10 seconds. Third, fourth, fifth, Fruit of Titans Strength X1, permanent +2 strength. Fruit of the Resilient would X1, permanent +2 constitution. One reward after another. I can't stop grinning. The first 11 all mutated into permanent stat fruits or powerful potions. If I sold these, every lord out there would lose their minds. When I plant the 12th, rumble. The ground shakes. This time it's not a sapling that emerges, but a structure gleaming with a metallic sheen. A tower? A 2-meter-tall arrow tower, its body made of black ironwood, with a cold, massive crossbow mounted at the top. Obtained, Elven Watchtower X1. Attack, 30 range, 100 attack speed, 1 shot, /2 seconds. Trait, requires an archer to garrison and activate. Holy crap, you can grow buildings too. Darkness falls in 7 days, and automatic defenses like this are exactly what I'm short on. I immediately set it up at the entrance to my territory. The pitch-black arrow tower stands like a silent sentinel, and my sense of security instantly climbs a notch. 13th seed, another Elven Watchtower. Double the joy. I planted on the opposite side, forming a crossfire with the first one, covering a full 180 degrees out front. 7 left. My breathing quickens. Something tells me the biggest surprise is still coming. I plant the 14th. This time, the light isn't emerald green, but pink. A giant pink flower bud bursts out of the ground and blooms in the breeze. A petite figure slowly rises from within the flower's center. She stands only as tall as my waist, looking about 12 or 13 years old. Long, silky cherry blossom pink hair cascades down, and a pair of big emerald eyes, glistening and wide, take in the world around her. Soft armor woven from vines and green leaves wraps around her delicate frame, and on her back, she carries an elven bow, nearly as tall as she is. Short bow? The little lowly rubbed her sleepy eyes, and the moment she saw me, they lit up. She padded over to me on bare, snow-white little feet, and, in a soft, sweet voice, called out respectfully, "Master, divine mutation successful. Acquired, pink-haired elf archer X1." I was completely stunned. Farming could actually grow me a lowly? This eternal tier talent was seriously messed up. But I loved it. Fighting back the urge to pinch her cheeks, I checked her stats. Pink-haired elf archer. Level, 1 loyalty, 100 diehard. HP, 150 attack, 25. Skill, precision shot. Her attack rivals a level 2 elite, and she's ranged. Pumped up like I'd been hit with a shot of adrenaline, I planted all 5 remaining seeds in one go. Pink light flared one after another as 5 tiny figures stepped out from the flower buds. Same pink hair, same snow-white skin, same leaf armor. 6 pink-haired little Lolas stood barefoot in a row, 12 big watery eyes fixed on me all at once as they cried out in unison. "Master!" It was a scene that could give any normal man a nosebleed. But the biggest surprise was still to come. When I planted the last seed, the 20th one, boom! A beam of holy white light, more dazzling than all the previous ones combined, shot into the sky, and the entire primordial spirit field trembled violently. Congratulations, host. You've triggered a 1 in 10,000 chance. A secondary divine mutation has occurred. A white lotus bloomed, so pure it was blinding. On the lotus platform sat another little lowly, but she was completely different from the 6 pink-haired ones. Waist-length silver hair cascaded down like moonlight. Her skin was finer than white jade, glowing pale. A pair of ruby-red eyes gazed at me quietly, without a trace of childish innocence, only an innate coldness and nobility. She was like a solitary lotus atop a snow-capped peak, holy, aloof, untouchable. The silver-haired girl stepped down from the platform, knelt on one knee, and spoke in a cool yet respectful voice. "Aaron, at your service, master." My breath caught. A secondary divine mutation. A 1 in 10,000 chance, and I'd hit it again. Suppressing my wild joy, I reached out to help her up. Her skin was cool and smooth. "Rise." "Yes, master." I immediately pulled up her stat panel. I had to see just how broken this 1 in 10,000 unit really was. Unit, Moon Elf Aaron. Quality, S rank, unique hero, growable. Level, 10/1000. HP, 500/attack, 50. Skill 1 Moon God Light. Aura, passive all elf units gain plus 10% to all stats. Skill 2, Moonbeam Arrow. Active channel a beam of moonlight into an arrow, dealing 200% damage and slowing the target for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Skill 3, Moonshadow Step. Passive movement speed increased by 30%. Skill 4, Level 2 Low. Loyalty, 100 diehard. Hiss. I sucked in a sharp breath. S rank. A unique hero. This wasn't just some troop unit anymore. This was a genuine hero unit. Her base stats were double those of the 6 little Lolas, and she came with an aura on top of it. One of her skills packed burst damage and crowd control into a single move. Absurdly overpowered. I'd struck gold. No, I'd brought a goddess home. My heart was pounding. Looking at this girl, cold and distant as the moon, yet absolutely loyal to me. A solid sense of security washed over me. With Ellen, I finally had a real foothold on this dangerous continent. Master. As if sensing my burning gaze, a faint blush crept across her snow-white little face. Ahem, it's nothing. I gave a dry cough and pulled my eyes away, turning toward the 6 pink-haired Lolas who were still glancing around curiously. From today on, you 6 answer to Ellen. Yes, Master, the 6 little ones chirped in sweet, milky voices. Ellen dropped to one knee again. Ellen will never betray Master's trust. One hero commanding 6 troops. Perfect. I pointed at the 2 lonely elf watchtowers next. You 2, get in the towers. The 2 little ones scampered over on their short legs, and pink little heads soon popped out from the tower tops. Ding. Elf watchtower activated. In the span of a single day, my territory had gone from a rundown wooden shack to a fortress with a hero, an army, and defensive towers. I casually opened the chat channel. People were still going wild over my first elite kill. First elite kill? Can someone explain to me what that even means? How does a farmer solo an elite mob? Did he beat it to death with a hoe? I bet his talent isn't farmer at all. It's a disguise. His real talent has to be S-rank combat class. Just then, Xiao Tian, who'd been silent for a long while, finally chimed in. Xiao Tian. Heh, he just got lucky and stumbled onto an elite that was already low on HP. What's there to brag about? The bitterness practically dripped off the screen the second he opened his mouth. His composure was shot. He couldn't even be bothered to keep up the act anymore. The #1 bootlicker, Wang Hao, immediately jumped in. Brother Xiao Tian's right. That Lu Qingzhou is just a scheming little opportunist. How could he ever compare to a true chosen one? Don't be fooled, everyone. Brother Xiao Tian's saving up for something big. The moment he makes his move, it's the end of the line for Lu. This time, though, almost no one backed him up. Still holding out, huh? The elites already made their kills, and you're still holding out. I'm starting to think you're constipated or something. Is it really that hard to admit someone else is better than you? S-rank talent? More like S-rank stubbornness, if you ask me. Unfollowed. From now on, I'm only standing Lu Qingzhou. Watching the tide of comments turn completely against him, Xiao Tian nearly spat up another mouthful of blood. Lu Qingzhou, you just wait. The moment I build my tier 2 alchemical golem, your territory is the first thing I'm gonna raise to the ground. I just smiled at his impotent rage. A clown like that wasn't worth a single ounce of my attention. My gaze drifted further out. Erin and her little archer were strong, sure, but they were still only level 1. Time to take you girls out for some leveling. I stroked my chin, a sharp glint flashing in my eyes. A moment ago, I was just an explorer. Now, I'm a hunter. This entire forest is about to become my personal hunting ground. Just as I was about to head out with my lowly legion. Buzz. Up in the sky, that familiar golden screen unfurled once again. Another global broadcast. I looked up, and there, within the screen, that breathtaking figure who haunted the dreams of countless men appeared once more. The Morningstar Queen. But this time, she was in even worse shape than yesterday. She still sat upon her platinum throne, silver hair cascading like a waterfall. But her lovely face had lost every trace of color, gone a heartbreaking, snow-white pale. Wisps of black mist, thin as serpents, were creeping up her slender neck, trying to devour that perfect face. The queen bit down hard on her lip, enduring the searing pain. A misty film clouded her amethyst eyes, her delicate frame trembling faintly, her breathing quick and shallow. That fragile, helpless look, paired with the eerie black mist, created a deadly kind of allure. To the right of the image, a blood-red countdown ticked away mercilessly. 30 days, 19 hours, 45 minutes. Below it, the black progress bar for the curse's corruption level had quietly crept up from yesterday's 5% to 8%. The global channel went dead silent for 10 seconds, then exploded. What happened to my wife? Why is it getting worse? What the hell is that black mist? Get away from my wife's face. Abyss Lord, if you lay one finger on her, I'll carve my way straight through the abyss and scatter your ashes to the wind. Don't cry, Mommy. Your son's coming to save you. Guys, did you notice the way that black mist is wrapped around the queen? It kind of looks like black stockings. Holy crap, dude upstairs, now that you mention it. Ugh, you pervert. Countless men watched the queen's soft, helpless panting and wailed with heartache. Inside a damp, dimly lit tier, one wooden cabin. Xiao Tian's face was dark as he stared at the alchemical puppet lying disassembled into parts on the floor, on the verge of a complete mental breakdown. He saw the queen in the sky too. After swallowing hard, a flash of insight struck his mind like lightning. I'm such an idiot. He slapped himself hard across the face. Who am I? I'm an alchemist. And what do alchemists do? Study all things, turn decay into wonder, cure the incurable. Why the hell would I go around fighting and killing like that dirt poor Lu Qingzhou? That's the lowest form of leveling up. If I can ease the queen's curse, even just a little, imagine the rewards. A noble title, epic tier items. My name would be sung across the entire continent. And Lu Qingzhou, still stuck in some tiny newbie village, patting himself on the back for killing one elite mob. Vision. That's the difference right there. Vision. He sees the little plot of dirt in front of him. I see the future of the entire Morningstar continent. This is what it means to overtake on the curve. Once he figured this out, Xiao Tian felt light all over, every ounce of frustration wiped away. He looked at the crowd of desperate fools in the channel, and a knowing smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Time to fleece some sheep. Xiao Tian, add everyone. Don't panic. I've seen the queen's situation. As an S-rank alchemist, saving the queen is my sacred duty. I already have a lead on the curse, but brewing the cure requires massive amounts of basic materials for experiments. I'm begging all of you to help. Trade me your surplus resources. I promise, once the queen is healed, I won't take a single reward for myself. Everything will be split evenly among those who helped me. The queen's glory belongs to every one of us. Impassioned, righteous. The mood in the channel instantly hit a fever pitch. Xiao Tian's got a lead already? The whole world's stumped, and Xiao Tian's this good? Truly an S-rank alchemist. A lead on day 2. When it counts, you can always rely on the big shots. There's strength in numbers. We'll get him all the materials he needs. Wang Hao was the first to jump in, hyped like he'd shot up on adrenaline. Brother Xiao Tian is so noble. This is what real leadership looks like. Willing to give up even legendary tier rewards for the queen. Not like some people at Lu Qingzhou. Yesterday, you jacked up wheat prices during the disaster, profiting off human misery. Today, you only care about killing mobs and leveling yourself up, completely ignoring whether the queen lives or dies. One message, launching Xiao Tian to the heavens while grinding me into the mud. Well said. Lu Qingzhou's got zero character. All he cares about is his own growth, not an ounce of team spirit. At Lu Qingzhou, cough up all that blood money and hand it over to Brother Xiao Tian for his research, or you're a traitor to all of humanity. Lu Qingzhou, get out of the newbie village. Under Wang Hao's incitement. As soon as I made my move, plenty of people started tearing into me again. Meanwhile, those lords, drunk on hope, were frantically sending resources to Xiao Tian. Lord Zhang San wants to trade with you. Wood X5. Lord Li Si wants to trade with you. Stone X3, Iron or X2. Lord Wang Matzi wants to trade with you. Black Bread X1. The trade notifications were practically flooding the screen. Countless people handed over everything they'd scrimped and saved, holding nothing back, all to Xiao Tian. In their eyes, this was an investment in the future. The moment Xiao Tian succeeded, they'd be his loyal founding vassals. Wood 358, Stone 267, Iron or 199. Xiao Tian stared at the skyrocketing numbers, grinning ear to ear. What a bunch of idiots. So easy to con. Research a cure? Like hell he would. He didn't even know what the curse was. Research it with what, his ass? Con these suckers out of their resources first, then boost his own power. That was the real play. Once he was strong enough, so what if he broke his word? What could these losers possibly do about it? Looking at his warehouse piled high with loot, he waved his hand. Upgrade the log cabin. Ding. Level 1 log cabin has upgraded to Level 2 reinforced cabin. First, let's improve my living situation a bit. Then he dumped all his remaining resources into the alchemy interface. Alchemy golem, build it for me. Lu Qingzhou, just you wait. The day my tier 2 golem is born is the day you die. I glanced at the chat channel. Those champions of justice, whom Xiao Tian had whipped up with just a few slick words. I couldn't help but let a playful smirk tug at the corner of my mouth. Such adorable little sheep, ripe for the shearing. Let's go. I turned and led my lowly legion into the dark forest. Behind me, the silver-haired little lowly Irene, cold and serene as the moon, guided 4 identical pink-haired Lolas, following my every step. 5 pairs of snow-white little feet padded across the dead leaves without making a single sound, like ghosts drifting through the woods. Master, 300 meters ahead, 5 corrupted wolves. Not long after we'd entered the forest, Irene's voice sounded softly in my ear. Her eyesight far surpassed that of any ordinary person. Can you handle them? Give the order, Master. Crisp and to the point. Good. Use them to whet your blades. Yes. A sharp glint flashed through Irene's ruby-red eyes. A ring of invisible silver light burst outward with her at the center, enveloping the 4 pink-haired Lolas behind her. Moon Goddess Halo activated. 4 pairs of once-dazed eyes turned razor-sharp in an instant, the fierce aura of elven archers surging up a notch. Irene wasted no words. She simply made a gesture. Whip, 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 whip. For elven short bows drew taut at once for deadly arrows. The arrow transformed into green lightning, tearing through the air. Whoa! In the distance, 5 wolves gnawing on a corpse jerked their heads up. Too late. Whip, whip. -28. -27. -28. -27. 4 arrows struck their eye sockets with perfect precision. The 4 wolves, each with only 80 HP, dropped stiff to the ground without so much as a whimper. The last one froze, seemingly unable to comprehend why its packmates had just keeled over. At that moment, an even more brilliant silver arrow, as if it had gathered the very moonlight from the sky, streaked in last with a long, trailing flame. Moonlight arrow. Whip. Ignoring the distance, the silver arrow bored straight through the skull of the final wolf. -102. Golden critical damage floated up above its head. It didn't even have time for last words before following its packmates into oblivion. From start to finish, it took less than 3 seconds. I hadn't even lifted a hand. Beautiful, I praised sincerely. As expected of an S-rank hero. That command and firepower, it was pure art. A rare blush crept onto Irene's cool little face. She lowered her head and let out a soft mim, in a voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. That combination of icy composure and shy embarrassment sent a warm rush through my chest. After that, the entire forest became my personal hunting ground. Before the lowly legion, those vicious wolves were as flimsy as paper. Whether in packs of 3 to 5 or groups of 7 to 8, none could withstand a single volley from Irene's squad. My EXP bar shot up like a rocket, climbing like crazy. After a few waves, all 4 pink-haired Lolas lit up with the golden glow of a level up. Ding! Your unit, pink-haired elven archer, has advanced to level 2. Their attack stats rose noticeably, and they mowed down monsters even faster. Nice. Keep it up. Like an old father taking his 5 daughters on an outing, I watched it all with satisfaction. Just as I was about to push deeper. Roar! An ear-splitting roar erupted from a cave up ahead. A massive bear, over 3 meters tall with black muscles bulging all over its body, came charging out with heavy, thundering steps. Demonic Bear Elite. Level 4. HP 550/550. Attack 35. Defense 30. Skills War Roar, Ground Slam. A Level 4 Elite. My eyes narrowed. Before I could say a word, Irene had already thrown herself in front of me, her pretty face grave. Master, get back. Its aura is extremely dangerous. Roar. The bear's blood-red eyes locked onto me, and it barreled forward like a humanoid tank. Loose arrows. Aim for the eyes. Irene commanded, calm even in the face of danger. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For arrows struck its thick hide, drawing only pitiful single-digit damage. -8. -9. The defense is too damn high. Roar. The giant bear reared up on its hind legs and slammed both paws down into the ground. Ground pound. Boom. The earth quaked violently, a shockwave rippling outward in an instant. Scatter. Irene drifted backward like a phantom. But one pink-haired loli was half a beat too slow and got stunned on the spot. A bear paw the size of a millstone came crashing down toward her tiny frame. A hair's breadth from death. A streak of silver light suddenly flared. Irene had already appeared in front of her, longbow drawn to full, sacred moonlight gathering into a frenzy. Moonlight arrow. Boom. The silver arrow slammed dead-on into the bear's paw, forcing its trajectory off course. Thud. The paw grazed past the little lowly and smashed into the ground, gouging out a deep crater. -85. A slow debuff popped up. Now's my chance. My eyes lit up. I'd been holding back this whole time, waiting for this exact moment. My figure vanished, and the next second I was behind the slowed giant bear. Crimson Fang turned into a bolt of blood-red lightning, slashing across the back of its neck. -52. Critical hit. A bleed effect stacked on, and its HP bar started dropping bayou. Roar. Wounded in a vital spot, the giant bear went completely berserk, spinning around with a sweeping swipe. I'd already pulled back. The pink-haired loli I'd saved had come to as well, and she opened up alongside her three sisters, firing like mad. Caught in the crossfire between me and Irene, this once unstoppable elite bear went down howling, without ever laying a finger on the hem of my clothes. Ding. You have successfully slain the level 4 elite, demonized giant bear. Ding. Your level has risen to level 3. Clatter. A heap of colorful loot burst out, piling up into a small mountain. Meanwhile, over in the channel of newbie village number 10086, the fanatical worship of Shao Tian raged on. Brothers, I donated everything I owned to the great Shao Tian. For the queen, charge. Same here. My stomach's empty, but just thinking about saving the queen fills my heart with warmth. I sent over my last piece of black bread. A big shot doing research needs to eat too. If he passes out from low blood sugar and loses his train of thought, that's a loss for all of humanity. Exactly. I tore down my whole log cabin and shipped off all the wood. I'll sleep in the snow tonight and use my body heat to pray for the queen. Holy crap, the guy above me is hardcore. Donating those 10 iron ores of mine was thinking way too small. +1, I'm off to go chop some wood right now. The great Shao Tian is a legend, the hope of humanity. Generosity is never a bad thing. But when a crowd of people scrambles to empty themselves out to sustain a savior they've never even met, is what they're offering truly kindness or blind faith, carefully kindled by someone else? The 3-meter-tall giant bear crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. The charred corpse. Beside the body, a pile of loot radiating all sorts of colored light was heaped into a tempting little mountain. Ding. Your unit, Pink Fur Elf Archer, has advanced to level 3. Ding. Your hero, Moon Elf Uwaylene, has advanced to level 2. A rapid string of notifications went off like crazy. The experience from a level 4 elite was absolutely massive. Not only did I level up, but Aileen and the 4 pink-haired Lolas got a nice boost too. I stretched lazily, savoring the warm current of energy flooding through my body after leveling up. Sweet. I strolled leisurely over to the corpse, eyes crinkling into a grin as I looked at that little mountain of loot. Obtained. Elite Giant Bear Soul of Brute Force X1. Obtained. Thick Bear King Pelt X3. Obtained. Blueprint. Bear King War Boots X1. Obtained. Skill Book. Heavy Strike X1. Obtained. Copper Coins X58. A level 4 elite really was something else. The drop rate was on a whole different level. I checked the skill book first. Skill Book. Heavy Strike. Your next melee attack deals 150% damage, with a chance to stun the target. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Finally, an active skill. I learned it without hesitation. White light melted into my body, and my arm muscles instantly filled with explosive power. Next, the blueprint. Blueprint. Bear King War Boots. Excellent. Materials. Thick bear pelt X1, iron or X20, copper coins X50. Product. Defense plus 15, strength plus 2. Defense. Exactly what I was lacking most right now. I tossed all the materials into the crafting panel at once. A flash of light, and a pair of thick bear hide boots reinforced with metal plates appeared in my hands. I put them on immediately, nodded in satisfaction, then turned my gaze to the last item. Elite Giant Bear's Soul of Brute Force. Upon use, permanently increases the Lord's strength by 3 points. Permanently plus 3 strength. My breathing quickened. You have to understand, leveling up once, after all that grinding, only gave me 1 attribute point. This single item was worth 3 levels. No more hesitation. I used it right away. Boom. A violent surge of heat rushed through every limb and bone. My skeleton crackled, and my muscles hardened even further. I opened my status panel. Lord Lu Qingzhou. Level 3, 0, 500ths. Health 150/150. Mana 200/200. Strength 20. Agility 14. Constitution 15. Spirit 20. Charisma 19. Equipment Crimson Fong, Bear King War Boots. 20 Strength. I clenched my fist, feeling the explosive power coursing through me. The grin was impossible to hold back now. Adding up all the attribute fruits I devoured earlier, my 4 core stats had already completely crushed every other lord at this stage. Not to mention, I also had a squad of Lolas with off-the-charts combat power. Legion. Master, your spoils. Ellen patted over on her snow-white little feet, gathering up the scattered materials and copper coins one by one, then held them out to me respectfully. I took them and gave her cool, delicate cheek a playful pinch. Nice work. Ellen's pretty face flushed instantly. That mix of aloofness and shyness was absolutely irresistible. The 4 pink-haired Lolas nearby noticed and crowded around me, puffing out their little chests, their big watery eyes fixed on me as they cooed. Master. All right, everyone gets a turn. I laughed and pinched each of their soft, rosy cheeks, drawing out a chorus of giggles. Come on, let's keep moving. With Ellen as my S-rank radar, I didn't have to worry about ambushes at all. After walking a while, Ellen suddenly stopped and pointed. Master, there's a faint energy fluctuation on the cliff 200 meters ahead to the left. I looked where she pointed. It was just an ordinary rock face covered in moss and vines. But I never doubted her judgment. Let's go check it out. I walked up to the cliff and knocked. A dull thud, solid. The fluctuations coming from inside, Ellen added. Inside, a hidden compartment. I clenched my fist, the power inside me erupting in an instant. Open up. A fist charged with heavy strike slammed into the rock face. Boom. The hard stone shattered, sending debris flying and blasting open a gaping hole. A pitch-black opening just wide enough for one person appeared. Inside sat an old wooden chest, silent and covered in dust and cobwebs. So there really was something. I kicked open the rotting lid. No gold or silver, just a yellowed, ancient-looking blueprint. I picked it up. Ding. Rare building blueprint acquired. Elven storage cabinet. Effect. Builds a 100-slot storage cabinet with preservation. Plant and food items decay 90% slower. Materials. Wood X300, stone X50, copper coins X100. A storage cabinet? With preservation too? It was practically made for me. I'd been stressing over having too many resources and no room to stash them in the little cabin. Problem solved. The real kicker was that preservation effect. Now my god-tier crops would never spoil, no matter how long I kept them. Sweet. I happily tucked it into my pack. Exploring the map really was the fastest way to strike it rich. Suddenly, Ellen sounded the alarm again. Master, a big pack of wild wolves is closing in straight ahead. About 20 of them. 20. I raised an eyebrow. Instead of alarm, I felt excitement. Perfect. Just the chance to test out my new strength. I'd just hit level 3 and swapped in new gear, and I'd been itching for something to practice on. Before long, a massive pack of scarlet-eyed wolves surged toward the edge of the forest, led by 2 level 2 elite wolves. Irene, take out those 2 elites. Yes, master. A shaft of moonlight pierced clean through one elite wolf's skull, and the synchronized volley from my 4 pink-haired Lolas landed at the same instant, turning the other one into a pincushion. The rest were just common wolves, so I went full berserker mode. Gripping the scarlet fang, I tore into the pack like black lightning. Squelch. -58. Critical. One wolf's throat split open, blood spraying wild. Without even glancing back, I swung a backhand blow straight into another one's skull. -88. Stun. Its brains burst apart, and it dropped stiff to the ground. 20 strength plus a top-tier weapon. These level 1 wolves were as fragile as paper. In under a minute, over 20 wolves had been slaughtered to the last. My experience bar shot up another huge chunk. Ding. Level up to level 4. And at the exact moment I leveled up, a vast, majestic voice of the heavenly Tao rang out across the entire sky of Rookie Village number 10086. Announcement. Over 10 lords in this village have reached level 2. The leaderboard feature is now officially unlocked. The top 100 lord levels will update in real time for your reference. Boom. Every lord froze. Holy crap. A leaderboard. Here we go. Now this is what competition's supposed to feel like. Quick look. Who's number 1? The moment the rankings appeared, people's hearts stirred. Some wanted to fight for first place. Others just wanted to avoid being dead last. But the truly strong never lived for a single leaderboard. They simply walked their own path, then looked back to find everyone else still standing at the starting line. In that instant, across the entire Rookie Village, every lord stopped what they were doing. Countless people immediately pulled up that glittering, golden leaderboard. Rookie Village number 10086 level leaderboard. Rank 1, Lu Qingzhou, level 4. Rank 2, Su Ying, level 3. Rank 3, Lin Feng, level 2. Number 1 is Lu Qingzhou again, level 4. Even a rocket couldn't climb that fast. Number 2 is Goddess Su Ying. Of course, she's got S-rank talent. Wait a second. How come Big Bro Xiao Tian isn't anywhere in the top 100? Holy crap, are you serious? A full-blown S-ranker who can't even crack the top 100. Amid the chatter, that all-too-familiar username popped up again. Wang Hao. It's just a level ranking. What's there to brag about? So what if Lu Qingzhou hits level 10? He's nothing but a selfish opportunist chasing petty, short-term gains. But our big bro Xiao Tian? He gave up leveling entirely to single-handedly shoulder the burden of saving the queen, of saving all of humanity. He's holed up in a drafty little cabin, foregoing food and sleep to research the antidote. He's a true hero. With just a few words, he'd painted Xiao Tian as a tragic savior. In the chat channel, the crowd was instantly whipped up. Sob, I misjudged the great Xiao Tian. Compared to him, Lu Qingzhou is just a selfish jerk. Brother Xiao Tian, I'm chopping wood right now to send your way. Don't freeze out there. The tide of public opinion had shifted once again. Meanwhile, the so-called savior of humanity, Xiao Tian, was lounging comfortably in his warm level 2 log cabin, one leg crossed lazily over the other. Before him sat the black bread he'd just received in donations, while small game roasted over the fire, dripping with sizzling fat. Bunch of idiots. Xiao Tian sneered. Research? Research my ass. Half the resources he'd scammed went into upgrading the cabin. The other half went straight into the alchemy table. On it, a metal behemoth even larger than the bronze puppet was already taking shape. Tier 2 Alchemy Golem, in progress. Estimated completion, 5 hours. Lu Qingzhou, number 1 on the leaderboard. He scoffed. Once my golem is finished, I'll kick you right off your pedestal. The forest reeked of blood. Over 20 corrupted wolves lay sprawled across the ground. I stood in the center of the carcasses and clapped my hands. Clean up the battlefield. Bring back anything usable. Yes, master. 4 little pink-haired girls padded forward on their snow-white little feet, diving joyfully into the pile of corpses. They were natural-born archers, yet right now they acted like country girls seeing the big city for the first time, curious about everything. One of them struggled to yank out a fang, and came running over like she'd found buried treasure. Master, look. It's so sharp. I smiled and took it, giving her impossibly soft cheek a gentle pinch. That's a wolf fang. Great material for weapons and arrows. Hee hee. Her eyes crinkled into happy little crescents. Obtained, wolf pelt X1, wolf meat X2, copper coins X8. Equipment obtained, wolfskin cap. Oh, got some gear. A little girl came bouncing over, dragging a dusty leather cap behind her. Wolfskin cap, common defense +3. Trash stats, but better than nothing. I plopped it onto her pink little head. A reward for you. Thank you, master. She spun around in place several times, showing it off to her sisters. Wild wolf bracers, common defense +2. Agility, +1. Wolf sinew shortbow, common attack, +5. I handed out these common pieces of equipment to them one by one, and the little ones chattered away in delight. Only Aaron remained cool and serene as the moon, standing quietly to the side, directing the sorting and organizing with flawless precision. Before long, the loot had all been tallied. I glanced at the resource panel. Copper coins, 1,771. Over 1,700. Probably more than the entire village combined. Master, everything's been organized, Ellen said, walking over with a respectful report. I waved my hand grandly. Good. Let's head home. Our group made its way back to the territory in a grand procession. The two little Lolas who'd stayed behind to guard the arrow tower poked their heads out, waving their tiny arms. Master's back. The big sisters are back. A sturdy log cabin, unbeatable spirit fields, a powerful arrow tower, and 6 pure, capable elf Lolas. This life? Better than being an immortal. Master, where do these go? One little Loli asked, dragging a wolf pelt bigger than she was. I glanced at the log cabin. It was already so crammed with over 900 units of resources that there wasn't even room to set foot inside. Don't worry. I'll conjure up something big. I pulled out that rare blueprint, elf storage cabinet, and with a single thought, I selected build. Consume wood X300, stone X50, copper coins X100 to build the elf storage cabinet. Yes. Emerald light flared to life. Wood and stone spun through the air out of nowhere, assembling, transforming. 10-odd seconds later, the light faded. A 3-meter-tall, pale cyan wooden cabinet stood before me, its surface carved with vine patterns, simple, elegant, like a work of art. Elf storage cabinet rare capacity, 100 slots special effect. Preservation, reduces food spoilage by 90%. Wow, so pretty. The little Lolas crowded around it, reaching out their snow-white little hands to touch it all over. I pulled open the cabinet doors, and a whiff of fresh grass hit my face. Put all the materials inside. Like a proper landlord, I directed the 6 little Lolas to stow the loot piece by piece. The moment the wolf meat and wheat went in, a green, preserving tag appeared beside each. Perfect. With this treasure, I finally had a solid home base to fall back on. After a full day of work, I really was tired. I leaned back in the chair by the door. Not far off, in the dark gold primordial spirit field, for little Lolas had dozed off, sprawled every which way, sweet smiles on their pink faces, their tiny tummies rising and falling with each breath, so adorable my heart just melted. Just then, a delicate fragrance drifted over from behind me. A pair of soft, boneless little hands gently rested on my shoulders and began kneading with just the right amount of pressure. It was Ellen. I closed my eyes in contentment. Her hands may have been small, but she had the touch down perfectly, every press landing precisely on the tight muscles, sore and satisfying all at once. A cool, moonlight-like fragrance lingered at the tip of my nose. I could even feel the girl's petite figure, already beginning to develop, pressed against my back. So nice. I hummed lazily. Hearing the praise, a faint blush quietly spread across Ellen's snow-white cheeks. Idly, I pulled up the chat channel I hadn't checked in ages. Messages came flooding in like a tide. Level. The rankings are out. Lu Qingzhou is a total beast. Level 4, crushing everyone for first place. The gap between people is bigger than the gap between a human and a dog. At Lu Qingzhou, please share your leveling secrets. I'm literally begging you on my knees. More than half the crowd was going nuts with praise. The level rankings were the most direct measure of strength, and my level 4 loomed like a mountain, leaving everyone thoroughly convinced. But soon, That familiar noise started up again. Wang Hao. What a bunch of short-sighted idiots. What good is a high level? Has Lu Chengzhou contributed anything to the village? Now brother Xiao Tian. That's a man with vision. He gave up leveling to research the antidote. That's a real hero. Sob, I donated my last rations to brother Xiao Tian. I tore down my whole cabin and gave him all the wood. I almost laughed out loud. That Xiao Tian, thoroughly outmatched by me in levels, had just switched lanes, waving the Save the Queen banner to con resources out of these fools. Getting sold out and thanking the seller for the privilege, a special kind of stupid. I shook my head, couldn't be bothered, and casually opened the trading market. The goods were dazzling, mostly basic swaps, wood for stone, food for iron ore. Every listing had a comment section, full of haggling and bragging. Quite the lively scene. Seller, Li Dazhuang Flint X1 watts. Iron ore X15 or food X20 note. Take it or leave it, no haggling. The price had more than doubled since yesterday. The comments had already exploded. 15 iron ore? Why don't you just rob people? The winter curse is over. Price gouger. Heartless. Wang Hao. Can you compare that to that Lu guy? Brother Li is selling life-saving flint. Lu Qingzhou sells death warrants. Li Dazhuang. At Wang Hao well said. Who knows if there'll be a new curse tonight? At the critical moment, this is a lifeline. I looked at that familiar username and let out a dry laugh. This Wang Hao really never forgot his roots, never missing a chance to take a shot at me, wherever he went. I kept scrolling down. Seller. Zhao Taiju worn-out wooden bow X1 watts. Warm sun wheat X1 note. Only trading for wheat. The comment section was pure chaos. Right off the bat, he's asking for Lord Lu's crown jewels. Is that bow diamond-studded or gold-plated? Translation. I have a used bicycle, and I'd like to trade it for a Bugatti Veyron. Wang Hao, stop cursing him out. If Lu Qingzhou hadn't drained everyone's resources, how would Brother Taiju have nothing else to offer? Lu Qingzhou is the root of all evil. Someone immediately fired back. That guy's wheat saved how many lives? It's a real shame you didn't freeze to death last night. I shook my head and kept scrolling. Just as I was about to lose interest, an inconspicuous trade listing. Information, when something suddenly caught my eye. Seller, Luo Xiaobai. Item, withered mysterious seeds times 10. Quality, common. Asking, wood times 10 or iron ore times 10. Notes, family heirloom seeds. No idea what they grow into. Trading for some resources to fix up my house. Seeds? My eyes lit up instantly. Worthless junk to everyone else. But to me, any seed was a treasure. And at this price? Practically a giveaway. 10 units of wood would make any other lord wince. To me, it wasn't even a drop in the bucket. The comment section was dead empty. Not a single soul. Made sense. At a moment when everyone was grinding levels and fighting over gear, who'd waste resources on a pile of junk seeds that might grow into nothing. Nobody wanted them. I did. Without hesitation, I hit buy. Transaction complete. Wood times 10 consumed. Obtained, withered mysterious seeds times 10. The seller replied in a heartbeat. Luo Xiaobai. Now that's what I call generous, bro. Hope you grow yourself a fairy. A fairy? Honestly, not impossible. I'd already grown pink-haired Lolis and silver-haired Lolis, after all. I was about to close the marketplace when a faint blue glow snagged my attention. The featured section. A single item, shimmering blue. Refined quality. My breath caught. The highest quality seed I'd gotten so far was only superior grade. And that one superior seed had given me an entire lowly army, plus a single S-rank unique hero, Irene. And this was a full tier higher. Refined. After going through the mutation of my Hongmeng spirit field, what kind of monster would it grow? I didn't dare imagine. I had to have it. Seller. Suing. Item. Seed of the Tree of Life times 1. Quality. Refined. Asking. Copper coins times 50. Notes. Copper coins only. The seller turned out to be Su Ying, that ice-cold beauty with the S-rank talent. And her asking price made me raise an eyebrow. 50 copper coins. Right now, everyone was still bartering, most of them not even understanding what copper coins were for. This price was absolutely astronomical. In the entire newbie village, I doubted a single other person besides me could cough it up. This woman had something going for her. She'd already seen through to the future value of copper coins. She'd rather leave a refined grade item sitting on the shelf than trade it for those so-called useful base resources that'd depreciate the second you blinked. That kind of vision put her leagues, no, 100 times, ahead of Xiao Tian, who could only spin empty promises to swindle resources. Sure enough, the comment section had become a full-blown simp fest. The goddess has a refined seed. Insane. I'll give you everything I own. Will you trade me that seed? 50 copper coins. Goddess, is 100 wood enough? If not, I'll go chop more. But too bad. Suing wasn't budging. Copper coins only. That one line shut everybody down. Damn it. Where the hell am I supposed to get copper coins? I kill 3 wolves and only get 1. That's it. The goddess's treasure is way out of our league. Everyone was groaning, convinced the item would go unsold because the price was too steep. I made my move. Didn't even bother haggling. Just hit buy. Transaction successful. Copper coins times 50 spent. Obtained seed of the tree of life. That seed, glowing with a soft blue halo and brimming with the essence of life, settled quietly into my bag. In the market, the item that countless people had been drooling over instantly switched to sold out. It sold in under a minute. Which big spender whale pulled that off? 50 copper coins without blinking. Teach me your ways, master. I tucked the seed away, pleased as could be. Ding. A private message. Suing, thanks. Short and to the point. Totally fitting for her cold, aloof persona. I casually replied. Lu Qingzhou. No problem. Nice item. After sending it, I tuned out all the noise from the outside world. Behind me, Ellie's small hands were still gently kneading my shoulders. Not far off, in the spirit field, the 4 pink-haired little Lolas were sleeping soundly. My smile grew wider and wider. Come on, Ellie. I stood up and gave her cool, faintly blushing snow-white cheek a pinch. Let's plant something more interesting. In front of the dark gold primordial spirit field, the 4 little Lolas were sprawled out every which way on the chi-drenched soil, drool trailing from the corners of their mouths. I didn't disturb their sweet dreams. I pulled out the seed of the tree of life, the one I'd spent a fortune on, from my bag. The instant it touched my hand, a vast yet gentle life force surged into my palm. The seed was emerald green through and through, crystalline like jade, with golden streams of light drifting slowly inside it. Premium quality, all right. Come on. Witness the miracle. I took a deep breath and solemnly planted the seed in the center of the spirit field. Boom. A pillar of green light more dazzling than any before shot into the sky, like a spear of divine judgment. The entire spirit field shook violently, and the mighty life force swept across the whole domain like a tsunami. NNGH. The 4 little Lolas on the field ridge jolted awake, rubbing their big, watery eyes as they sat up. Staring at the green beam of light piercing heaven and earth, their little mouths dropped into perfect O shapes. And master, what is that? I didn't answer, my eyes locked on the center of the field. The light faded, but no plant broke through the soil. Instead, there came a notification. Premium quality seed of the tree of life detected. Divine. Mutating. Estimated time to maturity, 2 hours. 2 hours? I paused, slightly taken aback. This was the first time I'd run into a crop that needed to grow for this long. When I'd mutated that elf lowly earlier, the whole thing had taken maybe 10 seconds. But this one, even with the spirit field's insane time acceleration boost, still needed a full 2 hours. Which meant one thing. This was absolutely some kind of god-tier miracle. Fine. I'll wait. No rush. If anything, I couldn't wait to see the result. I turned to look at the 4 pink-haired Lolas who had just woken up, their snow-white little feet bare, wide-eyed with curiosity. You're all awake? Master, 4 voices, so soft and sweet they practically dripped honey. They came padding over on bare feet and swarmed around me, clinging like 4 needy little kittens. Master, what did you just plant? That was amazing. The light was so pretty. I gave them a mysterious little smile and pulled out another bag of seeds. Want to know? Help me plant these first. One of the Lolas took the bag, peeked inside, and made a disgusted face. Huh? Master, these seeds are all dried up. They look dead. There's not a trace of life in them. Can dead seeds even bloom? I just smiled and said nothing, gesturing for them to plant them. Puzzled as they were, they obeyed their master without question. The four little ones toddled off on their short legs and planted the shriveled seeds one by one in the empty spots of the spirit field. The instant the seeds hit the soil, a miracle unfolded. Beams of golden light flared up one after another, not as dazzling as the tree of life seed, but brilliant all the same. Whoa! The four Lolas were completely stunned, their big emerald eyes filled with disbelief. The dead seeds they'd planted with their own hands had actually sprouted, and they were growing at breakneck speed. Divine mutation successful. Obtained special material. Glowing moss times 10. Divine mutation successful. Obtained special fruit. Night vision fruit times 1. Divine mutation successful. Obtained special item. Confusion pollen times 3. The notification chimes went off in rapid succession. 9 seeds, all yielding wildly different things. Glowing moss for lighting. A night vision fruit that granted 6 hours of night vision when eaten, and confusion pollen you could throw to send enemies into disarray. None of them were exactly earth-shattering on their own, but the sheer variety and the fact that every single one was actually useful more than made up for it. Those 10 pieces of lumber had been worth every bit. The four Lolas had officially turned into full-blown fangirls, their eyes practically twinkling with adoration. Master can even bring dead seeds back to life. Master is an all-powerful god. But the real surprise was saved for last. When the 10th seed went into the ground. Boom. A burst of platinum white light, more dazzling than the previous 9 combined. A burst of raw energy erupted. A peculiar sapling broke through the soil, and at its very top bloomed a softly glowing, antique-looking ring. Divine mutation successful. Congratulations. You've obtained a rare quality equipment. Ring of Serenity. Equipment. It dropped equipment. I reached out and plucked it. Ring of Serenity. Quality. Rare. Effects. Spirit +3. Mana regeneration +10%. A ring forged from the powers of nature and tranquility, keeping the mind ever cleared. Nice. My eyes immediately went to Erin. Whether it was Moonlight Bolt or her healing spells, everything she cast drained mana. This ring would be worth far more in her hands than in mine. Erin, this is for you. She froze, staring at the ring's shimmering glow. Surprise flickered in her eyes, but then she shook her head. Master, this is too precious. You should keep it for yourself. Take it. I cut in gently. You burn through mana faster than I do. It'll actually get put to good use with you. A true master never hesitates to place a blade in the hands of someone who can wield it. Erin wavered for a moment, but seeing that I wouldn't budge, she carefully accepted it and slipped it onto her slender finger. A cool wave surged through her body. Her mind felt clearer than ever before, and her mana flowed with newfound ease. She looked up, gratitude glowing in her emerald eyes, and gave a small bow. Thank you, Master. Erin won't let your kindness go to waste. Master is so good to big sister Erin. One of the little girls piped up, watching the scene with stars in her eyes. I laughed and gave each of their soft, rosy cheeks a playful pinch, earning a chorus of giggles. After sweeping up all the drops into my storage vault, I leaned back into my chair, content, and gazed out at the patch of earth still radiating a green glow. Less than 2 hours until the world tree seed reached maturity. I could hardly wait. 2 hours, long and short all at once. I lounged in my chair, enjoying Erin's massage, watching the 4 pink-haired little ones chase each other around the spirit field, their laughter ringing like silver bells. Now and then I'd open the chat channel, watching that pack of fools, still being led around by the nose by Xiao Tian, donate their last worldly possessions for the future of humanity. It only made my smile widen. What tricks people isn't lies. It's the lies dressed up as something noble. The seconds ticked by, one by one. At the center of the spirit field, within the deep green radiance, the sacred silhouette was slowly taking shape. A vast, surging aura of life freshened the very air across my entire domain. Master, this thing seems incredibly powerful, Erin murmured softly, pausing mid-massage. As an S-rank elf hero, her sensitivity to life energy far exceeded that of anyone else. Of course it's powerful. I smiled and gave her smooth cheek another pinch. My little treasure cost me a fortune. And then, the 2-hour countdown hit 0. The seed of the tree of life has completed its divine mutation. Boom! The pillar of green light surging into the sky exploded tenfold brighter. Holy, radiant, overwhelming. The light faded. A small tree, roughly 3 meters tall, its entire body carved as if from jade, radiating a soft and holy glow, stood in the very center of the spirit field. Its trunk was ancient and vigorous, as though it held within it endless ages. Every single leaf was crystalline and translucent, the light of life flowing through them. An indescribable aura of vitality spread out slowly with the tree as its center, nourishing the entire territory. Ding! Divine mutation successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a special structure, the primordial tree of life. A structure? I blinked, then broke into wild joy. A tap of my finger, and its stats appeared. Primordial tree of life. Quality: unique mythic grade growable. Level 1. Effect 1. Eternal roots. Permanently rooted in the primordial spirit field. Cannot be moved. Cannot be destroyed. Effect 2. Field of life. Friendly units within the territory recover health and stamina 50% faster. Effect 3. Holy fruit of life. Automatically bears 1 holy fruit of life every 12 hours. Assessment: a miracle of life born from primordial spiritual energy, possessing the power to raise the dead and regrow flesh upon bone. Unique mythic grade. My breath caught. I'd figured it would be legendary at best. Yet the system had just handed me a full-blown mythic. Before the thought had even settled, light flashed at the tip of a branch. A fist-sized fruit condensed into being, snow-white all over, wreathed in pale mist, its fragrance sweet and clear. The first holy fruit of life. With a single thought, it detached and floated into my palm, warm and smooth as heated jade. Holy fruit of life, legendary grade. Effect 1. Consuming it extends lifespan by 1 year. Effect 2. Eases the erosion of the abyssal withering curse for 24 hours. Effect 3. Long-term consumption purifies the body and increases resistance to negative effects. Eases the curse. I stared at the fruit, and the first image that surfaced in my mind was the queen on the light screen, her face deathly pale from the torment of her curse. Offer it up, save the queen, earn a heaven-defying reward, rise to the top in a single step. The moment that thought took shape, I snuffed it out. An ordinary man commits no crime, but holding a jewel makes him a target. I leaned back into my chair, my gaze deepening. Here in this novice village, maybe I could walk around like I owned the place. But what about the entire Morningstar continent? Those empires with thousand-year legacies, those powers that towered over the world. Which of them could I afford to provoke as I was now? The moment they learned I had a divine tree in my hands, one that could bear fruit endlessly, would they sit down and politely talk business with me? Not a chance. He was dreaming. The most likely scenario was that they'd wipe out everyone and everything in one clean sweep. And when that happened, everything I'd worked so hard to build would just fall into someone else's lap. Not to mention, my eyes drifted to effect 2. Relief, not a cure. Even if I handed it over, it would only be enough to buy me second-tier marquee status, not the Grand Prince prize at the top. Gamble my biggest trump card for an uncertain shot at marquee? Not worth it. Huge loss. No rush, I murmured. The time to make my move is when I'm truly on solid ground, when I have the strength to hold on to all of this. The Queen's curse still had 30-some days left. Plenty of time. And those 30-plus days were my golden window to quietly level up. Once I'd thought it through, my mind cleared. Carefully, I tucked the holy fruit into the deepest corner of my elven storage locker. Meanwhile, inside a warm, sturdy Tier 2 cabin, Xiao Tian sat with his legs crossed, shoving the last sizzling, dripping piece of grilled meat into his mouth, a smug look plastered across his face. He glanced at the chat channel, where people were still singing my praises, and sneered. A bunch of short-sighted idiots. So what if his level's high? Once my baby's ready, I'll show you all what real domination looks like. Ding. Tier 2 alchemical golem, construction complete. There it is. He shot to his feet and rushed over to the alchemy table. Standing on the platform was a massive figure, nearly 3 meters tall, gleaming with cold metallic sheen, plated in heavy armor, its joints fitted with vicious ramming spikes, its iron fists as big as cauldrons. Tier 2 Alchemical Golem, Level 2. HP, 400 ATK, 35 Def, 30. Skill, Heavy Strike. Haraha. Perfect. 400 HP, completely outclassing that Tier 2 Elite Alpha Wolf from yesterday. Lu Qingzhou. He gritted his teeth as he spat out the name. Let's see what you've got to take on my war machine. Everything I lost, I'm taking it all back today. Without hesitation, he dropped a screenshot of the stats into the chat channel, adding, Xiao Tian. All right, everyone, sorry for the wait. The big guy is finally ready. This is the fruit of all our hard work together. The channel exploded instantly. Holy crap. 400 HP. What kind of monster is that? Xiao Tian the legend. A true S-rank alchemist, no doubt about it. His #1 sycophant, Wang Hao, was the first to jump in. I've been saying it all along. Brother Xiao Tian is our real hope. While some guy named Lu is still patting himself on the back for killing one elite, our brother has already built a domination tier war machine. This is what Vision looks like. The pack of brainless fanboys erupted into another round of frenzied praise. Xiao Tian's ego swelled, and he struck while the iron was hot. Xiao Tian, enough talk. To boost our strength as fast as possible and ease Her Majesty the Queen's burdens, I'm heading out right now too. The golem's off to challenge a Tier 3 Elite, and any good loot it drops. First dibs go to the brothers who backed me up today. Challenging a Tier 3 Elite? The big man's a legend. Sniff sniff. I knew I picked the right guy to follow. Amid all the praise, a small, timid voice piped up. Didn't Xiao Tian say he was going to give up on leveling and work day and night on the antidote? Why is he out killing monsters again? The channel went eerily silent for a beat. Yeah, that's exactly what he said yesterday. And the resources he used to build that big guy, weren't those the ones we donated for his antidote research? Isn't that a total contradiction? At Xiao Tian, care to explain, big man? The tide was about to turn again. Sweat instantly beaded on Xiao Tian's forehead. Damn it. Too busy showing off. I totally forgot the pie-in-the-sky promise I made yesterday. At the critical moment, that familiar ID lit up the screen once more. Wang Hao. Bunch of idiots. What do you people even understand? Big bro Xiao Tian is playing a long game here. You think researching an antidote is child's play? That's incredibly precise, monumental work. Big bros skipping meals and sleep for the future of all mankind. Can you really stand to watch him work himself to death? Going out to fight monsters and stretch his legs is called balancing work and rest. And besides, when researching advanced stuff, what if he needs rare materials off a monster's body? Without leveling up, how's he going to beat the tough enemies? Without materials, how's he going to research the antidote? The righteous, impassioned speech instantly won the crowd over. Holy crap, bro, how makes way too much sense. I've got nothing to argue back. I wrongly blamed the big man. I'm so sorry. Wang Hao wiped his brow smugly, thinking he'd stabilized the situation again. But then, a faint, ghostly voice chimed in. I just walked past Xiao Tian's place, and I think I saw his little wooden cabin got upgraded to Tier 2 too. The entire channel plunged into a solid 10 seconds of dead silence. A Tier 2 cabin. Everyone knew exactly how many resources an upgrade like that took. An astronomical figure that would bankrupt any lord trying to gather it. So where did Xiao Tian get the resources? In that instant, every single person who donated resources heard a loud buzz go off in their heads. The resources he used to upgrade his cabin. Those weren't the ones we donated, were they? We tore down our own houses on empty stomachs and handed over everything we owned for his research. And he turns around and builds himself a mansion. The channel filled with doubt. Even the most fanatical cheerleaders had gone quiet now, just as Xiao Tian's savior image was about to shatter on the spot. Wang Hao stepped up once again. This time, his tone was full of anger and disappointment. Wang Hao idiots. A bunch of hopeless idiots. Vision. How many times have I said it? Vision. Here's the English translation with natural American phrasing. A wooden cabin? That's a pigsty? A latrine. Wind and rain pouring in from every direction. And what is our leader doing in there? Conducting groundbreaking research that concerns the fate of all humanity. That kind of work demands absolute peace and comfort. If his train of thought gets interrupted and the research fails, can any of you shoulder that responsibility? Upgrading his cabin isn't for his own enjoyment. It's for us, for the queen, for all mankind. He's swallowing his pride, even willing to bear the insults and slander. And for what? For you ungrateful fools. Are your hearts made of stone? This twisted, black is white rhetoric left the crowd stunned into silence. And the more they thought about it, wait, he kind of has a point. Yeah, we can't let a hero do his research in a drafty shack. Boo-hoo. I'm going right now to chop more wood and make it up to him. We were the small-minded ones. Boss, we'll support you forever. Wang Hao wiped the sweat from his brow, immensely pleased with himself. That had almost gone off the rails. Xiao Tian shot him an approving glance. This dog, he hadn't been raised for nothing. He cleared his throat and delivered his final declaration. Xiao Tian, the pure need no proof of their purity. Those who understand me need no explanation. Those who don't understand deserve none. All I ask is that while I fight and bleed for humanity, no one stabs me in the back. Everyone, wait for my good news. With that, he shut off the channel, took control of the golem, and marched valiantly into the gloomy forest. Once again, most of the crowd was whipped into a fervor, but a small, clear-headed few furrowed their brows. Something just feels off. We tear down our own homes, starve ourselves, and let him live in a mansion. Is this really for our benefit? Within the territory, I leaned back in my chair, having watched the whole farce play out, and nearly burst out laughing. What a talent. Truly one of a kind. Master, what's so funny? Erin's cool, clear voice came from behind me, her snow-white hands still kneading my shoulders. Nothing. Just enjoying the monkey show. I answered offhandedly and switched off that toxic little channel. I was curious to see just what kind of grand move Xiao Tian could cook up with all those swindled resources. I'd rested enough. The sky was still bright, plenty of time before nightfall. No point wasting it. I stood up and stretched my limbs. Let's go. Time to pull off something big. With a sweep of my hand, I led 5 pure yet alluring, top-tier little beauties in a grand procession into the gloomy forest. Deep in the forest, Xiao Tian walked at the very front, chin held high. Behind him, the nearly 3-meter-tall, all-steel second-tier alchemical golem lumbered along with heavy steps. Clank, 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 following close behind. Sunlight filtered through the leaves and glinted off the golem's cold metal shell, reflecting a chilling, heart-stopping gleam. Lu Chengzhou, Xiao Tian gritted his teeth, muttering the name. His eyes burned with the fire of revenge. Yesterday, he'd been pinned to the ground and thrashed by that F-rank farmer, beaten until his face swelled up. But today was different. He, Xiao Tian, an S-rank alchemist, had returned, armed with a war machine built from every last cent of donations squeezed out of the entire village. So he got a first kill on an elite. Big deal, he sneered. Today, I'll show everyone what real power looks like. His goal was crystal clear. Kill an elite stronger, fiercer, and higher level than the one Lu Qingzhou had taken down, and wash away every ounce of his humiliation with one glorious, decisive victory. A woo, a howl far more savage than any ordinary demon wolf's rang out from the hillside ahead. Xiao Tian froze mid-step, not in fear, but in delight. Here it comes. He ordered his golem to halt and peered forward. There on the slope stood a massive wolf, 4 times the size of a normal one, its fur a deep gray, its eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty red. It was locked onto them with a murderous stare. A line of blood-red text floated above its head. Demonized Giant Wolf, Elite. Level 3. HP 450/450. Attack 40. Skills, Shadow Strike, Corrosive Bite. A Level 3 Elite. Far from being afraid, Xiao Tian trembled with excitement. It was a full tier stronger than the one Lu Qingzhou had killed, the perfect stepping stone. Go, my golem. Tear it to shreds. Clank, clank, clank. The golem charged at the giant wolf like a tank gone berserk. Grr. The wolf blurred into a streak of purple and vanished in an instant. Shadow Strike. The next second, it reappeared behind the golem, claws raking viciously across the metal spine. Clang. Sparks flew everywhere. -15. A number popped up, utterly harmless. Ha. You call that a scratch? Xiao Tian relaxed completely. His golem had a whopping 30 points of defense. This mutt couldn't even break through. Now hammer it. The golem spun around, its iron fist, big as a cauldron, whistling through the air before slamming into the wolf's flank. Bam! -62. The wolf saw stars from the impact, letting out a howl of pain. You see that? This is the power of an S-rank alchemist. What followed was a one-sided slaughter. The wolf was fast, sure, but it couldn't so much as dent the golem's thick hide, while every one of the golem's punches ripped away a huge chunk of its health bar. In under 2 minutes, that once arrogant level 3 elite collapsed beneath a rain of punches, howling in agony as it crumpled into a cold corpse. Killed level 3 elite, demonized giant wolf. Level increased to 2. Golden light erupted from Xiao Tian's body. Ha! I leveled up. I'm level 2 now. He threw back his head and roared, as if every shred of humiliation had vanished in that instant. At the same moment, the chat channel completely exploded. Holy crap! Check the rankings. Xiao Tian made the list. Rank 89. Xiao Tian level 2. The resources I donated weren't wasted. Xiao Tian's a total badass. There's no way an S-rank talent would stay quiet. Turns out he was saving up for a big move. The tide had completely turned. Everyone who doubted him earlier now shut their mouths. The number 1 bootlicker, Wang Hao, was so excited he could barely form sentences, as if he'd been the one to kill the elite. Wang Hao, see that? This is Xiao Tian's real power. One move, and it's like a thunderbolt, straight to level 2, right onto the leaderboard. Wang Hao. Some people just got lucky with a few cheap tricks and grabbed an early lead. But against true power, they don't stand a chance. Within 3 days, Xiao Tian will hit number 1 and crush that Lu guy under his boot. Under all the frenzied praise, Xiao Tian's ego swelled to bursting. He glanced at the name sitting at the top of the leaderboard and let out a cold snort. Level 4? Nothing but a fake number. He cleared his throat and, with the posture of a triumphant conqueror, delivered his final judgment to Lu Qingzhou. Xiao Tian. At Lu Qingzhou, you see this? This is the power of technology. Xiao Tian, I'll admit it. You cut some corners early on and got a little ahead. But get one thing straight. This is a world where strength is everything. Levels are just fake numbers. What really decides the future is the strength of your units. Xiao Tian, my tier, 2 golems could tear you apart 100 times over. A farmer's always going to be a farmer. Your vision determines your ceiling. Xiao Tian, I'll give you one chance. Hand over every resource you earned yesterday, and I'll take you on as a lackey and let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, the second the protection period ends, my alchemy legion will be the first to flatten your little rat hole. Utterly domineering, oozing superiority. His brain-dead fans instantly hit peak ecstasy. Wang Hao, Xiao Tian's the man. Couldn't have said it better. A farmer's always going to be a farmer. Absolute classic. At Lu Qingzhou, hurry up and come out to kneel and apologize. Otherwise, you're dead meat. The chat channel descended into a circus, everyone waiting. Would Lu Qingzhou jump out and fire back, or fold under the pressure? A minute passed. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. That ID called Lu Qingzhou never showed up, not once, from start to finish. As if he hadn't even noticed Xiao Tian's ranting. This complete and total disregard made Xiao Tian feel like he'd thrown a punch into a pile of cotton. All that force, nowhere to land. Damn it, a gutless turtle. He's definitely scared, he cursed inwardly. Wang Hao immediately jumped in to save face. Wang Hao, see that? That Lu guy. He was so intimidated by brother Xiao Tian's overwhelming aura that he didn't dare say a word. That's basically an admission of defeat. Under Xiao Tian's aggressive display, the tide in the chat channel dramatically reversed once again. Countless people flipped sides, rushing to praise Xiao Tian, the latecomer who'd surged ahead. To most of them, Lu Qingzhou's power was shrouded in mystery and the unknown, while Xiao Tian's power was laid out plain as day. That golem, nearly 10 feet tall, gleaming with a metallic sheen, radiated pressure and security just from the screenshots alone. This was what a true powerhouse should look like in their minds. And right on cue, Xiao Tian posted screenshots of his loot. Item, Wolf King's Claw. Quality, excellent. Attack, +22. Special effect, attacks inflict rend. Blueprint, Wolf King's Breastplate. Quality, excellent. Finished product, defense +20, agility +1. The channel erupted even harder. Holy crap, an excellent quality blueprint. and a Ren dagger. Xiao Tian is a total beast. This is what a level 3 elite is worth. Boss, need a hype man? The kind that'll spam LFG all day long. Xiao Tian's ego was satisfied like never before. He could already picture Lu Qingzhou on his knees, begging for mercy. But amid all the frenzy, a humble, hopeful voice piped up. A lord named Zhang cautiously at Di Xiaotian. Zhang Xiaotian, congrats on the big win. So here's the thing. This morning I donated the last 200 plus units of timber and iron, or I had to you. I was wondering, could you let me have that Wolf King's Claw? I can trade you something else for it. I really need a weapon. His tone was about as low and deferential as it got. Everyone remembered that before setting out, Xiao Tian had solemnly promised. If I score anything good, my brothers who backed me today get first dibs. Now it was time to test his integrity. But the smile on Xiao Tian's face, so triumphant just moments ago in the forest, froze instantly. His brow furrowed, and a look of undisguised disgust flashed through his eyes. Give it to you? What a joke. An excellent quality weapon. He hadn't even had a chance to enjoy it himself yet. Xiao Tian, are you trying to tell me how to run things? Just those few words, and the frenzied channel went dead silent. Zhang No, boss, that's not what I meant. Didn't you say earlier that your supporters would get first priority? Xiao Tian, brothers? Xiao Tian, don't have brothers like you. Xiao Tian, my brothers are the ones who see the big picture, who understand sacrificing for the collective, not the ones fixated on their own petty gains. Right now, we're at a critical moment where the survival of all humanity is at stake. During times like these, everyone should have to suffer a little. Only by concentrating the best resources in the hands of the most capable people can we maximize their value. You get it now. Righteous and forceful, his words landed with finality, kicking Zhang straight out of the brotherhood. The poor guy was completely dumbfounded, unable to speak for the longest time. Wang Hao leaped out once again, like the most loyal hound. Wang Hao, at Zhang, have you no shame? We donated our resources for the future of all humanity, not so you could come begging for handouts. A selfish creep like you doesn't deserve to be Brother Xiao Tian's brother. A number of brain-dead fans chimed in. You've got no vision. We gave our resources willingly and never expected anything in return. Get out of the newbie village, Zhang. In an instant, Zhang, who'd only wanted to ask for a single piece of gear, became a sinner condemned by the masses. But there were also a few clear-headed people who watched this absurd farce, their eyes slowly changing. This Xiao Tian, how does he just go back on his word? We gave him all our resources and went hungry ourselves, and he calls us selfish. Why do I feel like we've been scammed? Promises have always been the cheapest thing in the world, right up until the moment they need to be kept. On the other side of the forest, my team was pushing forward at an astonishing pace. Master, 3 corrupted dire wolves 100 meters ahead to the left. 5 goblin scouts 200 meters ahead to the right. Ellen's cool, crisp voice sounded in my ear, like the most precise human radar. Take out the scouts first, I ordered calmly. Yes. Ellen didn't hesitate for even a second. She simply made a quick hand gesture. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 4 little pink-haired girls instantly understood. In perfect unison, they drew their short bows, and 4 sharp arrows flew from the strings. Thunk, thunk. The 4 green-skinned goblins poking around in the distance dropped straight to the ground with clean headshots, never even catching a glimpse of the enemy. The last one, scared out of its wits, had just started to turn and flee when a silver arrow condensed from moonlight caught up and pierced clean through its chest. Minus 115. Critical hit. Instant kill. The whole thing was seamless, over in less than 3 seconds. I didn't even have to lift a finger. I just strolled along behind them like some old man out for a walk, picking up the loot. This feeling was just too good. Nice. You're getting more and more in sync. Just as the team was about to press deeper, Ellen's expression suddenly turned grave. Master, in the valley 1,000 meters ahead, there's an extremely powerful presence, far stronger than the elite giant bear from before. Oh, I raised an eyebrow, more delighted than alarmed. Come on, let's go take a look. We softened our steps and crept quietly toward the valley. We quickly reached a high ridge. From this vantage point, The entire valley spread out below us. In the center of the valley, an enormous wild boar lay fast asleep. Standing over 4 meters tall and nearly 8 meters long, it looked like a small moving mountain. Its body was covered in black bristles as hard as rock, and 2-meter-long tusks curved like scimitars, glinting with a cold, menacing light. A blood-red title floated above its head. Rampaging Tusk Boar King, Boss. Level 5. HP 1500/1500. Attack 50. Defense 45. Skills: Savage Charge, War Stomp, Rampage. A level 5 field boss. Even I felt my expression grow serious as I took in this monster's stats. 45 defense. The thing was basically a heavy tank. Even Aaron's moonlight arrow would probably struggle to break through. Master, it's too dangerous. Let's pull back for now. Aaron's little face was etched with worry as she instantly stepped in front of me. She had confidence in both her own strength and mine, but the sheer pressure this Boar King gave off was beyond anything they could handle. Retreat. I gave a mysterious smile and patted her little head. No way. When a fat piece of meat walks right up to your door, you don't turn it away. You four, on my command, fire at the joints of its hind legs. I ordered the 4 little girls. Aaron, you're the main attacker. Your target, its eyes. Yes, master. Still worried, but they never once questioned my orders. As for me, a wicked grin curled at the corner of my mouth as I leisurely pulled a pitch-black pumpkin from my pack, its surface wreathed in dark red flames. Hellfire Blast Pumpkin. I hefted the thing in my hand. This little treasure more dangerous than a small nuke. The Hellfire Blast Pumpkin. My eyes locked onto the massive beast slumbering peacefully in the center of the valley. Rise and shine, you brute. You've got a delivery to sign for. My arm muscles bulged as I hurled the pumpkin with all my might. A dark red arc tore through the air, landing dead center on the boar's black-bristled forehead. Itch and an itch. Its snout twitched, and it was just about to open its eyes. Boom! Hellish dark red flames erupted, instantly swallowing that mountain of a body. Minus 300. A bright red damage number rose slowly from the center of the inferno, followed by burn damage ticking away like crazy. Minus 10. Minus 10. Minus 10. Grah! A shrill roar ripped through the valley. Nearly a quarter of its 1500 HP evaporated in an instant. Beautiful. My eyes lit up. Truly worthy of a twice-mutated beast. But before I could even crack a smile, a black shadow came charging out of the sea of flames. The Boar King was scorched black from head to hoof, reeking of burnt meat, and looking utterly pathetic. But those crimson eyes, right now they were so bloodshot they looked ready to drip. Ding! Rampaging Tusk Boar King. SHP has dropped below 80%. Entering frenzy state. Attack plus 30%. Movement speed plus 30%. Roar. It had completely lost it. Its massive body blurred into a black streak, hurtling straight toward the hillside where I stood. Savage Charge. Now. Do it. Got it. Ellen and the 4 pink-haired little Lolas caught on instantly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 sharp arrows shot straight for the pillar-like joints of the Boar King's hind legs. Ellen drew her elven longbow to full, holy moonlight gathering furiously. Moonlight arrow. The silver shaft streaked through the air like a meteor, fired last but arriving first, aimed dead at its eyeball. Thwack! Deep in its frenzy, the Boar King didn't even bother to dodge. It let the arrow bury itself in its flesh and only let out a low grunt. Minus 1. Minus 2. Minus 16. The Lolas arrows couldn't pierce its rock-hard hide, and even Ellen's moonlight arrow shaved off barely a dozen points of health. Its defense was absolutely absurd. Holy crap, my pupils shrank. This beast was tougher than I'd imagined. Just as that massive body was about to slam into the hillside, I whipped a crystal pumpkin out of my pack and smashed it hard against the ground. Hum, a semi-transparent crystal wall erupted from the earth. Boom. The unstoppable charge crashed into it head-on. Crack. The crystal wall shattered, but it bought me a sliver of a chance. Now, run. I yanked up the still-dazed Ellen and bolted, whipping my head around as I sprinted. Going toe-to-toe was a death sentence. This was a war of attrition. The valley that followed became a stage for the chase. I played the part of a master matador, relying on agility far beyond any normal human. plus the slow from Ellen's moonlight arrows to keep dancing around the Boar King. The four little Lolas rotated positions, peppering its joints and eyes from the trickiest angles. Each hit only chipped off a little HP, but it added up. 900, 800, 500. Its health bar sank slowly. Boom! The Boar King unleashed a war stomp, sending out a shockwave. One of the Lolas couldn't dodge in time. A -25 popped up over her head, a sixth of her health gone in an instant. Drink this. I tossed over a bottle of minor health potion. The little lowly gulped it down. +100. Her health bar refilled. Thank you, master. She chirped it in that sweet, babyish voice and immediately dove back into the fight. And just like that, thanks to my almost extravagant supply of potions, we managed to grind down this level 5B. OSS. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. We burned through all 5 potions before the Boar King's health bar finally hit rock bottom. Panting, it staggered to a halt, arrows bristling from every inch of its body. Irene, finish it. Yes, master. Her cold little face was etched with exhaustion, but her eyes were sharp as a hawk's. She drew her longbow to full tension and poured every last drop of her mental energy into it. Moon arrow. The silver arrow punched straight through its skull. -88. Critical hit. Grewer. With one final, resentful roar, the massive body crashed to the ground. Ding. Congratulations on slaying the level 5 field boss, Frenzied Tusk Boar King. Ding. You have leveled up to level 5. Ding. Hero Moon Elf, Irene, has advanced to level 3. Ding. Unit Pink Fur Elf Archer has advanced to level 4. Golden light flared over both of us at once. As the corpse hit the dirt, a mound of colorful loot piled up like a small mountain. But that wasn't all. A pillar of golden light, brighter than any announcement before it, descended from the heavens, engulfing the entire novice village. The vast, majestic voice of heaven echoed through the mind of every single lord. Continental announcement. Congratulations to Lord Liu Changzhou of the Dragon Xia War Zone for scoring the first kill on the level 5 field boss, Frenzied Tusk Boar King. An unparalleled feat that strikes awe into all races. Rewards: Epic Treasure Chest X1. Copper Coins X1000. All attributes +10. Morningstar Empire Reputation +1000. Boom. That announcement dropped like a nuclear bomb onto a calm lake. In that instant, the entire Morningstar continent seemed to freeze on pause. Tens of billions of lords, Dragon Xia natives and foreigners alike, whether exploring the forests or cowering in their wooden huts, all stopped what they were doing and looked up, dumbstruck, at that golden announcement stretching across the sky. A continental announcement? First kill on a level 5 boss. It was only day freaking 2. A level 5 boss. I haven't even seen a level 2 elite mob yet. Who the hell is Liu Qingzhou? Some Dragon Xia big shot? That's insane. The channels of the other war zones absolutely blew up. Eagle Sauce War Zone. A Dragon Xia guy got first kill on a level 5 boss. The system's gotta be glitching. Our strongest, Thor, is only level 3 right now. Cherry Blossom War Zone. This Liu Qingzhou fellow is a terrifying man. Dig up everything about him, whatever it takes. Stick War Zone. This Liu Qingzhou's ancestors were definitely from our great Hanming kingdom. His surname is Liu. We had a General Liu in ancient times too. In an instant, the 3 characters of Liu Changzhou swept across the entire continent like a storm. And in the channel of Novice Village number 10086, after half a minute of dead silence, the chat erupted like a volcano. Holy shit. The continent-wide announcement is about Lord Liu from our village. Level 5. Even Goddess Su Ying, ranked 2nd, is only level 3. That's a gap between heaven and earth. Everyone who doubted him earlier shut their mouths, while his supporters straightened their backs one by one. At Xiaotian at Wanghao, does your face hurt? Need me to ship you some ice? Every single message landed like a ringing slap. In the forest, Xiaotian stood frozen in place. The smug satisfaction he'd felt from building his tier 2 golem and hitting level 2. All off resources he'd swindled, vanished in an instant. No, impossible. His face went ghost white, his lips trembling. He'd thought he'd already reached the summit, that he could look down on that farmer. But reality slapped him right off his cloud and ground his face into the dirt. That guy had killed a level 5 boss. This wasn't a gap you could close with effort alone. Blood sprayed from his mouth as his heart of the Tao shattered. Lu Chengzhou, why are you always one step ahead of me? Just as jealousy was swallowing him whole, his number one sycophant Wang Hao slid into his DMs. Bro Xiao Tian, don't sweat it. That guy definitely got dumb lucky. He just scavenged a kill off some half-dead boss. That sliver of light in the darkness snapped Xiao Tian back to his senses. Right. How could an F-rank farmer possibly take down a level 5 boss? It had to be a scavenged kill. He hypnotized himself into believing it, the fire reigniting in his eyes. Real power comes down to unit types and tech. My alchemy golems are the true path. I'll build tier 3 for golems and crush him into pieces with a flood of steel. But building tier 3 golems required a massive amount of rare resources. Swindling alone wouldn't cut it anymore. I need to think of something else. A far more vicious scheme slowly took shape in his mind. In the valley, the evening breeze was cool. I had no idea about the storms brewing outside, and frankly couldn't be bothered. Right now, I was leisurely taking stock of my spoils. Ding! All your stats plus 10. A warm current surged through my entire body, more magnificent and pure than any level up. It felt so good I nearly moaned out loud. My bones grew tougher, my muscles firmer, and even my mind was clearer than ever before. I opened my stats panel. Lord Lu Qingzhou, level 5. Strength, 35 agility, 27 constitution, 28 spirit, 32 charisma, 30. Hiss. These stats. I'm practically a humanoid beast. With base stats alone, I could probably steamroll every other lord at this stage. Master, you're amazing. Ellen's cool little face was full of adoration, her ruby-like eyes sparkling with starlight. Hee Master. Awesome. A few little Lolas pounced on me like clingy pendants. It's because you all worked so well together. I laughed and gave each of their cheeks a pinch, then turned my attention to the pile of loot. Rampaging Boar King's Tusk X2, superior weapon material. Thick Boar King Hide X5, superior armor material. Blueprint, Ring of Savage Charge X1. Skill Book, War Stomp X1. Territory Upgrade Scroll X1. Copper Coins X233. Jackpot. I picked up the skill book first. War Stomp. Fiercely stomp the ground, dealing 50% strength damage to all enemies within 5 meters and slowing them. Cooldown, 60 seconds. An AoE crowd control skill. Not bad. I learned it right away. Next was the Territory Upgrade Scroll. Instantly upgrades a level 1 territory to level 2 upon use. Good stuff. I used it without hesitation. Ding. Territory upgraded to level 2. Area doubled. Unlocked. Level 1 warehouse. Level 1 barracks. A rush of clarity washed over me, and my whole body felt refreshed. Finally, my gaze landed on the heaviest reward of them all, the epic treasure chest. Purple and gold from top to bottom, engraved with mysterious runes and shrouded in a violet mist. Come on, show me what surprises you've got for me. I rubbed my hands together and opened it. A brilliant purple light shot up into the sky. As the glow faded, 3 items radiating supreme divine power hovered silently in midair. Looking at these 3 heaven-defying treasures in my pack, I couldn't hold back the grin tugging at my lips. A full haul, let's head home. With a wave of my hand, I led my lowly army in a grand procession back to the territory. By the time we returned, the sky had gone completely dark. The 2 little ones I'd left to guard the arrow towers spotted me immediately, poking out their little pink heads and waving their snow-white arms. Master's back. I nodded with a smile, and under 6 pairs of expectant eyes, I pulled the 3 items out of my pack. A quaint blueprint that seemed to flow with moonlight. A longbow crafted from 1,000-year-old wood, coiled with a swirling azure wind. A mysterious scroll giving off a golden glow. Wow, so pretty. The little ones were mesmerized, their eyes full of stars. Even Elaine, cool and aloof as the moon, showed a rare flicker of awe in those ruby-red eyes. I picked up the blueprint first. Obtained building blueprint. Moonwell, rare. Moon's blessing. All friendly units within the territory gain plus 5% to all attributes. Moon spring water. 1 bottle forms every 24 hours. Restores mana, with an extremely small chance to permanently increase spirit by 1 point. Elf exclusive. The well water provides extra nourishment for elves. Requirements: 100 each of wood, stone, iron, ore, and copper coins. 0. I sucked in a sharp breath. All stats boosted, plus an endless supply of a miracle elixir that restores mana. This was a strategic tier building. Fighting down the wild surge of excitement, I turned to the second item. Epic weapon acquired. Longbow of Wind Whispers. Attack plus 80, agility plus 10. Rapid, attack speed plus 20%. Windspeak. Arrows carry the power of wind, with a chance to ignore part of the target's defense. Requirement: Elven Hero Unit. My eyes lit up instantly. This was practically made for Ellen. Ellen, catch. I tossed her the longbow. She froze completely, her ruby-red eyes filled with disbelief. Master, this is far too precious. Her small hands trembled, not daring to reach out. Since when do you need to be so formal with me? I ruffled her silver hair, soft as moonlight. Ellen's cheeks flushed pink as she clutched the longbow tight, holding it like the most precious thing in the world. Last was that scroll wrapped in golden light. Special item acquired. Unit promotion scroll, superior. Designate 1 unit to break past the limits of its race and ascend to a higher tier. All stats greatly increased, with a chance to learn a new skill. Perfect timing. I'd just been worrying that my lowly legion's damage output was starting to fall behind. All right, you 6. Who wants to get stronger? I waved the scroll around. Me. Master, pick me. The 6 little ones exploded with excitement, puffing out their tiny chests and stretching their arms as high as they could, terrified I might not see them. Grinning, I pointed at the one who'd raised her hand first. You're up. Yay, thank you, Master. I used the scroll on her. A beam of golden light enveloped her. Her body grew taller at a visible rate. From a petite frame that barely reached my waist, she blossomed into a stunning girl just over 5'3", slender and graceful. Cherry blossom pink hair cascaded down to her waist, and her face shed its baby fat, taking on the shy allure of a young woman. Unit: pink-haired elven archer. Promotion successful. Acquired. Elite pink-haired elven archer ×1, level 4. HP 350, attack 45, new skill, double shot. The other 5 crowded around their transformed sister, chattering away, their faces full of envy. The newly promoted girl walked up to me and dropped to 1 knee. Thank you, Master, for granting me this rebirth. I reached out and helped her to her feet. After finishing the inventory of the spoils, I stretched lazily. My territory had already leveled up to level 2, unlocking the warehouse and the barracks. Both were quite practical, but my gaze immediately drifted back to that Moonwell blueprint. This was what I wanted most. The sooner it was built, the greater the returns. I opened the construction panel. Consumes wood, stone, wood, iron, ore, and copper coins, 1,000 each, to build a Moonwell. My eyebrows shot up. Wood, 950 stone, 920 iron ore, 960 copper coins, 1,904. Copper coins? More than enough. Everything else? Just a hair short. Gotta scrounge up more resources, I muttered, rubbing my chin. Head back into the forest to chop trees and mine, or too slow. My gaze drifted to the pile of random little trinkets in my storage locker, stuff I'd gotten from planting seeds. An idea clicked into place instantly. Time to fleece the sheep again. I pulled up the trading market and started leisurely listing my goods. Night vision fruit ×1 grants night vision for 6 hours after eating 100 wood or stone stock. 2 exclusive supply, first come first served. Confusion pollen ×1 throw it to send monsters within 5 meters into chaos, your choice of iron, ore, wood, or stone stock. 3 can't beat him? Trick him. The second the listings went live, the chat channel exploded. Holy crap, Lord Lou's got new stuff again. One lets you see in the dark, and the other makes monsters kill each other? That's insanely broken. Then they saw the prices, and everyone sucked in a sharp breath in unison. 100 wood for 1. That's highway robbery. I already donated my entire fortune to the Great Shao Tian. Now I can't even scrape together 10 units. Just as everyone was hesitating, A lord named Lin Feng, ranked third on the level leaderboard, gritted his teeth and bought a pack of confusion pollen. A second later, he dropped an ecstatic battle report. Lin Feng, guys, I'm telling you the truth. I just got ganged up on by two elite wolves and almost died. Tossed a pack of pollen at him, and the two beasts started fighting each other. Cleaned up easy. I'm level 3 now. Total steal. Boom. The market went nuts in an instant. Grab it. Whatever the cost. In under 3 seconds, everything I'd listed was completely wiped out. Transaction complete. Received with times 100. A string of notification chimes rang out. I watched the numbers on my resource panel skyrocket, grinning ear to ear. The ones who missed out were beating their chests in the channel. I was so close. Daddy, please list some more. A familiar ID popped up again. Wang Hao. Bunch of idiots, getting scammed by that Lu guy again. A few cheap little gadgets. How do they even compare to Brother Xiao Tian's alchemy golem? Short-sighted, no vision whatsoever. This time, his words got instantly shot down. I'm about to lose my life, and you want to talk about vision? Can a golem, no matter how badass, help me fight monsters? Lord Lu's items actually save lives. At Wang Hao, you're just Xiao Tian's lapdog, aren't you? As for this circus of clowns, I just smiled faintly. Some people fixate on empty appearances. Others grab hold of what'll actually keep them alive. In times of chaos, it's crystal clear who'll be laughing at the end. I glanced at my skyrocketing resources and waved my hand grandly. Build Moonwell. Boom. A beam of pure moonlight descended from the sky, bathing the open ground at the center of my territory. Countless logs, stones, and iron ore slowly dissolved in the light, transforming into pure energy that assembled into an ancient, mysterious structure. Whoa, so pretty. The little ones were mesmerized again. A magical well crafted from moonstone and ancient elven wood slowly took shape, radiating a soft glow. Clear spring water pooled at its mouth, the surface veiled in a faint silver mist. Rare tier structure, Moonwell successfully built. The instant it was complete, a wave of cool, soothing energy radiated outward from it, sweeping across the entire territory. Everyone perked up, their exhaustion melting away. A faint moonlit glow shimmered across the snow-white skin of Irene and the 6 elven maidens, holy and enchanting. So nice. One little one murmured, eyes closed, in a sweet baby voice. I nodded, satisfied. That passive aura alone was worth the price of admission. Next, I built a level 1 warehouse and a level 1 barracks, 2 flashes of white light lighting up one after another. I turned to the 2 little ones up on the arrow tower who hadn't gotten to fight, and beckoned to them. You too, come down. From now on, you'll train in the barracks. Level up good for me. Yes, master. The 2 little ones scampered down on their short little legs, then hand in hand, skipped and hopped their way into the barracks. Pink-haired elf archer times 2 entered training, plus 10 EXP per hour. With all that handled, I looked over my territory, now finally taking shape, and felt pleased. The sky was growing dark. A full moon climbed into the night sky, echoing the moon well below, casting down a cool, holy radiance. The entire territory was draped in a hazy silver glow, as peaceful as a paradise cut off from the world. All right, it's dark out. Time to get ready for bed. Yes, master. The 4 little ones lined up and followed behind me, but then veered off toward that lush, thriving spirit field. Master, can we sleep here again tonight? One of the braver ones asked, tugging at the hem of my clothes. The moonlight here, it feels so good. It makes us all warm inside. I shook my head with a smile. These little elves were naturally drawn to places full of nature's energy. Compared to a stuffy wooden cabin, they much preferred the company of plants. Of course you can. I crouched down and ruffled their hair. But it gets cold at night, so don't catch a cold. We won't. We're elves. We never get sick as long as there are plants around. They cheered and each found a spot, and before long they were breathing softly and evenly. Watching them, so utterly without. Here's the English translation. Seeing her guarded yet peaceful sleeping face, my heart softened a little. In a world riddled with danger, perhaps it was only within one's own territory that such a serene sight could be found. I didn't disturb them. I took Irene back to the cabin. The morning of the 3rd day. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the thin mist, I lounged comfortably in the reclining chair in front of the wooden cabin. By the moonwell, 5 pink-haired girls and the one who'd successfully advanced were splashing around barefoot, their snow-white little feet pattering as they scooped up spring water and doused one another. Laughter like silver bells echoed across the territory. Behind me, Irene kneaded my shoulders with her soft little hands. Not too hard, not too soft. The girl's body scent mingled with the crisp coolness of the well water, utterly refreshing. "Master, does this feel good?" Her cool voice sounded beside my ear. Not bad," I replied lazily, savoring treatment fit for an emperor. Hum. That familiar golden screen of light in the sky slowly unfolded without any warning. The global live stream had begun again. The global live stream, now for the third time. Within the territory, all the laughter came to an abrupt halt. The pink-haired little girls playing by the well, and Irene, who'd been massaging me. Every one of them instinctively lifted their snow-white little faces toward the sky. I slowly opened my eyes, casting a calm gaze at the screen. That figure who haunted the dreams of tens of billions of men worldwide had appeared once again. The Morningstar Queen. But this time, her condition was far worse than the previous two. That flawless, beautiful face was now drained of all color, so fragile it made hearts tremble. And what made audiences around the world catch their breath? Those evil curse markings were no longer content to merely coil around her ankles. They crept up along the queen's slender legs, wrapped in that holy silver dress, spreading ever higher. The sacred silver gown, the sinister black markings, the contrast created an extreme visual impact. On the right side of the image, the blood-red countdown continued its merciless ticking. 29 days, 17 hours, 33 minutes. Below it, the black progress bar representing the curse's corruption level had quietly climbed from yesterday's 8% to a dangerous 10%. The chat channel exploded instantly. "How did my wife get worse again? Abyss Lord. You son of a bitch, you deserve to die." Seeing the queen wanting to cry but holding it back, "It's breaking my heart." "Shut up. Her Majesty is suffering. We should be furious, not weeping." This live stream acted like the most potent catalyst, completely igniting everyone's frenzy. Countless men, watching the queen's fragile, near-breaking state, each burned with the desire to carve their way through the abyss and rescue the woman of their dreams. Within the territory, I leaned back in my chair, looking at the pitiable queen on the screen, my eyes without the slightest ripples. "Master, Her Majesty the Queen." She looks so pitiful. Behind me, Irene's cool voice carried a trace of reluctance. "Yeah, I really want to go save her," a pink-haired girl by the well chimed in. I smiled faintly and reached out to pinch Irene's smooth cheek. "Don't worry, she won't die." I glanced at the sacred fruit of life in the storage locker, wreathed in white mist, my eyes deep and unreadable. At that very moment, a cold, vast voice of the heavenly Tao suddenly echoed through the minds of every lord. Newbie Village number 10086 announcement. A rare encounter has arrived. A goblin merchant, hauling an enormous pack and moving in secret, has spawned at random coordinates somewhere in the forest. He carries rare blueprints, mysterious items, and special building materials from another world, waiting only for the fated one to find him. Reminder: the goblin merchant is timid and cowardly. He will leave this region in 5 hours, so lords, make haste. Boom. This announcement dropped like a heavy bomb, completely detonating the already boiling channel. Rare blueprints. Our chance to strike it rich is here. Forget the queen. Go find the merchant quick. He might even have the antidote. Find the goblin merchant, marry the queen, and rise to the top of your life. Damn it. I never should have donated all my resources yesterday. In an instant, every lord in the newbie village went absolutely nuts. Countless people scrambled and tumbled out of their little cabins, plunging headlong into the vast primeval forest. Whoever found the goblin merchant first would rocket straight to the top. At that same moment, inside a level 2 cabin, Xiao Tian, who had just woken up, heard the announcement and shot up from his bed, his eyes blazing with a greed he'd never felt before. Rare blueprints. One-of-a-kind items. My chance is here. He'll admit it. When it came to grinding mobs and leveling up, he'd been utterly crushed by that guy surnamed Lu. But so what? This continent was a battle of lords for supremacy. Personal valor always had its limits. As long as he could get his hands on a high-tier alchemy blueprint from the merchant and build Tier 3, Tier 4, Tier 5 war machines, then some nobody like Liu Changzhou, he could crush him with a single finger. He knew full well that finding a randomly spawned NPC within 5 hours all on his own was like searching for a needle in a haystack. But he had people. He had the largest, most loyal flock of sheep in the entire newbie village. Xiao Tian took a deep breath, put on a righteous, noble face, and opened the chat channel. Xiao Tian, add everyone. Don't panic, listen to me. The moment he spoke, he had everyone's attention. The appearance of the goblin merchant is no accident. It's a revelation from the heavenly Tao. The items in his hands could very well be the key to the queen's antidote. Here's my proposal. Every brother who's supported me, every comrade who yearns to save the queen, let's unite. We'll use my territory as our home base and form a 100-man search party to comb through this entire forest, inch by inch. There's strength in numbers. We'll definitely beat everyone else to it. I swear, the moment we find that merchant, every blueprint and item goes toward the queen's antidote first. And once she's cured, I won't take a single coin of the reward. It all gets split evenly among every brother who joins me. What a rousing speech. What noble, selfless devotion. Xiao Tian, you're a man of honor. That's our leader for you. I'll follow your command, boss. For the queen, I'd die 1,000 deaths. Wang Hao, the #1 bootlicker, immediately leapt out to wave the flag and cheer. Wang Hao, brothers, this is our chance to put Village 10086 on the map. Everyone, get to Big Bro Xiao Tian's territory right now. Let's show that selfish little worm, who only cares about leveling himself up, what real collective power looks like. Countless deceived lords were stirred up once again. They abandoned their own plans and came pouring toward Xiao Tian's territory from every corner of the forest like a flooding tide. Before long, a 500-strong Queen's Rescue Army had assembled. Their clothes were tattered, their gear worn and beaten, but their eyes burned with fervor. Xiao Tian stood before his cabin, gazing down at the dark, swarming crowd below, his chest swelling with pride. He felt like an emperor about to march off to war. Family, he shouted, throwing his arm up high. For the queen. For glory. Move out. For the queen. Charge. Over 500 people, led by their commander-in-chief, Xiao Tian, surged into the forest in a mighty procession. And Xiao Tian, naturally, planted himself right in the center, calling it overseeing the big picture. The gears in his head were spinning at full speed. The instant anyone spotted the merchant, he'd be the first to hear about it. And with the convenience of being commander-in-chief, he'd rush over ahead of everyone. Every last treasure, all his and his alone. Liu Qingzhou, haha. The moment I get my hands on that rare blueprint, you're a dead man. Inside my territory, I leaned back in my chair, watching that crowd in the channel. All of them so thoroughly played by Xiao Tian's smooth talk that they couldn't tell up from down, and a playful smirk tugged at the corner of my mouth. Master, that Xiao Tian guy seems like an idiot. Behind me, Irene's cool voice carried a hint of amusement. No, he's no idiot, I said, shaking my head, my tone flat. He's a bad seed. The real idiots are the ones he's selling out, the ones cheerfully helping him count his money. Xiao Tian's scheme? I could figure it out with my eyes closed. It was nothing more than exploiting the information gap and his leader's halo, using ordinary lords as free labor too. He'd find the merchant on his own, and once he did, all the rewards would naturally be his. As for those promises, just pie in the sky, one gust of wind, and they'd scatter. So, we're not going to look for the goblin merchant. Ellen tilted her little head. Look for him. I couldn't help but shake my head with a laugh. We don't even know how big this forest is. Finding a randomly spawning NPC within 5 hours? That's like searching for a needle in a haystack. A total waste of time. Instead of gambling our fate on luck, we'd be better off killing a few more elite monsters and leveling up. That's something real. I never pinned my hopes on something as fickle as luck. But that Xiao Tian gathered over 500 people. A rare flicker of worry crossed Ellen's face. Strength in numbers, I get that. I let out a soft sigh. His move is despicable, but effective. 500 people doing a carpet search. Their odds of finding it are way better than ours. Looks like this round, that clown's going to beat us to it. And yet, the words had barely left my mouth when, behind me, Ellen's ruby-red eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp glint. Her small hands froze instantly. She whipped her head around like a wary leopard, staring at a dense thicket to the right of the territory. "Who's there?" Ellen let out a delicate shout, her hand snapping back to grip the Windwhisper longbow behind her. The terrifying aura of an S-rank hero erupted without warning. My eyes narrowed, and I followed her gaze. The bushes shook violently, and a creature poked half its head out, less than a meter tall, with disgusting green skin and long, pointed ears. On its back it lugged a bulging, oversized sack nearly twice as big as its own body. The goblin merchant. This cowardly, greedy little thing was staring, utterly transfixed, at the two epic structures radiating divine majesty in the center of my territory. One moment it gazed at the luminous moon well, the next at the majestic, primordial tree of life, drool practically dripping from its pointed snout. A miracle. It's a miracle, it muttered, dazed, its eyes brimming with greed and awe, so lost that it hadn't even realized it had already given itself away. I just froze. I'd already given up. I'd even braced myself to watch Xiao Tian strut around like a peacock. But the mysterious NPC the entire village was frantically hunting for had just delivered itself to my doorstep. I'd worn out my shoes searching high and low, and here it was, without any effort at all. In that instant, Xiao Tian and his mighty 500-strong rescue army all turned into complete and utter clowns in my mind. There they were, working themselves to death, rallying the whole village, blood boiling like they were out to save the world. And the result? I was lying comfortably at home enjoying a massage while this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity walked right up to me. Sometimes, direction matters more than effort. If you pour everything into the wrong path, all you're doing is putting on a show for yourself. After a few seconds, the goblin merchant snapped out of his daze. He crept out of the bushes, and when he spotted Aaron and me, a flicker of wariness passed through his murky little eyes. But the moment his gaze landed on Aaron's stunningly beautiful face and the 6 adorable, delicate little elf girls huddled behind her, those beady, lecherous eyes glazed over instantly. Ha ha ha. Elves, live elves. He rubbed his 2 grimy little hands together, letting out a pig-like snicker, his lust-filled eyes roaming shamelessly over them. Aaron's lovely face went cold in an instant, her eyes brimming with disgust. The 6 little pink-haired girls were so frightened they scrambled behind me, poking out just their tiny heads to watch the ugly creature warily. Ahem. I gave a dry cough and stepped in front of the girls, cutting off that sleazy line of sight. Only then did the goblin realize he'd overstepped. He hastily pulled his gaze back and pasted on a fawning smile. Honored, mighty lord, greetings. I am a mysterious merchant who wanders across all worlds. The name's Jad. I've got rare treasures from every corner of the world. As long as you've got enough copper coins, there's nothing you can't buy. This guy was almost certainly drawn here by the 2 divine tier buildings in my territory. If you've got good stuff, let's see it. I wasn't in the mood for chit-chat. Haha, right away. Jad's eyes crinkled into thin slits as he laboriously unloaded his massive pack and spread it out on the ground. Clatter. A huge pile of treasures, glittering in every color imaginable, dazzled everyone's eyes. Hero Summoning Scroll. Quality, rare. Effect. When used, randomly summons a hero unit from the void to serve you. The hero's quality and potential depend on your luck stat. Price, 1,000 copper coins. Building Blueprint, Elf Workshop. Quality, rare. Effect. Allows construction of an elf-exclusive workshop that produces weapons and armor unique to the elven race. Price, 2,000 copper coins. On top of that, the shelves held 3 pieces of fine equipment glowing with blue light, along with a batch of rare crafting materials. My breath quickened just a fraction. A hero summoning scroll. An elf workshop. These 2 items were exactly what I needed. Right now, the things I lacked most were heroes and equipment. But I glanced at my wallet. Copper coins, 1,004. Building the moon well, and the 2 basic structures had eaten up most of it. Now I had only 1,000 left. I couldn't even afford the elf workshop blueprint on its own. My lord, which one's caught your eye? Let me tell you, An opportunity like this doesn't come twice. Judd rubbed his hands together, an oily grin spreading across his face. I'll take everything, I said flatly. Judd froze for a second, then broke into pure ecstasy. But I don't have enough copper, I added, changing my tone. Not enough copper? The smile vanished from Judd's face, replaced by a "you've got to be kidding me" look. My lord, I only deal in copper. No credit, ever. I know, I cut him off. I can trade you something else. I pulled a night vision fruit and a pouch of bewildering pollen from my storage locker and tossed them in front of him. Take a look at these. Judd's face had been dripping with contempt. But the moment his eyes landed on those two items, those shifty little eyes went wide as saucers. He snatched up the night vision fruit, brought it to his nose, and sniffed hard, then pried open the pollen pouch to inspect it. His expression shifted from shock to sheer delight. By the gods, glowcaps from the moonlight marsh, and phantom butterfly pollen from the misty forest. He was trembling with excitement. Honorable Lord, how do you possess treasures like these? Do we have a deal or not? I asked coolly. Deal? Of course deal. Judd didn't hesitate for a second. But then those greedy eyes rolled, and he let out a sly chuckle. Although I run an honest business, fair and square. As rare as these two are, they're barely worth 500 copper. Throw in another 1,000 copper, and those 3 fine pieces of gear are yours. Sounds fair, doesn't it? Jacking up the price on the spot. Just like a swindler. I couldn't be bothered to argue with him. After all, whatever he got his hands on, he wasn't walking away with any of it. Fine. I traded over the 1,000 copper and the items. Heh. A man of action, my lord. Judd happily pocketed the money and handed over the 3 pieces of gear. I took them without so much as a glance and pointed straight at the hero summoning scroll and the sprite workshop blueprint. I'll take these 2 as well. Judd stroked his chin, feigning reluctance. He could tell the man in front of him wasn't short on money. Not gouging him hard would be an insult to his own reputation. Now these are the crown jewels of my collection. Especially this scroll. If it summons a legendary tier hero, you'll rise straight to the top. He gritted his teeth. Give me 10 more of those fruits and that pollen, and I'll part with them, painful as it is. Asking for the moon. He was treating me like a fat sheep ready for the slaughter. My gaze turned cold, but my expression didn't waver. All right, it's a deal. I traded over every last one of my remaining night vision fruits and bewildering pollen. Judd stared at the pile of rare items in his pack, grinning ear to ear. Thoroughly satisfied, he handed over the scroll and the blueprint. A pleasure doing business, honorable lord. You're the most generous customer I've ever had. And as he spoke, he swiftly and nimbly. He packed up his things, getting ready to bolt. I took the scroll, a cold smile curling at the corner of my mouth. I said nothing, just shot Erin, standing behind me, a single look. She caught on instantly. The moment Jad shouldered his pack and pulled out a random teleport scroll, about to tear it open. Whoosh! A silver arrow, crackling with condensed moonlight, ripped through the air with a shrill scream. Whip! The arrow seemed to ignore the distance entirely, punching cleanly through his back and into his heart. Minus 128. Critical hit. A terrifying number exploded above his head. Ugh! Jad stiffened all over and looked down in disbelief at the bowl-sized hole gaping in his chest. He hadn't even processed it yet. A dark shadow had already appeared silently behind him. The crimson fong in my hand became a bolt of blood-red lightning. Whip! The razor-sharp dagger swept cleanly across his fragile throat. Minus 92. Vital strike. You. Jad clutched his spurting throat, glaring at me like he'd seen a ghost. Even in death, he couldn't figure out why this fat sheep had suddenly bared its fangs. His stunted little body slowly toppled over, life draining away fast. In the last second before he vanished completely. Clatter, clatter. Everything in his pack, along with the copper coins and items I'd just traded away, all burst out, piling into a glittering little mountain of gold on the ground. And that wasn't all. At the very top of the loot pile sat a worn old coin pouch, giving off a faint golden glow. Ding! You have successfully slain the goblin merchant. Obtained special item, goblin's greedy coin pouch. I blew the blood off my dagger, my face not betraying the slightest ripple. Trying to scam me? Cough it all back up, principal and interest. I strolled forward and picked up the coin pouch first. Item, Goblin's greedy coin pouch. Quality, rare. Effect, automatically produces 100 copper coins per day. Description, greed is a goblin's virtue, and also the primary force of production. A money printer. Master, that was amazing. Erin's cool little face was full of admiration. Just moments ago, she'd been fuming over getting cheated out of our resources, and in the blink of an eye, I'd killed him, robbed him, and hauled it all back with interest. Take notes. I smiled and pinched her snow-white cheek, then started tallying up the loot. 3 pieces of fine equipment, a hero scroll, a workshop blueprint, plus every item and coin I'd traded away, all accounted for. Add in the 1,200 copper coins Jad had been carrying, and my total copper count broke past 2,000 in one stroke. The 3 pieces of equipment, a pair of leather boots, a set of leather armor, and a dagger. The leather boots. As for the leather armor, I split it between 2 of the pink-haired little girls who hadn't leveled up yet. It gave their survivability a huge boost. The dagger I kept for myself. I still needed a decent offhand weapon. Put all the materials in the storage locker. Yes, master. 6 little ones chimed in with sweet, childish voices, scampering off on their tiny pink feet, cheerfully getting to work. Just then, the familiar voice of heaven suddenly boomed over the newbie village. Newbie village number 10086 announcement. The fortuitous encounter event has ended early. The goblin merchant has died unexpectedly. My gaze fell on the hero summoning scroll. Erin was strong, but there was only one of her. If my territory was going to grow, one hero was nowhere near enough. Come on, let's see what luck I've got. I breathed on my palm and used it right away. A brilliant golden light shot up into the sky, and an intricate magic circle slowly materialized in the center of my territory. Within the glow, the silhouette of a tall, smoking hot figure gradually took shape. Nearly 5'7", with flame-red hair cascading down to her waist, a body with all the right curves, radiating an explosive, powerful kind of beauty. But the most eye-catching feature was the pair of fluffy, snow-white cat ears twitching slightly on top of her head. A set of tight black leather armor hugged her full figure, showing off every curve. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully summoned an A-rank hero, cat ear assassin Yao Yao. Meow. Yao Yao stretched lazily, her wild eyes sweeping curiously across her surroundings before finally landing on me. She strode forward on those long legs, moving with an elegant, cat-like gait, then did something completely unexpected. She flicked out her pink tongue to lick her lips, leaned in close to my cheek, and gave a light sniff. You smell like a strong one. And also, like a whole lot of girls. Her voice was seductive. So, are you my master? Off to the side, Erin, cool and aloof as the moon, watched this scene, a flicker of wariness crossing her ruby-red eyes as she instinctively edged a little closer to me. Bold and fiery, the complete opposite of the quiet, shy Erin. Interesting. I opened up her stats panel. Hero, cat ear assassin Yao Yao. Quality, a rank, can grow. Level 1, HP, 350. Attack, 60. Skills, backstab, shadow strike. Loyalty, 85. Description, a lively, energetic feline brimming with deadly charm. Careful not to get scratched. I nodded with satisfaction. An A rank, no doubt about it. That starting attack power was explosive. With her, my squad finally had a melee assassin who could charge into the fray. Customers. After finishing up, I picked up the Sprite Workshop blueprint again. My little squad of girls needed a proper place to forge their gear. But when I opened the build menu, I frowned slightly. Blueprint, Sprite Workshop. Requirements. Wood X500, iron ore X200, moonwood X10. Moonwood. I searched the trading market. Not a single seller. A rare material. Guess I can't build it yet. On the other side of the forest, Xiao Tian stood proudly atop the high ground, looking down at the dark mass of people below, basking in the thrill of being a leader. His search party of over 500 had turned every inch of the surrounding miles upside down, yet hadn't caught so much as a shadow of the goblin merchant. But he wasn't worried in the slightest. With sheer numbers on his side, finding that slimy little creature was just a matter of time. And just as he was fantasizing about snagging the rare blueprint, surpassing me, and reaching the peak of his life, that cold system announcement crashed down on him like a bucket of ice water. The smile on Xiao Tian's face froze instantly. Struck as if by lightning, he stood there dumbfounded. It's over? The merchant is dead? He hadn't even found it yet. His 500-strong army hadn't even flexed its muscle. How could it be dead already? What the hell? The event's over. The merchant's dead? Who did it? The 500-plus lords still slaving away at their search below were all stunned, frozen stiff, like statues. We busted our asses all this time just to collect a corpse? The chat channel went dead silent for a moment, then completely blew up. Are you kidding me? Which bastard killed the merchant? I've got my pants down, and this is what you show me. Damn it. I was counting on trading for a blueprint to get rich. At Xiao Tian, weren't you going to lead us to glory? Where's the glory now? 500 people, chasing after nothing. The lords who'd long resented Xiao Tian seized the moment and let loose a torrent of mockery. Ha. So this is the great power of numbers? 500 people deployed, and you couldn't find a single hair. Not just that, the NPC straight up died. You people aren't a rescue squad. You're a funeral procession. I told you all, stick with Xiao Tian, and you'll starve 9 meals in 3 days. And the lords who'd been conned into donating everything they owned finally came to their senses too, feeling like their intelligence had been dragged across the floor and ground into the dirt. I got scammed. Xiao Tian, give me back my resources. Refund. We chopped that wood so you could show off. At Xiao Tian at Wang Hao, you two frauds. Get out here. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. Xiao Tian stared at the screen full of accusations and curses, shaking with rage, his face turning purple as a pig's. Liver-colored. Damn it. Who the hell was it? He threw his head back and let out a roar full of venom and bitter defiance. Night deepened. The territory fell into complete silence. Bright moonlight spilled through the window and washed over my face. I lay comfortably on the soft wooden bed inside the Tier 2 cabin, savoring the most peaceful moment of the day. During the day, I'd pulled off a double cross and taken out that merchant, then recruited an A-rank hero on top of it. Tonight, I slept like a rock. When the morning sun poured into the Lord's cabin, I opened my eyes. I pushed open the wooden door to find the whole territory bursting with life. The moon well, glowing with moonlight, had gathered its power overnight. A faint silver mist now hovered above its mouth. Ding! You've obtained Moon Spring Water X1. A bottle of crisp, clear spring water flew straight into my hand. I tipped my head back and drank it all down. A wave of coolness rushed through my mind, sweeping away every trace of exhaustion. Good stuff. 6 elf girls gathered around and chimed in together. Good morning, master. Elaine was as cool and distant as ever, standing quietly behind me. I clapped my hands and spread out the blueprint for the elf workshop. To build this, I'm still missing one thing, moonlight wood. That's today's target. Yes, master. The group stepped once more into the shadowy forest. With Yao Yao, the A-rank assassin, our scouting ability had jumped up a whole level. She slipped through the trees like a phantom, her snow-white cat ears twitching faintly, catching even the slightest movement. Master, 300 meters ahead on the left. There's something hiding in that hollow tree. Meow. Yao Yao suddenly appeared beside me, dropping her voice to a whisper. Let's take a look. Everyone softened their steps and crept forward. In front of a massive dead tree. So wide it would take 3 people to wrap their arms around it. There was a pitch-black hollow at its base. Elaine and Yao Yao flanked it, left and right, closing in silently like top-tier hunters. Roar! A low growl came from inside the hollow, and a monster covered in green slime and reeking of foul stench lunged out. A slime. Its semi-transparent green body writhed constantly, looking both disgusting and pathetically weak. Corrosive slime, elite, LV.6. HP, 1200 ATK, 20 def, 100. Skills, physical immunity, corrosive spit, toxic slime. I raised an eyebrow. 100 points of defense, plus physical immunity? Those stats were practically built to shut down any physical fighter. Splat. The slime's body contracted, then hurled a glob of foul yellow-green liquid at Elaine like a cannonball. She swayed to the side and dodged it with ease. The liquid hit the ground with a sizzling hiss, corroding a small pit that spewed black smoke. If it landed on you, it'd melt your gear right off. Elaine, moonlight arrow. Yes. Wind whisper long. Bow, drawn to full. A silver arrow screamed through the air. Physically immune, but its magic resistance wasn't high. Thunk. The arrow buried itself into that jiggly body. -95. Squelch. The slime shrieked in pain, its body splitting in two. Two smaller slimes kept right on spewing. It can split? Now that's interesting. The battle that followed became Irene's solo performance. She was like a sprite dancing on a blade's edge, dodging the acidic sprays like a phantom, whittling down the health bar one precise arrow at a time. The pink-haired Lolas could only fidget helplessly on the sidelines. Physical attacks were useless against this thing. My heavy strike and war stomp were all physical damage too, so they were nullified just the same. When its health dropped to a third, Yao Yao suddenly spoke up. Master, her voice dripped with coyness, her cat ears twitching. This gooey big guy seems to be hiding a whole lot of energy inside. Yao Yao really wants to suck him dry. Can I, meow? She flicked her pink tongue across her lips, her eyes brimming with hunger. Oh, my interest was piqued. You've got a way? Physical immunity doesn't mean energy immunity, does it? She winked playfully. Please, let Yao Yao take the field. Go for it. Yes. A bloodthirsty gleam flashed in Yao Yao's eyes as she received the order. Shadow Strike. With a sharp, sweet cry, her fiery figure dissolved into a black blur and vanished into thin air. The next second, she'd appeared silently behind the slime. Backstab. Her dagger, glowing with an eerie dark purple light, plunged viciously into that jiggly body. -215. Critical, weak point. Squelch. The slime let out a blood-curdling wail, its massive body convulsing. But she wasn't done. Let Yao Yao suck you dry. The dark purple glow on the dagger flared. A visible stream of green life energy was siphoned along the blade, pouring endlessly into Yao Yao's body. The slime shriveled up before everyone's eyes. Meanwhile, a satisfied flush spread across Yao Yao's alluring face, a comfortable little moan escaping her lips. So good. In less than 5 seconds, this level 6 elite slime had been drained by her downright freakish, energy-draining art into a shriveled puddle of slime. A golden glow of a level up flared to life. Ding. Successfully slew level 6 elite, corrosion slime. Ding. Hero cat-eared assassin Yao Yao has reached level 2. A weakness is never in the enemy's armor. It's in whether you're willing to look at it from a different angle. Hick. Yao Yao gave a satisfied burp. So much energy. Yao Yao even leveled up. Meow? She sauntered over with an elegant, cat-like stride, her tail affectionately curling around my arm, swaying gently. I gave a squeeze to that pair of quiff. The twitching cat ears felt amazingly good under my hand. Nice work. I walked over to the shriveled corpse and started looting. Slime X10. Skill Fragment X1. Copper Coins X15. Moonlight Wood X1. When I saw that last one, my eyes instantly lit up. Moonlight Wood. It was a peculiar piece of timber giving off a faint silver glow, warm and smooth to the touch, with a strange, refreshing fragrance. Moonlight Wood Rare. Only grows in places rich with moonlight, an essential material for constructing elven architecture, so it really only drops from elite monsters. If I wanted to gather 10 of these, I'd have to hunt down a few more. Come on, let's keep moving. From then on, the entire forest became my hunting ground. With Yao Yao, a natural slime killer, by my side, monsters with physical immunity might as well have been made of paper. But what frustrated me was that after wiping out several nests and taking down more than a dozen ordinary slimes, I hadn't seen so much as a shadow of Moonlight Wood. Looks like only elites and above drop it. That was my conclusion. And elite monsters weren't exactly growing on trees. You couldn't just run into one whenever you wanted. Master, the cave 300 meters ahead. The energy readings are way stronger than that last one. Like, several times stronger. Yao Yao's cat ears suddenly perked up, her face lighting up with excitement. Oh, instead of being alarmed, I grinned. Let's go check it out. Everyone crept closer on light feet. Before we even reached the entrance, a strange, cloying sweetness came drifting out. I poked my head in for a look, and my pupils shrank. Inside was a massive cavern. In the center, a giant slime, over 10 meters across and colored an enticing pink from head to toe, was slowly undulating. Its body was jiggly and crystal clear, like an enormous jelly. Pink heart-shaped bubbles floated all around it, eerie and seductive. Above its head, a line of blood-red text declared its terrifying identity. Charming Slime Queen, Boss, LV.7. HP. 3000 ATK, 30 Def, 150. Skills, Physical Immunity, Kiss of Charm, Pink Prison, Self-Regeneration. A level 7 field boss. My expression tightened. These stats were even more ridiculous than that Pig King from before. Insane defense, physical immunity, and health regen on top of it all. An unkillable mobile fortress. Master, this big guy's gonna be a real problem. Even Yao Yao, who normally feared nothing in heaven or earth, wore a rare look of gravity on her face. Squish. The queen had spotted us. Her jelly-like body quivered, and a pink heart came diving straight down at my head. Kiss of Charm. Look out! Erin cried out, instantly throwing herself in front of me. A single arrow of silver light pierced clean through the heart. Boom. Squish. Its attack having failed, the queen seemed enraged. Her body gave a violent shudder, and a dozen sticky. A liquid cage crashed down from above, sealing off everyone's escape routes. Irene, Yo-Yo, go all out. I gave the order without flinching. Got it. A silver moonlight arrow and a shadowy purple backstab slammed into the queen almost simultaneously. Minus 85. Minus 188. Critical. But against her 3000 HP bar, it barely made a dent. Squish. The queen's body suddenly glowed green. Self-regeneration. Plus 150. Half the HP we just chipped away came right back. That's so cheap. I stared dumbfounded. How were we supposed to beat this thing? Master, let me drain her dry. Yo-Yo melted into a shadow, ready to pull off her old trick. But the instant she closed in, a pink cage dropped out of nowhere, trapping her tight. Irene, shoot its core. My eyes snapped into focus. Dead center in the queen's body, a faint pink core flickered in and out of view. That was her weak point. On it, Irene drew her longbow to full and poured every ounce of her spirit power into the shot. Moonlight arrow. Boom. A silver arrow, blindingly brilliant, pierced clean through the core in an instant. Minus 455. Critical. Weak point. The terrifying damage number floated slowly up from above the queen's head. No matter how thick the fortress walls, there's always one undefended heart. Squish. The slime queen let out a shrill, agonized shriek. Her massive body convulsed violently, and her healing skill was brutally interrupted. Now was our chance. I dug out the last 2 explosive pumpkins from my pack and hurled them with everything I had. Boom. Boom. Flames shot skyward. Pumpkins dealt physical damage, but the blazing explosion carried a magic effect. That was exactly what made them so deadly. Minus 100. Minus 100. Irene and I unleashed everything we had, and this once invincible level 7 boss watched her HP bar collapse before our very eyes. 10 minutes later, a bitter, unwilling wail echoed through the cavern. The enormous pink jelly burst apart with a thunderous roar, dissolving into a shower of light. Ding! You have successfully slain the level 7 field boss, Charming Slime Queen. Ding! Your level has risen to level 6. Ding! Hero Moon Elf Irene has risen to level 4. Ding! Hero Catgirl Assassin Yo-Yo has risen to level 3. Ding! Unit Elite Pink-Haired Elf Archer has risen to level 5. The golden glow of leveling up lit up on me and the little ones at the same time. With a clatter, a pile of loot shimmering in every color heaped up into a small mountain right where she'd fallen. My eyes locked immediately onto those few pieces of wood radiating a soft, pure moonlight. Moonwood. Got it. Meanwhile, at Rookie Village number 10086, a brilliant golden, an announcement exploded overhead without warning, blasting into everyone's minds. Rookie Village announcement. Congratulations to Lord Liu Changzhou for scoring the first kill on the level 7 field boss, Enchanting Slime Queen. Rewards. Rare Treasure Chest X1. Copper Coins X 1500. Morningstar Empire Reputation plus 100. The entire chat channel went dead silent in an instant. All those lords who'd been trashing Xiao Tian, all the spectators grabbing their popcorn, every single one of them just stared blankly at that blinding announcement. I'm literally speechless. Another boss. Level 7? Lord Lu. Are you even human? Sob, 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 daddy. You're my one and only daddy. At Xiaotian, care to say something now? Didn't you say Lord Lu was small time? He just killed a level 7 boss. What have you done? I ignored the tsunami of shock and started cheerfully tallying up my loot. First, I picked up those pieces of moonwood. Ding. Obtained moonwood X8. Combined with the piece I already had, that made 9 total. I was just one piece away from being able to build the elf workshop. Next, I picked up a core that gave off a soft pink glow, jiggly like jelly. Enchantment core. Quality, rare. Effect, can be used as an equipment or potion core, adding the enchantment attribute. Nice. A rare material. This would definitely come in handy down the line. The boss had also dropped a fine mage robe and a rare skill book. I listed the robe on the trading market for 500 copper coins. Perfect bait for some deep-pocketed sucker. As for the skill book, I learned it right away. Ding. Skill learned. Enchantment aura. Passive. Your charisma attribute now exerts a faint intimidation and attraction over units of the opposite sex. This skill was kind of scandalous. I rubbed my chin, feeling my already sky-high charisma of 30 gain an indescribable extra pull. Ding dong. A private message popped up. The ID was none other than that ice-cold beauty sitting firmly at second place on the level rankings. Suing. Suing. You're the one who killed the goblin merchant. Not a question. A statement. I raised an eyebrow. This woman was even sharper than I'd thought. Lu Qingzhou, what makes you so sure? Suing. Only you could produce those rare items, and only you have the strength to kill him. Suing. I need 2 movement speed items to take on a level 5 boss. In exchange. The next second, she sent a screenshot. A branch from an ancient tree, emerald green from end to end, life seeming to flow through it, with a single golden tender leaf hanging from it. Branch of the elven ancient tree. Quality, fine. Description, contains the most primal life force of the elven race. It might be able to grow something. Dunda. Premium quality seeds. My breath caught, and I immediately pulled out 2 Windrunner fruits. Lu Qingzhou, a permanent +2 agility boost. Deal. The other side went completely silent for a full half-minute. She'd probably assumed I'd offer some temporary speed potion at best. She never expected me to lead with a permanent stat-boosting artifact. Suing, deal. Ding. Transaction successful. Looking at that little branch in my inventory, radiating such immense life energy, I could barely keep the grin off my face. Master, are we heading back now? Erin patted over to me on her snow-white little feet. No. I shook my head, my gaze drifting toward the deeper reaches of the cavern. We still need one last piece of moonwood. Come on, let's clear this dungeon completely. Deep in the cavern, the air was damp and pitch black, lit only by the faint glow of luminescent moss on the walls. Master, there's something yummy in there, I think. Yao Yao wrinkled her little nose. We pressed on. Soon, a much wider underground chamber opened up before us. At its center sat a massive slime pool, bubbling and gurgling with pink foam. Flanking the pool stood 2 giant slimes, one purple, one yellow, guarding it like loyal sentinels. Venomous slime, elite, LV, 6 HP, 1,500 skills, physical immunity, toxic spew, poison aura. Paralytic slime, elite, LV, 6 HP, 1,500 skills, physical immunity, paralysis orb, paralysis aura. 2 more elites. Instead of worried, I was thrilled. Erin, Yao Yao, 1 each. Yes, master. 2 figures shot out like arrows loosed from a bow, splitting left and right. But just as I was about to move in, something downright comical happened. The moment that deep purple venomous slime laid eyes on me, its jiggly body gave a violent shudder, and a little pink heart popped up above its head. Its once savage attacks instantly went limp and gentle, as if it were fawning over me. The charm aura. I hadn't expected it to work on monsters, too. Erin seized the opening, drawing back her bow of the wind's whisper. Silver arrows woven from moonlight rained down like a reaper's scythe. On the other side, Yao Yao unleashed her energy drain technique once more, latching onto the paralytic slime and relentlessly siphoning its power. In under 5 minutes, these two level 6 elites, strong enough to wipe out a 100-man raid party out in the open, were reduced to two puddles of slime under my broken, IQ-lowering aura and the combined assault of my two heroines. Ding. Obtained Moonwood X3. 3 pieces. I finally had all the materials to build the Elven workshop. I returned home with a full haul. Back at my territory, I didn't even stop to rest. I opened the construction panel right away. Build, Elven workshop. Confirm consumption of lumber X500, iron ore X200, Moonwood X10. Construct, Elven workshop? Yes. Boom. A soft emerald glow flared to life beside the moonwell. Countless pieces of lumber, iron ore, and moonwood snapped together at lightning speed within the green light. A dozen seconds later, the glow faded. A peculiar structure appeared before me, as if it had grown naturally from ancient trees and vines. Elven Workshop rare crafts weapons, armor, and items exclusive to the Elven race. I immediately pulled up the crafting menu and dumped in all the wolf hides and fangs I'd stockpiled. Light flickered, and one piece of standard issue gear after another, each glowing faintly green, rolled off the line like an assembly plant. I wasn't stingy with any of it. I handed everything to those 5 pink-haired little Lolas who hadn't been promoted yet. In the blink of an eye, 5 fully armed elven archers stood before me. With the gear sorted, my gaze drifted back to that branch in my inventory. I took a deep breath and solemnly planted the exquisite seed right in the center of the Hongmeng spirit field. Boom. A shaft of green light, even more dazzling than the world tree seed, shot straight into the sky, and the entire spirit field trembled violently. Ding. Superior quality, Elven Ancient Tree Branch detected. Divine mutation in progress. Estimated maturation time, 5 hours. 5 hours. I wasn't the least bit impatient. If anything, I was thrilled. The longer the wait, the more broken this thing was going to be. I leaned back in my chair and looked out at my territory, now taking shape and brimming with life. Divine tier buildings, heroes, an army, logistical workshops. All of it right here. Before long, I'd be building a kingdom truly my own on this danger-ridden continent. I didn't waste the 5-hour wait. I opened up the chat channel, which had long since blown up. Sure enough, it was nothing but a full-scale roast of Xiao Tian. At Xiao Tian, you liar. Give me back my resources. We starved to help you find that NPC. What the hell were you doing? I tore down my own house to donate the lumber, and I froze my ass off all night. I'm a grade A moron. The second the protection period ends, I'm coming for your base first. Faced with the backlash, Xiao Tian and Wang Hao, the two who'd started it all, turtled up completely. They didn't dare so much as blow a bubble. Listening to all their wailing, I just gave a faint smile. The most expensive thing in life is never your resources, it's your own judgment. Buy into someone else's empty promises, and in the end, it's your own stomach that goes hungry. I closed the channel and turned to look at the 5 pink-haired girls behind me, freshly outfitted and clutching their fine short bows. Let's move. No time to waste, we're leveling up. Yes, master. Over the next few hours, the entire forest became my personal grinding ground. Newly upgraded from pop guns to cannons, my pink-haired legion saw its combat power skyrocket by a whole levels higher. Before, it took a full volley just to barely take down a single level 1 wolf. Now, with 2 of them firing a single volley together, they could easily wipe out a level 3 elite monster. The efficiency boost was way more than tenfold. My experience bar shot up like a rocket. Ding. You have reached level 7. Ding. Hero Moon Elf Uellen has reached level 5. By the time I returned with my lowly legion, loaded down with loot, the 5-hour wait had finally come to an end. Ding. Branch of the Elven Ancient Tree has completed its divine mutation. Boom. A pillar of green life energy erupted skyward, suddenly surging 100-fold. Holy. Radiant. Overwhelming. The entire territory was swallowed up in an emerald sea of life. As the light faded, a strange 5-meter-tall structure took root in the primordial spirit field. Its entire body was formed from moonstone and ancient living wood, breathing slowly, as if it were alive. It didn't look like a building at all, more like a living, infinitely wise sacred tree. Ding. Divine mutation successful. Obtained a unique mythic tier building, Sacred Elven Ancient Tree. Elven Ancient Tree Unique Mythic Tier, Upgradable, Building Level 1. Effect 1. Elven Mother Nest. This tree is the life source of the Elven race and can recruit all types of Elven units. Effect 2. Life Nourishment. Greatly increases the growth speed and mutation rate of plants within the territory. Effect 3. Nature's Shelter. All friendly units within the territory gain plus 10% to all stats. Recruitable. Elven Archer, Common. Moonlight Sentinel, Uncommon. Unique Mythic Tier. And it could recruit units too. My heart was pounding. I immediately pulled up the recruitment menu. Elven Archer, Common. Combat power equal to a pink-haired lowly. 100 copper coins. Moonlight Sentinel, Uncommon. A melee unit wielding moon blades, skilled in scouting and assassination. 500 copper coins. I was rich. This time I was really rich. This wasn't a building. It was a super barracks that could churn out an army endlessly. With this, I finally had the capital to contend for this entire continent. Without a moment's hesitation, I dumped every last copper coin I had into it. Recruit. Recruit Moonlight Sentinels, all of them. Boom. The entire sacred tree burst into brilliant green light. With the injection of that terrifying wealth, 5 emerald cocoons, condensed from pure life energy, took shape on its branches at a visible, rapid pace. Within the cocoons, faint outlines of tall, lithe, and agile figures could be seen, slowly gestating. Master, this is... Ellen and Yao Yao were both stunned, their beautiful eyes filled with awe. Even the chattering pink-haired Lolas fell silent, their eyes brimming with curiosity and reverence. Crack! The 5 cocoons shattered in unison. 5 elf maidens appeared without a sound, each nearly 5'7", clad in form-fitting silver armor, wielding elegant yet deadly crescent blades. Their silver hair shone with the holy purity of moonlight, their features flawless. Their eyes held none of Elaine's cool detachment, none of Yao Yao's seductive charm, only absolute calm and loyalty, like the most precise killing machines. In perfect unison, all 5 dropped to one knee. We greet our master. Their voices rang out sharp and clear, carrying a soldier's iron-blooded ferocity. Ding! Successfully recruited Moonlight Sentinel X5. Moonlight Sentinel Rare LV.1 HP, 400 ATK, 55 skills. Crescent Strike, Stealth. Yes, perfect. Archers, Assassins, Melee Sentinels. Only now did I truly have an army capable of dominating the battlefield. I drew a deep breath, sweeping my gaze over these elf maidens who were utterly loyal to me, and spoke in a voice heavy with an authority I'd never felt before. From this day forward, you are the starting point of my conquest of this continent. Elaine, at your command, this Moonlight Sentinel squad is yours to lead. Full authority. Elaine's slender frame trembled, an excited flush rising to her cool, delicate face. She dropped to one knee, her voice ringing with resolve. Elaine will serve her master to the death. I nodded, satisfied. These 5 new sentinels had incredibly high base stats, yet they still wore only the standard silver armor issued by the World Tree, wielding nothing but standard-issue crescent blades. There was massive room to boost their combat power. Can't play favorites, I murmured, rubbing my chin as I turned my gaze toward the elf workshop. Time to hand out some perks to the new hires. I pulled up the workshop's crafting list. The wolf pelts, king boar hide, and slime slobber I'd looted earlier all came in handy now. It didn't take long to find the Moonlight Sentinel's signature gear blueprint. Moonshadow set, superior, includes leather armor, battle skirt, boots materials. King boar hide X2, wolf pelt X5, slime slobber X10, iron ore X50, copper coins X100. 100 copper per set, 500 for all 5. I clicked my tongue and glanced at the 2,000 plus fortune I'd inherited from the goblin merchant. Then I waved my hand. Make them, every last one. And their weapons need to keep up too. I brought up the Crescent Blade Enhancement Blueprint. Crescent Blade Enhancement, superior, upgrades standard issue crescent blades into venom-tempered crescent blades, plus 15 ATK, adds poison effect materials. Elite Wolf Fong X2, Slime Slobber X5, Copper Coins X50. Another 250 copper for all 5. I felt my heart bleeding. But then I pictured how dashing and fierce they'd look decked out in divine gear. And suddenly it hit me. Worth it. So worth it. Craft them all. I dumped the mountains of materials piled up in my warehouse straight into the elven workshop. The workshop erupted in a brilliant green glow. Countless materials broke down, reassembled, and reshaped in a blur of light. Set after set of exquisite silver-tinged leather armor. Blade after blade of poison-forged moon scimitars glinting with an eerie green chill, all rolling off the line like clockwork. All right, everyone come here. Suit up. I clapped my hands. Yes, master. The 5 silver-haired girls answered in unison, their voices brimming with excitement. The Moonlight Sentinels changed into their brand-new Moonshadow sets. Black hardened leather set with silver metal plates, hugging their figures tight. The poison-forged moon scimitars in their hands flashed with a ghostly green light. In an instant, 5 fresh-faced girls transformed into cold-blooded assassins. At your command, master. 5 figures dropped to one knee, their voices thick with fervor. I was pleased. Whaling really is the fastest way to power up. I glanced at the resource panel. Copper, 12 wood, 150 stone, 80 iron, ore, 20. Back to square one overnight. I clicked my tongue, but I wasn't bothered. Resources could be earned back, but this loyal elven legion? You couldn't buy that at any price. Night fell, and a full moon hung high in the sky. Ding! Moon's blessing is now active. All units gain plus 5% to all stats at night. That's it for today. Everyone get some rest, I said with a smile. Tomorrow, there's something even more important to take care of. Yes, master. Their crisp reply echoed across the moonlit territory. The morning of the 5th day, the first ray of sunlight fell across my face. I pushed the door open, and the scent of fresh grass and earth washed over me. The elven ancient tree gave off a soft glow, the moon well breathed out silver mist. Everything was calm and peaceful. Grumble. The peace shattered. I followed the sound. 6 pink-haired little Lolas, plus the 5 Moonlight Sentinels, were all clutching their stomachs and staring at me with pleading eyes. Even Aaron and Yao Yao behind them had flushed cheeks and lowered heads. They were hungry. Master, tummy's all empty. One of the little Lolas said, puffing out her cheeks. We fought all day yesterday. Our energy's totally drained. Yao Yao's cat ears drooped listlessly. That's when it hit me. I'd been so busy recruiting and re-equipping everyone that I'd completely forgotten about food. 13 elves plus me. That's 14 mouths to feed. No small appetite. I dug out the last of the wolf meat and sun-warmed wheat in the storage locker. Aaron, Yao Yao, take them and grill this up. It'll tide everyone over for now. Yes. The moment they heard there was food, every pair of eyes lit up, and they crowded cheerfully around the campfire. The smell of grilled meat quickly spread through the air. Watching them wolf it down, I shook my head with a grin. Hunting alone couldn't feed this whole crew. Today's top priority, get food. Eat up, then we move out. I waved my hand. The mission, sweep this forest clean. Yes, master. They roared in unison, morale sky high. Our procession marched back into the forest. This time, my squad was stronger than ever. Irene, an S-rank hero, Yao Yao, an A-rank hero, 6 re-equipped elven archers, plus 5 rare units clad in moonshadow gear and wielding poison blades, the Moonlight Sentinels. Every last one of them was a top-tier beauty, yet beneath those delicate looks hid terrifying combat power. Master, 300 meters ahead to the left, a wolf den. About 30 wolves, 5 Tier 2 elites. Yao Yao materialized beside me like a ghost. Irene. I couldn't be bothered to say more. Understood. Confidence was written all over her cold, gorgeous face. She simply gave a hand signal to those behind her. Whoosh! 5 silver shadows vanished silently into the woods. Less than a minute later, distant howls and the sounds of slaughter echoed through the trees. By the time I strolled up with the main force, the fight was already over. Over 30 wolf carcasses lay scattered about, while the 5 sentinels elegantly wiped their poison blades clean with white cloth, not a drop of blood on them, their leather armor spotless. Beautiful. This was the power of rare units. Over the next few hours, a one-sided massacre played out along the forest's edge. My legion was like the most efficient lawnmower ever built. Nothing survived in its wake. Wolves, goblins, None of them could withstand a single charge. The haul was massive. Wolf pelt times 15 wolf meat times 80 copper coins times 215. Common apple seed times 5 common tomato seed times 8. The food problem was solved for now, but my brow stayed furrowed. As my level climbed, these low-tier creatures on the outskirts gave less and less experience. I'd swept the whole morning, covering a dozen or so kilometers, and hadn't even gained half a level. To level up fast, I'd have to go deeper. I gazed toward the unknown depths of the forest, shrouded in mist. That afternoon, as the squad crossed into unfamiliar territory, Master, 300 meters ahead, there's a strange energy fluctuation. It's not a monster, and it's not a beast either. Irene's voice sounded in my ear. Oh, let's go take a look. Everyone crept forward quietly. A clearing covered in crystals came into view. In the center, a creature the size of a water buffalo, its entire body a semi-transparent crystal, was leisurely munching on ore. It looked like a pangolin assembled from countless crystals, gorgeous and bizarre. Crystal Pangolin Beast, Special, Level, 8 HP, 2500 Attack, 45 Defense, 200. Skills, Crystal Armor, Spike Charge, Earth Shatter. My eyes narrowed. 200 Defense. Even tougher than that pig king from before. Master, its shell's too hard. My arrows can't pierce it, Irene frowned. Meow, let Yao Yao suck it dry. Yao Yao licked her lips. No rush. I shook my head. Slowly, I reached into my pack and pulled out a dark red pumpkin, its surface veined with cracks that glowed like molten lava. Blast pumpkin. Against a big dumb tank like this, physical damage is useless. Magic is the way to go. Go. I whipped my arm forward. The pumpkin traced a perfect arc and slammed right into its back. Boom. Flames erupted skyward. -100. Ruhar. The pangolin beast bellowed and spun around, its crystalline eyes locking onto me. It clawed at the ground, then launched itself at me in a streak of dazzling light. Spike charge. Irene, Yao Yao hit its belly. I twisted aside to dodge, barking the order. Every creature has its softest weakness on the underbelly. The battle broke out. With my baiting and commands, this once unstoppable monster, after burning through 3 blast pumpkins, collapsed with a wail and shattered into glittering shards across the ground. Ding! You have slain the level 8 special monster Crystal Pangolin Beast. Surprisingly, it didn't drop any gear. Just a single earthy yellow crystal, pulsing slowly like a beating heart, hovering quietly in midair. I reached out and grabbed it. Ding! Obtained special item, Heart of the Earth. Effect, can upgrade a level 2 territory core to level 3. A territory upgrade item. My breath caught. Let's go home. Back at the territory, I didn't even stop to rest. I made a beeline for the territory core monument at the center and slammed the Heart of the Earth onto it. Ding! Consume 1,000 units of base resources to upgrade territory core to level 3. Yes. Rumble. A pillar of earthy yellow light shot into the sky. The entire territory shook violently, like an earth dragon rolling over beneath us. Territory level increased to level 3. Territory range doubled. Primordial Spirit Field area doubled. Spirit Field crop yield plus 10%. I stared in awe. The territory's borders seemed to be shoved outward by invisible giant hands, expanding wildly. The dark golden spirit field beneath my feet doubled instantly, the soil growing richer and more vibrant, teeming with life. Awesome. Master, our home. It's so big now. A little Loli threw her arms wide and spun in circles on the grass. Now we can roll around all we want. The other little ones cheered and jumped for joy. I burst out laughing. Let me show you all what a real bumper harvest looks like. I pulled out the dozen or so fruit seeds I'd gathered that morning and planted them one by one. Golden light shimmered. A fiery red vine burst from the soil, rapidly bearing a single apple that blazed like living flame. Divine. Mutation successful. Blazing apple times 1 permanent plus 1 strength when consumed. Whoa, a strength fruit. I casually tossed it to one of the Moonlight Sentinels. Here, you earned it. Thank you, Master. She blushed as she took a big bite. A warm current surged through her limbs, and her strength ticked up another notch. I didn't stop there. Crystal Spring pair times 1 permanent plus 1 spirit. Vigor Berry times 10 instantly restores 50% stamina. Swift Stride Sandals times 1 plus 5% movement speed. Stat Fruits, Healing Potions, Speed Boots. The girls could hardly keep up. Master's little plot of land was practically a walking arsenal. By the 13th seed, out sprouted a small leather armor woven from vines and beast hide. I tossed it to the elite archer. Try it on. Fits like a glove, I said with a nod. I looked down at the last 2 seeds in my hand. They felt noticeably warmer, smoother to the touch. Now for the grand finale. I took a deep breath and planted one of them. Boom. This time, the light wasn't gold. It was a seductive shade of pink, more dazzling than every glow before it combined. Whoa! The girl stared, mesmerized. As the light faded, a 2-meter-tall sapling stood in the spirit field, its trunk white as jade, its leaves a tender pink, giving off a sweet fragrance. A dozen or so fist-sized fruits hung from its branches, pink and juicy, looking like they'd burst at the slightest squeeze. Divine mutation successful. Rare structure acquired. Juicy peach tree. Reading the name, I nearly choked on my own blood. That name was way too suggestive. Biting back a comment, I opened its stats. Structure, juicy peach tree rare. Effect 1, automatically produces 10 juicy peaches daily. Effect 2, when consumed by elves, grants a sweet state. Temporary plus 5% to all stats for 1 hour. Effect 3, long-term consumption, tiny chance of a permanent +1 to a random stat. Now this was the good stuff. A strategic miracle tree, practically custom-made for my elf legion. With a thought, one of the tender peaches flew into my palm. Soft and warm, its sweet scent shot straight up my nose. Gulp. Right beside me came the sound of a dozen throats swallowing in perfect unison. I turned to find the girls locked onto the peach in my hand, practically drooling down their chins. That hungry kitten look was almost illegal in its cuteness. If you want one, go pick it yourself, I said with a laugh. Yay. Thank you, master. The little ones instantly transformed into a troop of happy monkeys, scrambling over each other to climb the tree. Yao Yao was the first to give in, taking a huge bite. So good. The rest quickly followed suit, chomping away with gusto. Sweet fragrance and laughter filled every corner of the newly transformed territory. I looked at the picture of beauties frolicking in front of me, took a deep breath, and planted the last seed. Boom. Pink light exploded outward. The second juicy peach tree shot up from the ground. Yes, now we'll have more peaches than we can eat, every single day. The little Lolas erupted into cheers. My heart felt warm. 2 trees, 20 peaches a day. Not only did this solve our food problem, but it also meant my crew of spirits could slowly grow stronger through nourishment. Total win. But then I rubbed my chin, scanning the 13 spirit girls in front of me, then glancing back at those 2 little fruit trees. 20 peaches was enough, for now. But once I'd recruited 100 spirits, 1,000 spirits, would it still be enough? Food would be the first and biggest bottleneck holding back my army. I needed to get my hands on more fruit trees with sustainable output. I opened up the trade market. Over the past few days, the shelves had filled up quite a bit. Mostly basic resources and common gear, with the occasional oddity thrown in. My goal was clear, seeds only. I didn't have to scroll far before an unremarkable little stall made me stop. Seller, Iron Bull. Item, some kind of seed, no idea what, X8. Quality, common. Asking price, 1 unit of wolf meat. Note, my talent is F-rank seed appraisal. Thought I'd struck gold, but turns out I can't identify a single one of these. All garbage. Whoever wants M can have M, just trade me some meat. Oh, so there's a talent like that. I raised an eyebrow. What was garbage to others became a treasure in my hands. Without hesitation, I hit trade. Ding. Trade successful. Obtained unidentified seed X8. Iron Bull. Damn, that was quick, bro. Hope you grow yourself a gold nugget. I chuckled. A gold nugget? Please. I'm the kind of man who can grow himself a wife. I kept sweeping through. Seller. Anya. Wrinkled seed X15. Wants stone material X10. Nobody can get these to sprout. Just take them. Seller. Li Xiaodao. Mysterious seed. Superior quality X3. Wants copper coins X100. Need cash ASAP. Could be divine seeds. Could be nothing. All you gambling degenerates. Get over here. To everyone else, These were junk. To me, they were all treasure. Those 3 superior quality ones especially, a pleasant surprise. With a sweep of my hand, I snatched up every seed listed on the market, regardless of quality. Ding. Trade successful. Ding. Trade successful. When I tallied it all up, I'd landed 26 seeds for just over a dozen units of resources and 100 copper coins. Practically free. The chat channel started buzzing. What the hell? Who just sniped all the seeds I listed? I was gonna raise the price. Lu Chengzhou. Dalao. I saw the record. Lu Shun's collecting seeds again. That plot of his is like a bottomless pit. He's a farmer. What else is he gonna do besides farm? Wang Hao's snarky voice popped up again. But this time, nobody bothered to respond. That scammer Xiao Tian had burned everyone bad. Nobody trusted anything anymore, and the channel had gone pretty quiet. Back at the territory. Master, are there new seeds again? Irene and Yao Yao crowded around curiously. Behind them, a dozen elf girls watched with eager eyes, like they were waiting for a surprise. Of course, I gave a mysterious smile. Don't just stand around. Let's get to work. At my command, the girls cheered and transformed into busy little bees, following me to that vast primordial spirit field. Master, let me plant this one. Yao Yao, the cat girl, was the first to snatch up a bag of seeds and dash to the edge of the field. Bees easy tea. Golden light flickered. A strange plant burst up from the soil, its top sprouting fruits that looked just like eyeballs. Ding. Divine mutation successful. Obtained special item, Scouting IX10. Effect. Once placed, provides 30 minutes of vision over that area. Whoa, it's an eye? Yao Yao jumped, then got excited. Now we can spy on our enemies. I nodded, motioning for them to keep going. The 20-something common seeds were used up fast, and the harvest was all over the map. Mini fan grass that could tweak the weather in a small area, bounce mushrooms that could be used as traps, hop beans that gave a huge jump boost. Not exactly earth-shattering divine artifacts, but the effects were unusual and full of fun. The girls chattered away as they played, laughter never stopping. Finally, only those 3 superior quality mystery seeds were left. Now for the main event. I took a deep breath and buried the seeds right in the center of the spirit field with my own hands. Boom! The entire spirit field shook violently, as if something incredible was about to be born. The girls stared in a daze, every pair of beautiful eyes filled with shock. The shaking subsided, but the scene of a plant breaking through the soil never came. Instead, a massive crack slowly split open across the ground. A mine entrance, glowing with a soft luminescence and radiating a mysterious aura, appeared before everyone's eyes. A wave of pure, refined energy rushed out. Ding! Superior quality seed detected. Triggered a 1 in 10,000 probability, generating a secondary divine mutation. Congratulations! Obtained a fine quality special building, luminous or vain. Secondary mutation? Farming can grow in or vain. I was a little stunned by this out-of-nowhere surprise and immediately pulled up the stats. Building, luminous or vain. Quality, fine. Effect 1. Automatically produces 1 unit of luminous or per hour. Effect. Fruit 2. Luminescent field. Emits a soft, constant glow that blankets your entire territory, driving away darkness and boosting the growth rate of all plants within by 20%. Holy cow, my eyes lit up instantly. This wasn't just a mineral vein. It was a supermine that combined lighting, production, and agricultural buffs all in one. Especially that luminescent field. It turned my territory into a city that never sleeps, bright as day around the clock. Talk about peace of mind. Master is amazing. You can even grow shiny stones in the ground. Elaine's cool little face was full of admiration. Hee hee, now we'll never be scared of the dark at night. The little Lolas crowded around the cave entrance, poking their heads in and cheering. The morning of the 6th day, as the first lazy rays of sunlight spilled into the territory, I lounged comfortably in my recliner, enjoying a massage from Elaine on my left and Yao Yao on my right. Not far off in the spirit fields, a dozen or so elf girls chattered away as they picked freshly ripened, juice-bursting honey peaches. Splat! One pink-haired little loli plucked a peach and couldn't wait. She bit right in, and the juice exploded all over her face. Hee hee, You turn into a big spotted cat. Her sisters burst into laughter like tinkling silver bells. Bathed in the glow of the luminescence, the entire territory brimmed with life, like a paradise cut off from the world. But beyond the territory, in the chat channel of Novice Village number 10086, the mood had sunk to rock bottom. Guys, it's day 6 now. Tomorrow night, the newbie protection period ends. When darkness falls and the monsters come, what do? I've only got one ordinary soldier by my side. You've got it good. I'm still all by myself over here. Anyone got any lighting gear? Torches, oil lamps, anything. I'll trade food for it. Trade my ass. Didn't that con man Xiao Tian swindle all our resources away? Don't even bring it up. I tore down the wood from my house. Now I'm freezing my butt off like a beggar. Wails of despair everywhere. Just then, that familiar golden curtain of light unfurled across the sky without any warning. The global broadcast opened for the 4th time. Your Majesty the Queen. It's the wife. Mommy. Mommy. Every playful sound in the territory came to an abrupt halt. I slowly opened my eyes, my gaze calmly settling on the light curtain. That breathtakingly beautiful figure, the one that haunted the dreams of tens of billions of men worldwide, appeared once again. The Morningstar Queen. Her condition was even worse than last time. Her snow-white, lovely face had lost every trace of color, fragile in its beauty, heartbreaking in its beauty. And those evil curse markings were no longer content coiling around her neck and legs. They had now spread onto the snow-white, delicate shoulders and slender arms wrapped in her holy silver gown. On the right side of the image, a blood-red countdown ticked away mercilessly. 26 days, 15 hours, 12 minutes. And below that, the black progress bar for curse corrosion just jumped from 10% to 20%. How the hell did my wife's black stockings level up again? Abyss Lord, I order you to drop dead right now. Everybody back the hell off. Mom is mine. The chat channel exploded instantly. Before anyone could snap out of it, the cold, boundless voice of the heavenly Tao suddenly thundered through the minds of every single lord. Global announcement. Affected by the abyssal withering curse, the laws of Morningstar Continent are distorting. After the 7-day protection period ends, the duration of Darkfall will be extended from 12 hours to 24 hours. Eternal night is coming. What? 24 hours. A full day of nothing but night. How is that any different from a death sentence? I don't want to die. Help. Does anyone have a lighting item? I'll trade everything I own for it. Fighting monsters for 24 hours in pitch-black darkness where you can't even see your own hand? That's straight-up suicide. Despair spread through every lord's heart like a plague. The previous 12 hours of darkness had left them a sliver of hope. This 24-hour eternal night shattered every last bit of it. Inside the territory, I leaned back in my chair, watching the wailing and gnashing of teeth in the channel, my expression completely unbothered. Master, what's eternal night? Is it scary? A little pink-haired lowly, pink juice still smeared at the corner of her mouth, ran over, her big eyes brimming with curiosity. Yeah, why is everyone crying? The other little ones gathered around too. For you guys, it's nothing to be afraid of. I smiled and pinched their soft, rosy cheeks. I glanced at the glowing mine cave in the center of my territory. With this super light source that covered every angle 24/7, so-called eternal night meant absolutely nothing to me. Darkness only ever devours the unprepared. Just then, I spotted a familiar ID in the channel. Xiao Tian. This guy, who'd been chewed out mercilessly and gone into hiding for 2 days, had actually crawled back out. Xiao Tian, everyone. I'm sorry. 5 simple words hit like a thunderbolt, and the noisy channel fell silent in an instant. Xiao Tian was apologizing. Then he dropped a huge wall of text, every line dripping with exhaustion, hoarseness, and regret. Xiao Tian, I couldn't face any of you these past 2 days. I was wrong. Horribly, unforgivably wrong. I never should have used the resources you donated to the Queen on myself. I was blinded by power, driven mad by jealousy. I'm not even human. For 2 days I haven't slept a wink, all because I wanted to develop something to make up for my mistakes. After pouring out every ounce of my mind and strength, I finally found a lead. Eternal night is an extension of the abyssal withering curse. I might have a way to create a faint, text cuts off, Glimmerstone. But, sigh. First, a heartfelt, groveling admission of guilt, lowering himself as far as possible, then a sudden pivot, dangling the hope of saving everyone. Smooth as silk. Sure enough, some of the more naive lords, the ones drowning in despair, were instantly moved. Xiao Tian, you legend. You finally came out. I knew you weren't that kind of guy. You just made one mistake. To err and then make it right. That's true greatness. We're willing to trust you one more time. Wang Hao, the #1 bootlicker, was the first to charge forward, his voice cracking with sobs. Wang Hao, I knew it. My man Xiao Tian would never be selfish. He hasn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights because of us. He's the real hero. Whipped up by Wang Hao's frenzied cheerleading, the tide turned once again. Xiao Tian seized the moment and delivered the final blow in an even weaker voice. Xiao Tian, sigh. It's all my fault from before, and now our resources are gone. I'm still short a few rare materials to make the Glimmerstone. Forget it, I deserve this. I'll go into the forest and find them myself. Even if I die, I'll die on the path of searching for light, for humanity. How tragic. How resolute. In an instant, it shattered the last line of defense in countless hearts. No, Xiao Tian, you can't go. You're an S-rank alchemist. You're our hope. If anyone's going, it should be us. Just tell us what materials you need. We'll sell everything we own to get them for you. The crowd was in an uproar. Countless lords, their heads clouded by fear and hope, once again handed over the last of their possessions to Xiao Tian without holding anything back. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, Xiao Tian was lounging comfortably in his warm, sturdy level 2 log cabin, watching the numbers on his resource panel skyrocket, a cruel smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Bunch of idiots. Same trick works twice. He shoved a piece of sizzling, dripping meat into his mouth, his eyes full of contempt. Research the Glimmerstone? Like hell he would. This new batch, higher in quality and far larger in quantity than the last. He dumped every bit of it straight into the alchemy table. From start to finish, he had only one goal. Build a more powerful weapon of war, make a stunning debut during the monster attack, and then crush that farmer named Lu Qingzhou beneath his heel. Tier 3 Golem. Build it for me. Day 7, early morning. The final day of the newbie protection period. The air was thick with the tension of an oncoming storm. But my territory was as peaceful as a paradise cut off from the world. That fine-quality, luminescent vein shone like a little sun that never went out, radiating a soft glow day and night, lighting up the entire territory as bright as day. In the primordial spirit field beside the vein, 2 juicy burst honey peach trees hung heavy with fruit, their sweet fragrance filling the air. Overflowing. The elf maidens rose early. 5 moonlight sentinels wielded poison-laced moonblades, their forms ghost-like as they drilled assassination moves across the clearing. 6 pink-haired little Lolas practiced their archery, each draw and release crisp and polished. I lounged comfortably in my chair, savoring the catgirl Yao Yao's perfectly pitched massage while scrolling through the chat channel. There, the wailing had already begun. Brothers, it's the last day? I'm freaking out. Just thinking about the protection period ending tonight sends chills down my spine. Eternal night is coming. 24 hours of pure darkness. How the hell are we supposed to survive that? I don't even have a single unit. When the monsters charge in, what do I block them with? My face. I donated all my resources to Boss Xiao Tian yesterday, and now I can't even afford torches. Boss, how's the research on the Glimmer Runestone coming along? At Xiao Tian, boss. Give us a straight answer. Do we still have a shot? Everyone was like a death row inmate awaiting judgment, pinning their last hope on that S-rank alchemist, Xiao Tian. At that very moment, in a certain level 2 wooden cabin, Xiao Tian's eyes snapped open, bloodshot yet burning with an unprecedented fervor. He leapt to his feet and rushed to the alchemy table in the center of the room. On the table stood a colossal figure, silent and imposing. It towered over 3 meters tall, forged entirely of black iron, covered in vicious spikes. Its arms were a pair of massive drills gleaming with cold light, and embedded in its chest was a faintly pulsing red mana crystal, like a beating heart. Ding! 3rd tier alchemical golem, construction complete. Ha ha! Finally, it worked. Xiao Tian roared with laughter at the ceiling. He had poured every bit of the massive resource haul he'd swindled the day before into this thing, working without a wink of sleep. He'd gambled, and he'd won. Unit, 3rd tier Black Iron Golem. Level 3. Health, 800/800. Attack, 60. Defense, 50. Skills, Drill Thrust, War Stomp. HSSSS. Even he sucked in a sharp breath. 800 HP, 60 attack, 50 defense. More terrifying than that level 5 Boar King I got my first kill on. Lu Qingzhou. He gritted his teeth as he spoke the name. What do you have to fight me with? Today, I'll show you what real despair tastes like. He immediately dropped a screenshot of the stats into that channel drowning in hopelessness, adding a single arrogant line. Xiao Tian. At everyone family, I'm back. The chat exploded. Holy crap. What kind of monster is that? 800 HP, 60 attack, 50 defense? Am I reading that right? 3rd tier Black Iron Golem? Boss spent 2 whole days cooking up this ultimate move. It's insane. Wang Hao was the first to jump out and rally the flag. I told you all along, Big Bro Xiao Tian is the real hope. One punch and that Lu guy's gonna. Farmers knocked back to level 1. Xiao Tian delivered another cool, effortless jab. Levels are nothing but hollow numbers. True powerhouses never concern themselves with such trivialities. Now that's vision. That's the mindset of a real boss. Lu Qingzhou just keeps grinding away at his levels. Not an ounce of team spirit in that guy. Just as the hype was reaching a fever pitch, a discordant voice drifted in. But the way I see it, Lu doesn't even have you people on his radar. You're all jumping around like a bunch of clowns, and he hasn't bothered to type a single word this whole time. That is what you'd actually call vision, right? The channel went dead silent. Xiao Tian and Wang Hao's faces flushed a deep, liver-purple red. That was exactly what got under their skin the most. No matter how they provoked, shouted, or belittled him, that man named Lu Qingzhou never so much as acknowledged them. As if they were nothing but stray dogs barking at the roadside, not worth a shred of his attention. As the euphoria cooled, the doubts came rolling in. Sure, the golem's badass, but what's that got to do with us? Boss, we donated resources for you to research the Glimmer Rune Stone. Why'd you go and build a golem instead? There's barely a dozen hours until the eternal night hits. Where's our light? No matter how powerful the golem was, it couldn't light up the darkness. What they wanted was light. Light they could survive the dark with. The tide was about to spin out of control again. But Xiao Tian let out a cold laugh, his eyes darting, and switched to a tone of anguished heartbreak. Everyone, calm down and hear me out. You think I don't want to make the rune stones? I want it more than anyone. I already had a breakthrough in my research, but the last core material, luminous or only drops in one brutally dangerous dungeon, the Black Wind Cavern. The monsters in there are insanely strong. My Tier 2 golem didn't stand a chance, so I had to burn through all my resources upgrading it to Tier 3. He paused, his voice turning solemn and tragic. I didn't build this golem for myself. I built it to clear the dungeon, to get the rune stones for all of you, so we can all survive tonight. Flawless. The doubts were instantly shut down. So that's what happened. I totally misjudged you, boss. He went through all that trouble for us. Sob, sob, sob. Then what are we waiting for? Go clear that dungeon. Xiao Tian cleared his throat and made his final declaration. I won't waste any more words. I go now, not for fame or fortune, but to light a lamp for everyone in the eternal night, and to show certain cowards hiding in the shadows and running their mouths what real responsibility looks like. I've decided to open a Lord's live stream and broadcast my entire bloody battle through the Black Wind Cavern. Boom. Live streaming a dungeon run? The boss is so confident, bold and accountable, honest and upstanding. This is what a true boss is made of. Where's the link? I gotta watch the boss one-punch that boss to pieces. Back in my territory, I leaned back in my recliner and watched this whole self-directed farce play out. A scam story. I almost laughed out loud. Master, this Xiao Tian's got some serious nerve. Meow, Yao Yao pouted, pinching my leg. Nerve? The guy's practically bulletproof. I shook my head, chuckling. But what surprised me was that this clown had actually found the dungeon entrance. Blackwind Cave. I stroked my chin, a flicker of amusement in my eyes, and casually tapped open that glittering live stream. Some people scheme their hearts out just to put on a show. never realizing that true power never needs an audience. Xiao Tian is live, fighting for all humanity. Bloody battle in the Black Wind Cave. On screen, Xiao Tian stood proudly at the pitch-black cave entrance. Behind him loomed a 4-meter-tall Tier 3 golem, standing like a temple guardian, radiating a bone-chilling sense of menace. "What's up, everyone? I've arrived," he bellowed, pumping his fist. "For the light. For the glory of Village 10086. Charge," he commanded the golem, plunging headfirst into the bottomless cavern. HSSSSS. The moment he entered, a spine-tingling sound echoed from the depths. A dozen massive cave venom spiders darted out from the walls, spraying green venom. Those are level 2 elite mobs. So many of them. The boss is gonna get swarmed. The chat exploded. The next second, everyone was stunned. Clang, clang, clang. The venom, potent enough to corrode solid rock, splashed against the black iron armor without leaving so much as a scratch, only kicking up a shower of sparks. -1, -1, -1. See that? This is the defense of a Tier 3 golem. Invincible. Xiao Tian's smug voice rang out. He suddenly lunged forward, the massive drill arm sweeping across. -155, -162. One-shot kills. The black iron golem was like a humanoid tank, barreling through the cramped cave. Those nightmarish elite spiders were as fragile as paper before it. In under a minute, every last one was slaughtered. Ding. Level increased to level 3. A golden light flashed over Xiao Tian. The live stream went absolutely wild. Level 3. The boss just cracked the top 10 on the rankings. So this is the power of an S-rank alchemist? I'm in love. Sob, sob, sob. All the resources I donated weren't for nothing. Boss, you're my god. Wang Hao commentated like he was hopped up on adrenaline. You see that? Elite mobs? In front of my big bros Iron Torrent, they're all garbage. Lu Qingzhou's still out there whacking monsters with a hoe one hit at a time, while my bro's already piloting a Gundam. This is the difference in vision. Xiao Tian's ego swelled to the breaking point as he shouted at the camera. This is just the beginning. Today, I, Xiao Tian, am claiming the first clear of this dungeon. From there, the entire stream became his one-man show. Goblins, venomous spiders, all of them fragile as paper thin. He didn't even have to lift a finger, just trailed behind and scooped up the loot. Even I, watching that golem plow through everything, felt a flicker of surprise. This hunk of iron is tougher than I expected. But that was all. In front of my elite elf legion, a clunky thing like this was nothing more than a living target. Soon, Xiao Tian steamrolled his way to the deepest part of the cave. It was a massive underground cavern, with an vein glowing faintly at its center. In front of the vein lay a giant wolf, 3 times the size of an elite wolf, its fur black as ink, its eyes blazing with eerie green ghost fire. It was crouched down, feigning sleep. Above its head, a line of blood-red text. Black Wind Wolf King Boss. Level 6. HP 1800/1800. Attack 55. Defense 30. Skills Shadow Ambush, Life Reaping Claw, Wolf King's Roar. It's a boss. Careful, big guy, this thing looks brutal. The chat grew tense. But Xiao Tian just laughed. This is all it's got, and it calls itself a boss. My golem's got 800 HP and 50 defense. It can't even break through. This one's in the bag. Everybody, eyes on the screen. Watch me rip this beast to shreds. Go, my golem, crush it. Clank, clank, clank. The black iron golem lumbered forward with heavy steps, charging at the sleeping Wolf King like a siege beast. Awoo! The Wolf King snapped awake, its ghost fire eyes instantly locking onto the intruder. With a single roar, its body turned into black lightning and vanished into thin air. Shadow Ambush. What? Xiao Tian's pupils shrank. Too fast, faster than the eye could follow. The next second, the Wolf King had ghosted around behind the golem, its cold, gleaming claws raking viciously at the fragile joint of its leg. Clang. Sparks flew everywhere. -28. Weak point hit. It broke through my defense. The smile froze on Xiao Tian's face. Turn around, hit it. But the golem was too clunky. By the time it slowly turned, the Wolf King had already blurred back around to its rear. Same spot, Same claw. Minus 27. Weak point hit. The battle had completely devolved into a farce. The Wolf King was like a top-tier assassin, circling the lumbering golem at ghostly speed and unloading everything it had. That mighty, imposing Tier 3 golem couldn't so much as touch a single strand of wolf fur, its health bar dropping steadily. Why can't the golem hit it? It's totally countered. The speed gap is too huge. The audience was stunned. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Xiao Tian screamed, frantically working the controls. Useless. Crack. With the sound of snapping metal, the golem's right leg was torn wide open, and its massive frame lurched to one side, collapsing to its knees with a thunderous crash. The Wolf King leaped high into the air, driving its razor claws straight into the golem's one and only weak spot, the mana crystal core. Boom. The core shattered. The last flicker of light in the golem's eyes died out, and it crumbled into a heap of scrap metal. And lo, Xiao Tian let out a blood-curdling scream. The Wolf King's eyes, burning with ghostly fire, slowly turned toward the figure crumpled on the ground, scared out of his wits. Don't come any closer. Xiao Tian was so terrified, he practically wet himself. He scrambled to his feet, turned tail, and bolted, not even bothering to grab the loot lying on the ground. Nearly 10,000 viewers just stared, dumbfounded, as their so-called savior, the one they'd pinned their hopes on, fled the cave like a whipped dog, sobbing and dripping with snot and tears. The camera caught every second of that pathetic, panic-stricken face. The next moment, the screen went black. Xiao Tian had ended his stream. The chat channel fell dead silent for a full 30 seconds. Then, like a bursting dam, it completely exploded. As it turned out, the more desperately someone tries to prove himself to everyone, the more hollow he is inside. Real strength never needs a live stream to prop it up. PFF, ha 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 ha. I'm dying over here. This is the great savior. Comedy of the year. Savior? Looks more like a stray dog to me. Did you see the way he ran off, pissing his pants? Whatever happened to the god descending from heaven? What about that world-first dungeon clear? And this is what we get. After the brief shock, an even more violent wave of emotion swept through the chat channel like a tsunami. Despair. Rage. Scammer. He's nothing but a scammer. That whole Glimmer Manistone thing, it was all bullshit. He was after our resources from the very start. I gave him the last of my black bread yesterday. I actually thought he was fighting for us. I tore the wood right out of my house. Now I'm freezing my ass off every single night. At Xiao Tian, you son of a bitch con artist. Get out here and die. Refund. By this point, even the biggest idiot had figured it out. All that talk about serving the people, about being humanity's last hope, from beginning to end, it was nothing but a full-blown, sloppy scam for the ages. And they were the fools who got sold out and cheerfully helped count the money. Outside the Black Wind Cave, Xiao Tian, who had barely escaped, leaned against a tree, panting violently, his face white as a sheet. He stared at the storm of curses raging through the channel, trembling with fury, his face flushing a deep purple. It was over. Everything was over. The savior image he'd worked so hard to build had utterly crumbled during that ridiculous livestream. Now he was the rat everyone in the entire newbie village wanted to beat to death. Lu Chengzhou, he ground out the name through clenched teeth, pinning all his failures. They pinned it all on that farmer. If not for him, why would he have rushed to challenge a boss he couldn't possibly beat? Just then, a private message from Wang Hao popped up, his tone panicked. Brother Xiao Tian, everyone's cursing us out. What do we do now? What do we do? Xiao Tian, already on the verge of breaking down, exploded like a lit powder keg. He decided to burn every bridge, opened the channel, and fired off his final declaration. Huh, a bunch of dumb pigs. Now you want to curse me out? Too late. You think that garbage you donated counts as resources? I was doing you a favor by taking it. You want me to give it back? Dream on. If you've got the guts, wait till the protection period's over and come take it from me. I'd love to see what a bunch of worthless losers who don't even have a single unit are gonna use to fight my tier 3 golem. I'm living in a level 2 mansion, eating barbecue, having the time of my life. And you? Shivering in the snow like a pack of dogs. When the monsters attack tonight, just sit there and die. Ha! This deranged rant was like throwing gasoline on a fire. Are you kidding me? He's got the nerve to curse us out. Is that even something a human being would say? He's a straight-up animal. Xiao Tian, it's you or me, and I won't rest till you're dead. In the last few hours before the protection period ended, the entire rookie village number 10086 descended into total chaos. Inside the territory, I lounged in my recliner, watching this year's big drama unfold in the channel with great interest. It took Xiao Tian less than 10 minutes of live streaming to go from savior of humanity to public enemy number one. Master, that's Xiao Tian. He's kind of like a clown, isn't he? Yao Yao, my cat-eared girl, lay draped across my lap, her snow-white cat ears twitching as she basked in my touch, her voice laced with a seductive lilt. He's not just a clown, he's a con artist. The cool, aloof Irene stood off to the side, her ruby-red eyes brimming with contempt. I smiled but said nothing. This Xiao Tian actually turned out to be useful. At the very least, he'd used the whole village's crowd-funded resources to scout out the dungeon's location for me, and even gave me a live demonstration of exactly how not to fight it. Black Wind Cave, Phosphor, or... I stroked my chin. The so-called Eternal Night meant nothing to a man like me, who possessed a phosphor vein. But that dungeon, I wouldn't mind paying it a visit. Right then, amid the chorus of despairing wails, someone suddenly AD'd me. Ugh, Xiao Tian's a lost cause. Are we all just doomed? At Lu Qingzhou, Lord Lu, aren't you the number one big shot in the village? That Black Wind Cave, do you have the guts to take it on? Yeah, we've still got Lord Lu. Lord Lu can even take down a level 5 boss. A puny newbie dungeon? Piece of cake for him. At Lu Qingzhou, boss. Get in there. You're our last hope. Huh, don't hold your breath. Lord Lu is a selfish farmer through and through. Why would he care whether we live or die? He's probably holed up in his mansion right now, laughing his ass off at us. In an instant, countless people were tagging me. Some begged, some tried to goad me, some tried to guilt-trip me. In their eyes, I was the last straw they could clutch at. I just gave a faint smile. Master, are you going to help them? Behind me, Irene massaged my shoulders and asked softly. Help? I scoffed. Why would I help a bunch of idiots who've cursed me out again and now want to guilt-trip me? Then, are you going to that cave? Yao Yao leaned in curiously, her snow-white cat ears twitching slightly. Go? Of course I'm going, I nodded. But not for them. For us. The first clear reward for a dungeon is the real deal. And besides, I actually am short on basic resources right now. Recruiting units, upgrading buildings, it all requires massive amounts of lumber, stone, and iron ore. Chop trees and mine, or myself? Way too inefficient, a total waste of time. But these desperate, starving lords right in front of me, aren't they the perfect free labor? Trading them the glow or they'd never even use for the last bit of basic resources in their hands. The very things I desperately need. This deal? Guaranteed profit, zero risk. The channel was still full of wailing and sobbing. Just as everyone assumed they'd truly die during the last daylight before the eternal night descended, I spoke up for the very first time. Lu Qingzhou, quit your wailing. You're ruining my rest. Anyone who wants to live, get out there and gather resources. I'll be back before dark. 3 sentences. No promises, no guarantees, not even one extra punctuation mark. Yet it was like a bolt of lightning splitting the night sky, instantly lighting up everyone's eyes. Am I seeing things? Lord Lu finally spoke. He's telling us to gather resources and come back before dark? That means he's going to clear the dungeon and get us the glow ore. This is what a real boss looks like. You want to talk about vision? No hesitation, just gets it done. Compared to that con artist Xiao Tian who only knows how to make empty promises, it's night and day. Guys, what are you standing around for? Get to work. Show up late, and there won't even be scraps left for you. Sob, sob, sob. We're saved. We're actually saved. In just a few seconds, the channel that had been dead silent moments ago instantly came roaring back to life. Countless lords came scrambling and stumbling out of their cabins, they charged into the forest whooping like they were hyped up on adrenaline. Chopping trees, mining ore, gathering supplies. Everyone threw themselves into the work with a drive they'd never felt before. Every extra bit of resources gathered meant an extra bit of light they could trade for tonight. Inside the warm, level 2 cabin, Xiao Tian's eyes were bloodshot, like a gambler who'd lost every last chip. He pounded frantically at the battered tier 3 golem in front of him. A massive gash had been torn open across its chest, its core magic crystal shattered long ago, its entire body covered in vicious claw marks. Useless. You're all useless, he cursed, fumbling desperately to repair it. But a shattered core crystal was beyond fixing. Unless he could scrape together another mountain of resources, this war machine he'd been so proud of was nothing but a pile of scrap metal. Ding, ding. A private message came in from Wang Hao. Xiao Tian bro. That Lu Qingzhou looks like he's about to take on the Black Wind Cave. The whole village is gathering resources for him. What? Xiao Tian froze mid-motion. But instead of panicking, he burst into a sickly fit of laughter. Ha ha ha. Good. Perfect. He's digging his own grave. Even his golem, a tier 3 monster with insane stats, had been toyed to death by the Black Wind Wolf King. Lu Qingzhou was just a farmer. What did he have? That busted hoe of his? This was a golden opportunity. He was going to watch the man who'd ground him under his heel die without so much as a grave to be buried in. Xiao Tian immediately opened the channel. Heh, you dumb pigs. Found yourselves a new master already? My war machine had 50 defense, and even it got toyed to death by that beast. I'd love to see what your god Lu is going to fight with. That laughable level of his. Go ahead and get ready to collect his corpse. Ha ha. But this time, he wasn't met with flattery, or even doubt. He was met with a tidal wave of curses. Shame? Is your face made of diamond or something? Just because you couldn't win, you think God Lu can't either? Who the hell do you think you are? God Lu can take down a level 7 boss. A measly level 6 Wolf King is nothing. At Xiao Tian, why don't you figure out how to give us our resources back first? Once the protection period ends, you're the enemy of the whole village. Get out of Rookie Village 10086, Xiao Tian. Get out. Staring at the overwhelming flood of get out messages, Xiao Tian finally broke. Trembling all over, he logged straight out of the channel, not daring to look a moment longer. At the entrance to the Black Wind Cave, I'd already arrived quietly, my elf legion at my side. Fragments of Xiao Tian's tier 3 golems still littered the cave mouth, along with the shredded corpses of several cave venom spiders. Master, the presence inside is very chaotic, Ellen said clearly. Cold's little face was etched with gravity. Meow, and there's a foul stench. That Xiao Tian left it behind. Yao Yao wrinkled her tiny nose in disgust. I clapped my hands and grinned. All right, let's get to work. Irene, take the archers, suppressing fire from range. Yao Yao, take the Moonlight Sentinels, stealth assassinations. Hands behind my back, I strolled leisurely to the rear of the group. I'll bring up the rear. You girls, put on a show. Yes, master. 2 crisp replies, brimming with fighting spirit. The next instant, the cat-eared girl Yao Yao turned into a black blur and slipped into the cave first, 5 Moonlight Sentinels hot on her heels. Irene held the back with 6 pink-haired little Lolas, her elven longbow already drawn to a full moon. Clear division of labor, disciplined advance and retreat, like a well-trained army. Hissus. The moment we entered, a dozen cave venom spiders burst out from the rock walls. Exactly like in Xiao Tian's stream. But they didn't even get to spray their venom. 5 silver flashes streaked through the darkness. -105. Critical hit. -112. Critical hit. 5 elite venom spiders didn't even have time to shriek before they collapsed into pulp. The Moonlight Sentinels wove through like phantoms. 1 strike, 1 kill. Right after, the rain of arrows fell. -98. -45. -48. The remaining spiders were wiped out in an instant. From start to finish, less than 10 seconds. That spider swarm, the one that had even given Xiao Tian's tier 3 golem trouble, was as fragile as lambs to the slaughter before my legion. Nice. I didn't even bother lifting a hand. One of the pink-haired little Lolas puffed out her tiny chest and ran over, fishing for praise. I smiled and gave her cheek a pinch. Good job. Keep it up. The path deeper in was a one-sided massacre. Goblins, toxic slimes. None of them could stir up so much as a ripple. Before long, we reached the deepest part of the cave. The Black Wind Wolf King, the very one that had beaten Xiao Tian into a sniveling mess. was sprawled in front of a glowing vein of ore, licking its paws. Oh, whoa. Its head snapped up, a pair of eyes burning with ghostly fire locking onto me. Roar. It didn't even bother getting up. It just opened its blood-red maw, waiting for this afternoon snack to walk right into it. It took these little girls for the same kind of fools as Xiao Tian. The next second, a silver arrow condensed from moonlight tore through the air like a shooting star. Thwip. -188. Critical hit. Weak point strike. Dead center in the ghost fire of its right eye. A woo. It let out a mournful howl and leapt to its feet. Never in its wildest dreams had it imagined these frail little snacks could unleash that kind of damage. Before it could recover, 5 silver shadows flickered out behind it. Venom-tempered moon blades, like the fangs of a serpent, plunged deep into the joints of its hind legs. -88. Poisoned. -92. Poisoned. 1800 HP, a third of its health, gone in an instant. Rrr. The searing pain drove it into a full frenzy. It whirled around and spewed a dark shockwave at the nearest moonlight sentinel. The silver-haired sentinel didn't flinch, didn't dodge. At the last possible second, a fiery, curvaceous figure threw herself in front of her. It was Yao Yao. You want to mess with my sis? Talk to my daggers first. Yao Yao laughed sweetly, her daggers streaking into dark purple light as she met the shockwave head-on. Boom. The energy detonated, blasting her backward through the air, but she'd tanked a hit that would have one-shot any ordinary unit. Perfect opening. Now was the moment. I stomped the ground. War stomp. The shockwave exploded outward with me at its center. Still locked in recovery from casting its skill, the Black-Winged Wolf King couldn't dodge. A slow debuff snapped onto its feet in an instant. Aaron, on it. She drew the Windsong longbow to full, pouring every ounce of her spiritual power into it. A dazzling silver arrow, brighter than any before, tore through the air and pierced clean through its one remaining eye. -425. Critical. Weak point. Armor break. ALO. The Black-Winged Wolf King let out a despairing howl, its massive body crashing to the ground. Ding. You have successfully slain the level 6 dungeon boss, Black-Winged Wolf King. But the very instant the corpse hit the floor, the entire cavern began to shake violently. The rock wall behind the Wolf King split open with a thunderous crack, and a wave of dark malice, 10 times more terrifying than the Wolf King's, came pouring out, blotting out everything. A massive claw wreathed in eerie green ghost fire reached out from the darkness. Warning. Hidden boss triggered. Shadow of the Black-Winged Wolf Emperor. Level 8 HP, 4000 ATK, 80 def, 60. Skills: Shadow Claw, Wraith Roar, Death Gaze, Shadow Form. These stats are absolutely broken. I cursed under my breath. 80 attack power. One swipe and my whole party of elf wives would get wiped. Aaron, Yao Yao, fall back to the cave entrance with everyone. Use the terrain to keep it at bay. Do not let it close in. Got it. Worried as they were, neither hesitated. They led the Lolas and Sentinels back to the narrow cave mouth, taking cover behind the rock wall and opening up with ranged harassment. -15, -18, -5. The damage was pathetic. That 60 defense was a mountain they simply couldn't climb over. Roar. Enraged, the Shadow Wolf Emperor opened its maw. Wraith Roar. A black sound wave came sweeping in like a tsunami. Look out. Aaron's arrow slammed into the center of the wave and only slowed it by a hair, just as the whole squad was about to be swallowed whole. This is the moment. I pulled out a faintly glowing mushroom, bounce shroom. I hurled it right beneath their feet. Bam! The massive elastic force launched everyone into the air, just barely dodging the roar. Whoa! We're flying. The little lowlies squealed midair. The sound waves grazed past their tiny feet and slammed into the rock wall, cracking it in every direction. Nice. Truly a product of the primordial spirit field. It really came through when it counted. And so began a grueling war of attrition. Like a seasoned battlefield commander, I relied on the bizarre gadgets in my backpack to defuse crisis after crisis. Scout's Eye, to monitor its movements. Bounce Shroom, to dodge area attacks. Confusion Pollen, to throw off its attack rhythm. A squad with an average level under 6 was somehow holding down an 8th level hidden boss. Its health bar dropped, slow but steady. 3,000, 2,500. Half an hour later, only the last 1,000 points remained. Ding. HP below 30%. Entering Phase 2. Roar. The Wolf King's shadow howled at the sky, its phantom body dissolving into a mass of pure black resentment and vanishing on the spot. Shadow form. Physical immunity. It's got a HP lock transformation too? I stared, dumbfounded. Master, my attacks aren't working on it anymore. Elaine's voice took on an edge of panic. Meow, let Yao Yao try. Maybe she can drain it dry. Yao Yao flickered, ready to charge in. Don't. I stopped her immediately. An 8th level hidden boss, who knew what freaky abilities this shadow form was hiding. Hold it off. Give me 30 seconds. Yes. I pulled something out of my backpack, a bundle of mini fan grass, and jammed it straight into the ground. Where? A gentle breeze drifted out from between the blades of grass. Master, what are you? Elaine and Yao Yao were completely baffled. Life or death on the line, and he's whipping out a little fan? Was the cave too stuffy for him? I didn't bother explaining. I fished out a packet of sweet-smelling confusion pollen and dumped the whole thing onto the fan grass leaves. The next second, the pink hallucinogenic pollen rode the wind and floated, like dandelion seeds, toward the black resentment hunting them down. Guhjik. The resentment seemed to sense something and abruptly stopped. Too late. The pollen engulfed it in an instant. Roar. Its savage howl suddenly turned, bewildered. Then, the entire field froze in disbelief. That enormous mass of black resentment actually started dancing where it stood, twisting into an S shape one moment, a B shape the next, all seductive and coquettish. Elaine and Yao Yao were stunned. Even the chattering little loli went quiet, her big eyes filled with pure disbelief. What are you all standing around for? I snapped. Wallets. Make it suffer, then finish it off. Got it. Physical attacks did nothing, but the skills carried magic damage. Silver arrows rained down. Dark purple backstabs flashed like lightning. That arrogant Wolf King, wiggling its hips with total swagger, got beaten out of 1,000 HP while it strutted around. But the instant its health bar bottomed out. Ding. HP below 1%. Entering Phase 3. Wrath. The rage suddenly contracted and condensed, taking the form of a scythe-wielding, tattered cloaked figure wreathed in ghostly flames, a grim reaper. Black Wind Wolf King, complete form, level, 8 HP, 1000/1000. It's got a third life? My face went pale. Health full, physical immunity gone, and in its place, Death Aura. All enemies within range lose 1% of their max HP per second. The endless stream of -1% popping up over my head made me completely lose my cool. Just standing there doing nothing, we'd all be wiped out in 100 seconds. Master, retreat now. Too late. The Reaper-like Wolf King slowly raised its black scythe, its ghost fire eyes locking dead onto me. Death gaze. An indescribable terror smothered the entire field. At the 11th hour, a flash of madness crossed my eyes as I whipped out my final trump card. A single, juicy bursting peach. Without a second thought, I hurled it straight into its gaping, blood-red maw. Eat this, you bastard. The soft, dewy peach traced a perfect arc, dead on target, and dropped right into its mouth. Question mark. A flicker of almost human confusion crossed the Wolf King's ghost fire eyes. It didn't seem to understand why this lowly human, on the brink of death, would feed it a snack. Before it could figure it out, splat, the peach burst in its mouth. Pink juice flooded its jaws, and an overwhelming sweetness swept across its taste buds like a tsunami. Its massive body suddenly went rigid, its ghost fire eyes filled with shock and bliss. A pink glow began radiating from its body. Ding! The Black Wind Wolf King ate a juicy bursting peach. Delighted, it has entered the sweetness status. All stats temporarily reduced by 20% for 1 hour. Dead silence filled the cave. Aaron and Yao Yao were utterly dumbfounded. Even the little girl's jaws dropped, their wide, watery eyes brimming with disbelief. Sometimes, the sharpest weapon isn't a blade. It's knowing exactly what your opponent wants.